Welcome, everybody. I'm out here in Las Vegas with my man, Ryan Towie, and we're going to present today the HCS Open Circuit Legendary Cup number 2 presented by PGL.
Feels good to be here.
When's the last time you were in Vegas?
It's been a long time. If I recall correctly, I believe it was national championships in 2008.
2008. Did you go out with us that night?
I don't
You
remember.
don't remember?
I don't think so. 17-year-old me couldn't really do a whole lot in Vegas back then. I was teaming with Victory X, though. So fast forward about 8 or 9 years, and I'm also teaming with Victory X.
So come full circle there. At that time,
Yep.
I was teaming with the Browns with Jason and Justin, Roy and Lunchbox. We went out for we went out for a fun night that night. We went got a couple limos, went around the strip area and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember this. I was not a part of it.
Oh, didn't invite you. My bad.
Yeah, next time you got me.
But anyways, yeah, we had a good time coming out here last night. I found out just Towie that you don't like the Mexican food that we got you yesterday, and I don't know why. Because
I wasn't expecting a lot.
Yes,
You
I
hyped
built
it
up
up
because I literally said
so
they're the
much.
best tacos I've ever had in my entire life,
You
and
did.
they were supposedly the best tacos in Tijuana. So I've been hanging out with the PGL crew last week, obviously this week, and they talked to somebody from Tijuana. I was like, "Hey, what's the best tacos in that area?" And they said, "El Tacos de Gordo," or Tacos del Gordo.
You had built it up quite a lot.
I did.
I heard from
I built it up
other
too much for
sources.
me.
Yeah, I heard on my way in before we had even talked. Dave's really excited about this taco place. He loved it the first time. Said it's the best tacos he's ever had in his life.
I'm not even joking because I couldn't talk about this on stream last week, and I'm not even getting paid by them. But
No,
Tacos del
you
Gordo,
should
if
be.
you want to sponsor me or something like that, and just give me even 10% off on
They
tacos, I will
even asked
promote
ya.
the heck out of it. Yeah.
Like, hey Dave, is there anything you want to do while you're in Vegas? Any sites you want to see? Maybe the Strip. We got to go back to that taco place.
It was absolutely delicious. But yeah, I recommend anyone who's ever in Tijuana or in Las Vegas, go to
One of the
Tacos
two.
del Gordo. But I know you guys want to hear me talk about tacos all day long, but we do have a sideshow here. Besides me talking about tacos, we have an open circuit event to talk about. And let's take a look at the point standings based on last week. Last week we saw Elite Four take down Elevate in a reverse sweep.
That's outrageous.
Yes, absolutely. And as you can see, the rest of the places there, we got Chattanooga Shade Squad, Check Every Corner, Solstice, LU Gaming, Shock the World, and Space Jam, which is a pretty badass name.
I'm a big fan of Space Jam. Not gonna lie.
I would like to see what their logo is, because if they have the Space
Oh,
Jam
man.
logo, but with just an actual yam or potato right there,
There's a lot of potential for the
absolutely.
logo here.
I would sponsor that squad if I was
Instantly.
But anyways, let's take a look at how this Legendary Cup is going to run today. We have a closed bracket. These teams qualified through online bracket yesterday and through last week. And this is a double elimination. It was best of 5 all through the bracket earlier. However, it is now a best of 7 from here on out, from the semifinals through the grand finals.
And this is important to take note, too. I mean, more often than not, when it comes to, 1, a double elimination bracket, but 2, best of 5s, then best of 7s as well, you're just more often than not going to see the better team come out ahead in a format like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's finding that right balance, especially when doing large open bracket events like this that these teams had to play through yesterday and on last week. But regardless, it's like, all right, some teams don't want to do best of 3s or best of 5s, and I mean, best of 7s, as you said, you're more than often than not going to see the better team come ahead or who's playing better that day.
Yep, totally.
But yeah, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we're at today with this Legendary Cup. We had, I believe, 16 teams enter, and we are down to only 5 teams remaining, I believe, at this point.
5 teams remaining.
Yep,
Wow.
and so what we are going to see at the moment is we're going to see Chattanooga Shade Squad taking on 3s Up, and that is the winner's bracket finals to the top half there, because you can see we condensed this bracket for you, so we don't got to go back and forth between different screens if we
a few
want to.
upsets, it seems, here than there was last week.
Absolutely. I would say one of the biggest upsets that we don't even see on the bracket at the moment is, this Elite Four down there, the team that won last week?
Yeah.
They lost to, I believe it was 3s Up, who is Monster, P-Tizzite, Munoz, and Rammy.
That is a very, very good squad right there. Rammy, obviously, so much recognition when he filled in on a few squads last season for the HCS Pro League. coming out hot. I think that was their first match earlier today.
Yeah.
Earlier in the bracket, and then knocking down, Elite Four, the team that won last week. That's a great way to start a tournament.
And one of the funny parts is I saw Rami was tweeting out the stream a second ago, and I saw it through my retweets, and I looked in. I wasn't following Rami. I was like, oh wow, I've been talking him up last week.
You got to get in
Had to
on
give him the
that.
quick follow. So Rami, if you're watching right now, you're followed on Twitter now, man.
There
That's
you
pretty
go.
Cool.
That's official.
Let's take a look at these maps that we're going to be seeing played first with this 3s Up versus Chattanooga Shade Squad. We are going to be starting off with Empire Strongholds, Plaza Slayer, Truth Flag, Rig Strongholds, Eden Slayer, Coliseum Flag, and Regret Slayer.
All right, and Empire starting out game one. That's a tough game type to bounce back from. With the way the Strongholds works, especially on Empire, one team, if they're coming in hot, they can really build up that huge lead, and it kind of snowballs out of control. So it's important to come in, especially when Empire is the first game, and make sure you're playing, your absolute best.
Yeah, and we're just getting ready for these players to get in game. We have it ready to spectate here any moment as soon as they start it up. But yeah, this is, as we said, it's a good, I guess, like pace setter for the match. Like you could get off to a huge lead in Empire Strongholds. I would say would you say it's the most snowbally Stronghold map, or would you consider that to be Eden with so many power weapons out there?
Well, it depends. I think it plays differently in the Pro League than it would play in the Amateur League. And that is just because of the consistency and the amount of discipline you see pro players, usually in pro teams, have. And usually when you're thinking of that, you want to turn to a team like Optic, which is obviously, so disciplined in what they do. And oftentimes in a game type like Empire, you're going to see teams in the Amateur League kind of played at a faster pace, play more chaotic. They want to rush spawns, and it makes it more difficult to anticipate spawns or anticipate locations of where you need to be rotating versus the Pro League, which are able to get those setups and go on those extended runs. So it'll be really interesting to see how both of these teams play it. If one is able to hold control for a long period of time, that might set the pace for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I guess I just feel like, so despite the power weapon inconsistency where we do see Saw, we do see obviously Overshield on this map, to me, it just feels like one team, if they, like you said, if they're reserved, they know how to get good setup, they can just get team spawn security over and over again and have a full set. But
There's nothing
we saw the
worse
current
than
Optic
that.
squad being famous for pretty much starting that one off. It used to be teams would always just kind of get pit and one of the side bases locked down. We used to even see teams holding that top tower, holding security, and then we finally saw Optic execute it once perfectly where they just get everyone spawn in tower, and it's like, wow, like why didn't teams think of this earlier? Why didn't they think of we get them spawn in tower and we can see which alley they go towards. We see if they go into pit, which is pretty much a death trap with the old pit. It's a little bit more extended now, but
a little
at the
bit,
same
yes.
time.
That helps extraordinarily, too. And, with the way that the game type has kind of evolved, we used to see those big runs. You think back to the Halo World Championship, our team, when we were playing against then CLG, we got out to a small lead, and they got control, and they went on a 100-point run. We saw, Renegades, I believe they were playing Allegiance at Halo World Championship, also went on a 100-point run, 100-0. That's kind of how the game type was. It's definitely played a little bit differently now, but establishing the pace of the game is going to be the most important thing.
Absolutely. So it sounds like we have the spectate in-game ready. I just need to check out one small thing. So I always, if you haven't learned already, when watching me cast things, I mess up everything.
Oh, of course.
So I actually turn on notifications on the tag because I just want to know when people invite me and talking me in.
Well, you also have me up here, too. So life is Tau, and something will definitely go wrong.
There's going to be something guaranteed to go wrong with this stream, without a doubt. But we're going to try to minimize that as much as possible. So waiting for the spectate to show up on, we're going to start with Bomix, I think. I would like to start off with him on this match. But
not too familiar with some of these guys, but I am very excited to get to know all of them a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go through the rosters one more time then. So Chattanooga Shade Squad, we have Bomix, Destroyed. His name is tough to pronounce. Use like YIWS. Instead, we started calling him Mike last week because that's the service tag.
I'm a fan of that.
You make your tag too tough to pronounce, man. You're just getting called Mike.
You're going with Mike.
Yep. All right, so we got Bomix, Destroyed, Mike, and Nemesis.
Everyone wants to be like Mike.
So, yeah, it's going to be a little tougher to him to get his gamer tag out there. I would suggest a potential gamer tag change or tell us how to pronounce it. Maybe I'm just horrible with
maybe we're just bad. We could just be bad.
That is
always a good possibility.
High possibility.
But yeah, if we are corrected, I would love to pronounce that, accurately.
Yeah, but until then, you're Mike.
Yeah. All right. Let's run through a few of these other teams here.
Yeah, so some of the squads we have up here, originally when we were doing a run through, getting ready for the show, I was like, oh, for sure it's going to be Elite Four and Elevate in the finals.
Right.
However,
Of course.
we don't have either of these squads in even the winners final. So
Jeez.
I am 100% guaranteed to be wrong in that prediction that I made in the.
Was it a public prediction though?
It was not. So I'm going to claim it never happened. I guess.
Off the
But
hook.
Yes, I'm off the hook in that case. However, I'm incredibly surprised. I mean, not too surprised seeing some of the names of players in these other squads, a lot of these up and comers.
Yeah.
But I mean, just based on how they were playing last week, when you see names someone like Cloud and Ryan Noob and Straight Sick, you're
Oh,
just
of
like,
course.
all right, you know,
You
when
kind of
you're
expect to see them here at the top of this.
they're a force, even if they were in the pro league. Of
course.
To imagine them going through the open circuit, you'd think they would be blasting through. But that's the beauty of having this PGL open circuit here, where a lot of these top players can get their name out. Someone like Ramy can show that he can hang with the top dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a great opportunity for anyone that wants to get involved in Halo, especially for, as we see, a lot of competition for these established players that have been around for such a long time.
So I want to ask you a question then. How did you get started in the pro scene? What would you consider was your breakthrough? Because I think every pro and player has their different story. I was in more of a unique case, kind of being there from the very beginning. It was like, all right, went to my second tournament, I won the free for all or something like that. So that's much more unique and quite an anomaly.
Mine is a very long story.
All right,
I'll try to condense it as much as possible.
All
You might be familiar with it actually. It's all the way back in high school. I think I was in 10th or 11th grade even. I started like a website because I was pretty familiar with like programming and coding or whatever, and I learned how to like build some sites and stuff. Not like I was very good, but I started a website that eventually went on to like sell like lessons and game time and other stuff with pro players. And I was really good friends with a few pro players, and then it kind of grew from there. And then I started working with Tom, I think, on gaming lessons, T Squared. I think that was a few years later, and then it just spiraled out of control. I mean, once you go to your first tournament, you kind of can't not go to the rest of all the tournaments. Like once you start going, it's just impossible to stop. I was addicted, and I had to keep playing Halo and go to tournaments, and it just spiraled out of control from there.
Yeah, that's so when you were first going to them, were you more so competing, or did you kind of just jump straight into the coaching role that you have now?
I tried.
For those that don't know, Towie's the coach of Evil Geniuses right now. He's been he won a gold medal at X Games with EG. He's been part of I don't know how many
Instinct for a long time.
While,
been with Lunch and Roy for a long, long time now. So we were Instinct for a few years, and then now EG for a few years as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's I tried to compete at first. If you remember, it's again a long story. I don't want to go through everything, but I stayed with your team for all of 2009.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, trying to compete, but of course, life is Tau. This may be when it was actually born. I had a teammate leave my team or not show up to the tournament or be unable to compete on the Friday of that tournament. 3 events in a row. Not just once, not just twice.
That's horrible to laugh at. That's
Columbus, Dallas, and Anaheim, 09.
Yep, I remember. Yeah, I remember you were staying in our room at Columbus. Somehow I got lucky and got that huge room there. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Long story short is my room got canceled. Like I was gonna come in the night before, and I didn't know about hotels, but I figured, all right, I just I pay for the night I missed or whatever, and then I just just go in, check in the following day, like, nope, you missed your room and it's gone now, and we're fully booked. I was like, oh, like, what do I do in this case?
That still doesn't sound right. I don't know about that.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, that's partially my fault. I should have checked in. And she's like, oh, you're so nice. Like, I'm gonna take care of you.
You sweet talked her, didn't you?
I guess so. I didn't even say anything. Like, and yeah, she hooked me up. She's like, oh, I'm gonna get you a suite. Here's a corner suite and stuff like that.
Oh, that room was so big. I remember this.
Yes, we had like a closet.
And Mason and I ordered like $200 of room service. Of course. Yeah, good times. Yeah.
Yep. And we're still waiting for this Spectate to become available. I believe we are. I think I see some of the guys in custom game lobby. Not sure if I should just restart this box or not. Like I said, I probably set something wrong on this Xbox. But yeah. All right, we got Spectate available.
It looks
I'm
like
going
they are
to
just starting up the game now.
Start it up, and I know you guys want to hear about how awesome our hotel room was at Columbus, and
it was a great
how the power outage happened that time too.
Oh, with the Haunters, the Haunters convention.
There was this Haunters convention at.
Oh my god! They tried to scare everyone in the elevators.
It was a Haunters dream come true. So basically, all those people that run haunted houses and stuff, during
Midwest
Halloween.
Haunters Convention.
What
yeah.
happens is they go to a convention in the middle of the year because obviously during the Halloween season they're all working, and so
Yeah.
this is like middle of like April or May or something
Yeah.
like that, middle of the year, and power outage happened at the hotel, and all these people are already dressed up in like scary costumes, stuff like that, and just scared all the gamers in the hallways. It's pretty awesome.
They were terrifying. I wanted nothing to do with the Haunters.
And we are going to kick things off with Bomex. Sorry about all our long stories, but I know you love him. He is on the Chattanooga Shade Squad and getting double team outside, not
like
taken
this
down
play.
immediately. Yeah, that is
Got
such
that,
a game
that
changer.
had to have
staying
been
alive.
planned out. You had to know that his teammate, obviously right behind him, they had planned for him to stabilize there midair just to get those shots, and hopefully his teammate can grab that OS. It's a great starting strat from them.
Yeah, and we see Monster and the 3's Up squad trying to get that pit. They are able to get that pit. And pit in a lot of cases, it's worth dying for if you can actually cap that pit. Because compared to a side base is going to generally be stolen from you immediately. Whereas pit is one of the spots where one person can hold off multiple players. I like that play by Nemesis, taking off that explosive barrel, just getting out of the way.
Take that barrel
and it
off for
always
sure.
comes back to bite you if you don't take it out.
Yep. This is a good job by them to make sure they know the rotations. He is probably going to get double teamed here. Hopefully has some help from his teammates. Yes, he does. We'll see if they're able to hold off that push into blue there. As we see P-Tiz trying to make his way into the pit.
And I like this play by him. I've seen a lot of players just kind of sit in pit and just get surprised by opponents. I liked how he at least tried to tell where the opponent was coming from. Try to at least get a fight right away. Even though he's taken down, I think he made the right move. And I've always been a big advocate of just because a move didn't work out doesn't mean you didn't make the right decision.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't help those sort of things. I do like his play to get into pit. He kind of got weak there unnecessarily, unable to do any damage. He maybe could have played it a little differently, but he had the right mindset of just being able to capture pit and take advantage of his opponent's positioning there in the base.
And this is one player that we've been heralding, talking about for a while, Rami. Incredible shot. He, I believe he won the free-for-all at the North American Finals. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, that double check on that, but I'm pretty certain that was the case. He was known for having such a great shot. Obviously, got the better of him right there, and we'll jump on with Mike, even though his gamer tag says something I cannot pronounce.
As we see him moving, already picking up the saw here immediately, though. This next OS, it looks like both teams trying to set up outside. Neither team really has a significant advantage for it.
Yeah, it's interesting now because outside used to be this location where you would only kind of rotate from base to base and just get some sort of flank. And now it's turned into like this this very widely used position because 343 did a great job of moving Overshield out there, not making the pit such a swing area. They moved, obviously people still go out and flank occasionally, but I would say the OS is one of the biggest parts, and then you still have the flank area. But just the small displacement of Overshield, moving it to outside rather than in the pit, makes people go outside much more.
Yep, definitely agree with you. I really do like this play from Monster, though, trying to play things slow, get a feel for where the other team is before overcommitting. He has this saw, not a lot of ammo, but playing this smart and being able to take that stronghold with his teammate here.
Do you think Monster should have possibly went towards pit and tried to go help stop that with saw, or do you think he was just outnumbered and he had to just, commit to the side base he was already at?
I like the play that he had. I mean, you can't afford to get triple capped. It's so many more points. Stopping the bleeding and making sure that they're able to secure that one is very, very important.
And Rami with a perfect 5 on Bomex. Now going down into the pit, trying to pick it up for 3's Up. My play-by-play is not as hot as I thought it used to be. I think I'm a little spoiled by getting to cast with players like Squared, Sims, and Bravo.
Yeah, mine is definitely not up to their level, that's for sure.
I should have practiced a little bit more before this weekend.
Big opportunity, though. Yeah, Muna's able to pick up a quick double kill there, so hopefully they're able to really take control of the map. We see them trying to push in for that triple kill. Rami is waiting, maybe playing a little too fast here. We knew that his teammates were on across the other side of the map trying to take the triple cap. He kind of just had to bait the stronghold there. He rushed out.
And that's the kind of plays that you said you don't usually see at the top pro level, right? You said that
the discipline
these
to know
open players are going to just kind of charge around a bit more and try to force action rather than getting into the perfect setup.
Yep. Exactly. And we see 3's Up here, I think, with the double cap, unable to hold that triple cap as Rami had died, but this next OS is going to be coming up here soon.
And great positioning by Mike right there, using that pillar to his advantage, backing up, and then getting over towards Blue Alley. However, seems a little unaware that there was an opponent with him right inside Blue Base.
Yeah, they were able to take that. It looks like he's trying to come back in here to pick up both of these kills on the weak guys. Getting double team, that's a great play out of, I'm not sure who, looks like Ramy, able to finish the kill there. That was a great job to stay alive.
Yeah, Ramy just using that little stronghold in the base to not take one single bullet of AR and get his shield knocked back down. Destroyed, trying to get the bottom middle pit. I like this play, and I'm just wondering why he's not seeing any resistance. I mean, he had great job by his teammates backing him up there.
As we see 2 of his teammates now dead, that's 3 of them dead. That's a great play out of 3s up. They weren't playing for the contest. Obviously, you would have liked to see them maybe hop in at the last second, but they had better positioning and were able to get the kills, and it's always important to get your kills before trying to take those strongholds. So even though they took the pit there, it was easily recaptured, and now they're being put into a 3-cap.
So it seems like they gave up way too many deaths for pit. So kind of counteracting what I said before, I guess it's hard to quantify and say exactly, all right, how many lives would you give up for pit? The answer for sure is not going to be every single life.
Definitely not ideal that all die. That's true, Dave.
But yeah, I would say, it's really tough to always know because Halo is one of those games. One thing I like about Halo is there are so many subjective situations.
Yep.
It's never a 100% guaranteed best play. I would say there are plays that are better, objectively better. Yeah, there are definitely plays that are better than other ones. But it's never like this is 100% guaranteed to be the best play, and that's what's great about Halo. It's not a solved game. There are a lot of better plays you can be making and a lot of push you do across the map, but there's still even differing strategies amongst the top pros.
Yep, as we see Pete Tizype here, out of ammo actually, still staying alive, has the combo, somehow able to stay alive even though he was almost doing no damage to that player.
Too.
He's at half ammo in just the plasma pistol here. Interesting strategy, to say the least.
Yeah, if I was him, I would be charging around, finding the first BR or first other weapon I could.
Yeah, at least grab that bolt shot, you know?
Yeah,
start bolting a few players. There you go. gets a kill on that guy, ends up getting taken down.
And 3 of his teammates are down. Ramy's the only one alive. We're going to see if he changes playstyle here because there's been plenty of times.
This is a great play to play it slow and just go for the guard on Pit, though. Forcing these other players to come all the way down to take him out. All of his teammates are now spawning up. This overshield coming up soon. It'll be interesting to see which, if they give up Pit or if they all force their way outside for this OS.
Yeah, I like that time by Ramy. We've seen how he plays when his team has the advantage. It seems like he may, at times, be overly aggressive. However, it seems like Ramy just did just about right there. Stayed alive as long as possible. Bought time for his teammates to spawn on one of the bases and then help him out.
Yeah, this is really important right here. They're down 91 to 41. Really can't afford to give up control again. Not a lot of room for error in their setup here, as all of 3's up is going to be spawning a tower and trying to force their way to blue to stop the triple cap. That's 3 dead. Ramy, the last guy alive, as Mike is holding down Red Addict. This could be a triple cap.
That was odd, though, seeing that from 3's up, because they already had blue base under control. I mean, I can understand them trying to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit.
I don't mind the play. They're able to stop the triple cap if they had the positioning. It's hard to know what the best play would have been without the communication of the rest of the team, but
that's true.
Without being put into a triple cap here, the game's still pretty far out of reach. 91 to 51. It's a big lead.
I guess you do make a great point there, because I think one mistake we see from playing teams a lot of times where they're up, they're at the 90-point mark and the opponent's only at 40 or 50, and they let the game get within reach from one triple cap, where they let the game get out of hand. And like you said right there, what 3's up did is they just slowed it down. They said, guess what? We can just stop the triple cap, and we can have multiple times to get a push. I believe that was a triple kill, no?
I believe so.
I just saw a triple. Yeah, I just was going on a rant right there and just saw the triple kill medal. It was just
great shots out of Destroyed, able to pick up that kill. I think their entire team is going to be stuck in this base here. If they're able to collapse from multiple angles, they should get the kills and be able to take the stronghold again for a triple cap.
And Zeke, this is the second time we've seen Pete Tizype over in that location, just buying time, being a nuisance, taking forever to kill. And it looks like Ramy, as we've seen him before, charging out to get that kill.
Yeah, but you see, as they did that, Destroyed died. I think his teammate died behind him. They didn't work together. They weren't team shooting any of those players that were trapped in the base. They had positional advantage and didn't use it to their advantage at all in the scenario.
So do you think they had they just didn't collapse in together, or should they have been together instead of collapsing in from different angles? Like, what would have been the right answer in that situation?
They should have definitely been at least collapsing together. If the player that was outside maybe played it a bit more patiently instead of forcing that action, he didn't need to die there, because that player would have had to push him, and he could have had help from his teammates. But either way, great plays out of Nemesis to try to stay alive here in the pit, able to pick up a double kill with that saw. It looks like they will all go down as pit is taken. They're going to really need to try to take advantage of their spawns here. It looks like they're pushing into red base. Someone's going to have to go back to stop blue, though, because this rotation is coming in from threes up to take advantage of that.
Yeah, P-Tiz and the threes up squad are in great shape because they have Pit right now. They have red base. They have a trip cap, and that's going to be over. So that's
and I think this all comes back to how they played those red spawns because they had them in that base, and they went 3 dead pushing into red base.
Yes. So, yeah, it was just so many things went right for threes up, but I think the most memorable moment for me is not those triple kills, not some of those amazing flashy plays. It was that composure for them to push towards blue base, stop a potential triple cap, and give themselves enough time just to make push after push and eventually close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, what was the final score? 100 to about 80?
82, I want to say.
I mean,
81?
they brought it back. That's very close. And they had control. They were controlling 2 of the strongholds with 3 players stuck in that base. And I mean, that was the turning point right there. They just didn't execute that push or collapse as well as they should have.
And I wouldn't even blame it so much at the very end part. Yes, they left themselves no room for error at the end. That was probably one of the biggest issues is that if you put yourself in a situation where a team can only get 1 cap and they're going to close out the game, you pretty much lost the beginning part of the game.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I've noticed, too, from even pro-level players, especially the amateur levels. They just kind of look at it case by case where they're like, oh, well, end of the game, we should just avoid this 1 death and we could have finished out.
You can't have that recency bias. No, you really can't.
You need to look at the whole game as a picture. Be like, well, guess what? The other 7 minutes before that game, we lost 90 points.
Yeah.
So I always try to look at it like that because I would Bravo gave a great story one time when he was coaching Triggers Down and his team for the next 3 hours after they lost a 50-49 Team Slayer game. They just talked about that last death and what they should have done. He's like, oh, well, someone should push you. It's like, we're exploring 2% of the game. Yeah. 1 kill, which is 2% of the game. And they talked about that for 3 hours rather than talking about the other 49 kills.
Oh, yeah.
What led up to that moment?
Yeah. No, I mean, our team has definitely done that a lot. Lunch and Roy are very good at slowing things down when we're trying to overanalyze one specific situation and, going over the whole game as a whole, not just one specific kill, because we have spent far too long arguing very small moments in a game when really, in reality, it's just a lot of different things that add up to a win or a loss.
Yep, that's absolutely true. And yeah, it's hard sometimes not to get in that mindset because that's the most memorable death. It's the most memorable moment where it's a clear turning point. It's much tougher to pinpoint early on, like 2 or 3 deaths that put you in the position later that you were in a position to lose. So yeah, I can understand where people get in that mindset. But if you're looking to get better, I would say look at the game as a whole. Look at every death that leads up to that 49th death rather than just putting everything on that 50th death.
Yeah, specifically just when you're, as a team trying to push for control, when you have control but lose it, try to figure out and understand why those things are happening and then hopefully be able to pinpoint exactly, what the scenario is. Now you can improve from there.
Cool. Well, I think we have the second game loaded up, which is Slayer on Plaza. We're going to be jumping right in just 1 second. Going to see who controls the overshield, who gets control of that sniper, and I would say that inner area, outside area is the most important. Obviously, yard, you don't want to get trapped in there.
Yeah, we're going to start off with Bomax here. Able to pick up a quick kill. I'm not sure what happened to the overshield. It looks like it did get burned.
And we are jumping on with Monster then, who gets stuck. At
That's
least tries to take down Kyle with them from Nemesis, yes. But it's looking like sniper control and the main area control is going to Chattanooga Shade Squad.
Yeah, gonna have to go over to Mike here and see what kind of damage he can do. Somehow a player gets behind them, though. He gets all the way to sniper ramp for an easy kill. He gets taken down, but this is the opportunity that Threes Up needs really to break this setup.
And I like how they're pushing in with that. I mean, we see a couple X's here, but Rami is in one of the most important positions on the map, getting towards that snipe side. Even when sniper is not up at the moment. That's such an important area to control. You can transition over towards cafe, towards posters, and just have a presence the entire time on the side of the map. Looking like Nemesis trying to go over towards Hotel. That is 3 down from Chattanooga Shade Squad. Rami with sniper and control of the map. This is Threes Up's game to lose.
As a Rami fan, this is what I want to see.
One thing I really liked when I believe I looked at Rami's profile on Xbox Live, His
that's a
his
quick 2 dead.
icon was from Castle Crashers, that little Rammy
Nice.
icon. And I don't remember if anyone's played that game. I called the game Thumb Breakers because you just jam
I
A
think
and X the
you
entire
and I
time.
used to play this together. I
Yes.
do remember this.
It was an incredible game. I thought it was well done. I had a lot of fun playing it.
And it's tough to say. I was going to point something out, but it's really tough to say what the right positioning should be without knowing the communication here. But they had all 4 dead, and Rammy still sniping from snipe, which, in my opinion, the worst spot on this map to spawn up for me is when you're all spawning at snipe lift and the other team has all these angles on you and can collapse.
That's
Obviously
interesting.
controlling an area of the map, you want to control the outside and you want to be able to force them to spawn in yard and maybe in tram, and getting stuck in cafe is not great, but getting stuck at snipe without angles, you can't really get away, is less than ideal for sure. And
So
he's
the
blocking
EG
these snipe lift
strategy would
spawns.
be the EG strategy in this case. If you had all 4 down, what would you
Well, it's tough
ideally
to say
position?
without the communication.
Gotcha,
but
yeah,
you want
'cause
to be
each team-
able to know what's open, what's available, and force spawns. You shouldn't, when you have this many opportunities to predict spawns, you should know where they're spawning, not, all of a sudden they're here and then start calling out guys like they're at loop, they're pushing, here they are, they're in cafe. Like, you should know based on your positioning where they should be. And if you're collapsing one way, they're going to end up being, cafe, ramp, hotel, or snipe lift. Or if you're pushing back the other way, you're going to expect them to be at, yard BR or tram or, yard pushing through to flowers.
And right there was a perfect example of what you said, where it looked like Threes Up finally had an idea of where they should be spawning the opposing team, because Rammy was looking at cafe spawns because he had loot blocked, he had posters, he knew light rifle and all that side was all safe, and then once he realized no one spawned over there, he looked towards yard.
But I can't help but notice, he's been here for a very long time. He's picked up a few kills, sure, but it's so difficult to snipe when, you're getting shot at. The other team is expecting him to be here, and he hasn't altered his positioning yet. He's locking down parts of the map, which makes it much easier for his team to be able to collapse. So that's why they're able to pick up these kills the way that they are. But I would have still liked to see maybe some rotations, because you can, get some good, easy picks on this map when your teammates are collapsing and they don't know where you're sniping from.
That's very true. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. A lot of times when you get the opportunity, if you got 3 or 4 down, to push towards cafe and to just get those easy head level shots from people pushing out from yard to flowers.
Yeah, as we see 2 of his teammates go down, he's able to connect on the no-scope there, but he has been around the snipe area for 3 minutes maybe now, since the start
easily.
of the game.
Ever since he got that sniper under control, he's gotten a new fresh ammo. But
This is a great job staying alive right now, though. He is baiting himself and letting his teammates collapse around him. Unfortunately, gets hit on by that plasma pistol, taken down. Looks like Munoz is going to try to find the sniper, as the one player is still alive down there. They're able to clean him up, but that was a good job to kind of distract for his teammates to collapse around him. They have a 34-19 lead now. You know all too well, with a lead like this, it's really your game to lose.
That is absolutely true, especially when we see Munoz in his squad grabbing that new overshield. I couldn't see who picked that up. Was it P. Tizipe? I believe it was Rammy who picked up the overshield, who's just charging over on Mike with Storm Rifle. Right now, it just feels like Threes Up are doing whatever they want. There was the early part where we could kind of tell how Rammy just anchored over at snipe side and had this area that they could always fall back to. However, it seems like they just completely switched it up after they had such a lead, and they ended up giving sniper over to Nemesis.
He pushed, I think that was Munoz, he pushed with the sniper. Look at how much ammo he still has, and he just gave it to them. There were multiple players there. He kind of got spotted. Obviously thought maybe his teammates were going to collapse around him. We saw his teammates maybe at the top garden spot there, but just kind of handed them snipe when they had no other opportunity really to get it. This is a good opportunity for them to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, by no means is Chattanooga Shade Squad in the lead, like just by having this weapon, but it does give them the opportunity. One thing I would always break down in Halo is to players is if your team is up by a significant margin, pretty much the only way that another team's going to get back into it is with some sort of swing weapon, like rocket, sniper, some sort of power weapon. So if you can remove those from the map, even if your team doesn't have them, you're in great shape.
Yep.
So like you said right there, it was quite odd that Munoz ended up giving the sniper over to Nemesis in the yard.
Yeah, good job to collapse over there, though. We saw them take out 2 more players. This game all but over now at 45-26.
I'm calling this one over at this point. We do see sniper in Pete Tizipe's hand. I believe we'll see overshield around. Because I mean, we're almost at stake level. It's going to be really tough to pull this one back, but like we said, there are still noticeable mistakes here, and that's I would say that's kind of a good sign if you're on Team Threes Up, or if you're a Threes Up fan, where they're making mistakes, but guess what? They still might get the stake.
Yeah. I'll always take a steak no matter what. But I mean, that's what Halo really comes down to is, you know, whichever team is going to make less mistakes. More often than not, the team that makes less mistakes fundamentally is going to win. And when you can manage to maybe make a few errors or not be as efficient as possible in positioning or objective play and still win games, that's a really good sign for your team.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, how important it is to be able to not have to play your A game in order to win a game.
Yep.
We've seen plenty of squads out there. I'd see someone like Envy out there who I think they can beat Optic. Obviously, they beat Evil Geniuses. They're such an amazing squad. However, we've also seen them sometimes get 3-0'd, and they just seem like they have to play their A game in certain situations in order to win.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot to be said for, you know, obviously you want to try to play your best all the time, but that's not always going to happen. A lot of times another team could be on fire and just kind of throw you off, and if they're, you know, forcing spawns and everything, it can be tough to really break that cycle. So it's important to, you know, take advantage of wins that, you know, you can get from not always playing.
You don't have to rely on hitting a perfect 5-shot to break out of a setup. You don't have to rely on hitting some no-scope in order to make a flag capture. It's all about consistent plays that you can execute on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But 3s Up are looking very strong right now. Taking the first game about 100-82. Game number 2.
What was the lead that they had in that game 1-2? They were up by a decent amount.
They were up like around, I would say, 91-40. Somewhere around there was the score. So 3s Up are looking insanely strong, and that makes it incredibly interesting for us here on the pro circuit or on the open circuit, because what we get to notice is I thought at first we were just going to see like Elevate and Elite Four just win
kinda
week
like
after week. Yeah, coast
we'll
through.
Like
and
who's doing better this week maybe towards the end. But yeah, there's a lot of competition here.
Yeah, so we've seen Chattanooga Shade Squad, who we've also seen place very well last week. But the fact is they could very well come back here against 3s Up. We could see 3s Up be the winner of this week. We could see Elite Four still come all the way back through losers bracket. It's anyone's game right here on the open circuit, and I love how a lot of these new players and some old players who are trying to make it back into the pro circuit are getting their shot at getting some screen time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going to come down to, you know, how you're playing on that day. And obviously, I mean, that can be said for the pro league, for tournaments, for anything, but, you know, you only get a certain amount of opportunities in the open circuit, and it's just really important to always take advantage of those opportunities when you're trying to get into the HCS Pro League. Absolutely.
And it's not just for nothing. I mean, we have a lot of these open circuit weekly events. There's $1,000 on the line pretty much every single week. And then most importantly, there is the Las Vegas PGL event here, November 18 to 20, where there is $25K on the line. That's including there's also a free-for-all prize in there too, which I've been missing for a while. With that being said, we are jumping into Game 3. This is Truth, Capture the Flag. Going to start it off with my man, Rami, who I just followed on Twitter. We've been following each other for a while now.
There you go. It looks like 2 dead, though, early. He's going to have to play a little bit of defense as Chat Squad is going to take the opening start here. Rami able to put a guy one shot in his bubble, has to back off knowing that the other player will have a teammate coming to help him. Wisely stops this flag run before it gets out, so that's a great stop there. If you can always, you know, even though you have a numbers disadvantage, not let that flag out of your base makes it so much more difficult for the opposing team. They're going to have to reslay you as you spawn up in order to just get that flag out. So great job by 3s Up here.
Yeah, 3s Up doing a great job defense, but one concern to me, though, is we are 40 seconds in the game, 43 seconds in the game, and Rami has not left his base yet. You can't cap a flag if you haven't pushed out. I understand playing defense at crucial times, but is it a good sign if your team's on defense for the entire first minute of the game?
Sometimes you just can't help it. You know, they were able to get off to a hot start, but he's doing his job. He's doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Trying to stop some players from pushing out. He probably had a call out there from Pink. Able to possibly clean up a weak kill here under the base, but you know, I wouldn't want Rami to be doing anything differently. You certainly don't want him to push and then die outside of the base, allowing a flag pull out. It's still 0-0. Yeah, he hasn't left his base, but this is not a terrible start. They're playing good defense, which is what you need to do. You always have to clear out your base here.
That was probably one of my flaws in Halo Logic early on.
Big kill from Mike, though. Wow, able to pick up the double kill and stay alive.
And yeah, once again, like you said, just they're not able to get that flag much further. 3s Up doing a great job playing defense. I was just about to say that. I think that's been a flaw in my probably Halo gameplay and its logic for quite some time, not realizing when and how much to play defense. I always felt like if you're not being offensive on an objective game, you're usually doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I do
hear
see
you,
that
'cause
being
more-
thematic through other players.
Yeah, more often than not, the players that are kind of sit-backy or tend to flank or like to get better positioning on opponents in objective games, we see them, you know, playing things slower than they need to objectively. And you've always been a great objective player. So more often than not, I would 100% agree with you. But for, you know, in regards to the situation, at least, I think stopping that flag pull is super important. And we see here 1-0, they're able to put that flag in. The second that they were able to get out of their base, they had the awareness to know that the other team was going to be spawning up car side, get that flag out, ping fast, and just run it back while the other team was trying to fight for control and fight into the base from car side. So
yeah, and obviously the strategy worked. I mean, they were on defense for the first minute and a half of the game. As soon as they got control of the map, they ran a flag cap in. So
yeah,
they
great
made
team awareness there to know that the whole pink side of the map was open. So I'm pretty sure one of their players here, off spawn, pushing out pink side, was able to sneak in and force those car spawns. If you get that flag out, you know, the entire pink side is going to be free. They just, you know, ran back that cap.
Yep, and we see Bomix trying to secure the blue base, eventually taken down by P. Tizype. We're going to jump on with Munoz, who's trying to kill Mike under the base, gets that kill, gets the fuel rod cannon. See if he's going to reload it, and he did get the reload, but decides to opt to grab the pistol out. And
that is a big kill there to be able to stay alive in the other team's base. I'm not sure if this flag is being run yet. Looks like it's not being run. This might be his job, as there was a player near him, I think, shooting him in the back. He might be able to get the toss out and stay alive.
If anything, I don't think that was his job. I felt like he was doing his job just right, getting plenty of slays out there.
He got the slays. It looks like the flag guy was taken down, so that was a great play to be able to stop that. Rami able to pick up the kill on the guy in his base. This flag not being run. It's important to get that return as fast as possible, as Nemesis does. I think it's about an even split for map control and numbers here for both teams.
Yeah, and I'll turn back on the outlines here, and we can see where this plane is moving across the map. So one thing I do like when we're casting a lot of these online events is I do like the player outlines the majority of the time, because you can get a good indication just by seeing a player across the map and seeing how that engagement ends.
Yep.
Whereas when we're at the live events, I prefer to have outlines off for the majority of the time, because
Likewise.
we can tell the story, because we can see all 8 screens of that in that case. We can tell when a flag's going to happen, when someone has sniper in a specific location, whereas now, like I said, on the online events, I love having the outlines up.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a good example of what you're talking about here, as we see threes up players collapsing on this flag from their outlines as you know, the other team was spawning up car side there. It looks like they allowed a player to escape up to top center, and then a spawner comes in from under the base. I'm not sure if this flag's going to be getting out. They maybe didn't do a good enough job of blocking those spawns. Those car spawners got out to top center and stopped that pretty easily.
Yeah, that was odd. Seems like that should be a pretty obvious location to not only look at, but maybe even have under control at the very beginning. Top middle, you can almost never go wrong when your team is on the offensive. You just have so many angles that you can shoot across at. You take so much attention from the opposing team. They have to deal with you if they're going to shoot your flag carrier.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, you know, without being able to see all the screens or hear the communication where that guy came from. But when you know the other team's spawning up car side like that, it's not great to allow them to push off of car. You know, you want to be applying that pressure. So that's a good job to be able to get off those spawns by chat.
Yep, and Bomix trying to control Pink 2, eventually taken down by Monster and teammates moving up there. Munoz trying to get this kill over on Kyle and eventually taken down. We'll jump back on with Bomix and see what he does off the spawn. One thing I like to see from players when they spawn is pushing towards the opposing base. I think, like I said, there might be that flaw in my Halo logic.
This was a great. I'm trying to understand his thought process here. We saw him spawn up.
We saw the hesitation.
Right. He looked to see where his teammates were, hear the communication. If he needed to come back and know whether or not he should be pushing, which is great. If there are players in your base, you really cannot afford to push out on this map. He knew that he had one player, at least on his pink side. He saw he had a teammate also pink 1 and knew immediately he should be pushing up car. So that was a great job and great awareness there to know what to do.
Yeah, and he tried to at least get a pull on it. Didn't come to anything, you know, didn't come to fruition. But in the end, at least putting that pressure on the opposing objective, which I'm always a huge fan of.
They have the flag all the way back here. I'm not sure how they were able to even get this run. I know they had the slays, but kind of a sneaky cap here. Maybe a fumble. But
yeah, that was a little odd. Like, I want that cap, man. Like, P. Tizypes, you know, could possibly be one of those players. He was known as a really good slayer, and we saw him run that flag all the way back, and maybe he just wanted to be credited with it. He was like, you know what, I'm finally running the objective. I better get that point.
Sometimes you just, you know, you got to take that credit.
Fear Itself style back at the LAN, the pros versus Joes. I don't even remember this.
He'll still do that.
He'll still do that, even just in random matchmaking games.
All the time.
All right,
Good
Destroyed.
shots from Destroyed, though. Trying to stay alive on the base, gets taken out pretty quickly. So we see 2 players here from threes up trying to push out pink side. That new fuel rod still sitting up top center as the camo spawns as well. Looks like both teams are going to be trying to converge on the pink side here to get this camo or take the camo guy out. This would be a big kill if they're able to get him.
However, they had to drop 3 people at the bottom of the map in order to take him out right there.
Yeah.
Is that worth it? We do see them relocate towards level 2 of their base. I believe that was a little bit of a misfire on Rami.
It's worth it now.
That advantage quite negated right there. Bomix taking out Monster with a grenade top center.
Still, though, you have to make sure you kill that camo guy. He was able to pick it up kind of for free. He didn't get the shots on him as he got it, but they had the location. You have to get that kill. You cannot let the camo guy escape.
Yeah, but it just seemed like he also, with that death with camo, it's not like he just drew 1 player to the bottom of the map. There were 3 players at the bottom.
No. And as we still see them running this flag back now, this is still from the original control they gained after getting the kills from that camo spawning up. So,
and that's also with them having a big mishap. That
big
fuel rod
misplay,
cannon on Rami. Great splayer grenade, but I believe that's destroyed. And we do see Hydra Bomb Center getting sorted by
big
Munoz.
sword kill there. I'm not sure. We can try to switch over to see where this flag is. Trying to get the pull at least out. I like that play. You're not going to get the re there, but getting that pull out for a second at least. Looks like we're going to have at least 1 player pushing over there to try to get the touch.
I would like to see
Wisely
Monster
going for
drop
slays,
that.
though.
I wish he could have dropped that and then just charged over to try to get the recovery. Now he's going to maybe do that exact same play where he drops it.
I like this, though. Yeah, he probably could have afforded to do that since they had so many dead, but just getting your slays, knowing that you don't have to desperate, unnecessarily die to try to get that return, getting your kills is much more important in that situation to just guarantee that you're going to end up getting that return.
Yeah, I guess so. Like I said, there's a lot of times, too, where I think a lot of the top teams and top players, they'll know when they can drop the flag and then be a factor on the flag recovery rather than bringing that flag over. It's like, all right, I'll drop it. My new spawner will come grab it, but that takes so much coordination.
Drop it and then end up, allowing the other team that opportunity just to be able to get there and possibly get a return for free. That's worst case scenario, but we've seen it happen before.
That is very true. Yeah, I think sometimes maybe I'm hypercritical here on the casting desk. I'm like, oh, he could have saved a second and a half right there. Yeah, what is he even thinking right now? There's a reason that these guys are at the top of the circuit right now and not me.
Yeah, but still, that was pretty indicative of the series, I feel, so far. The outcome of that game, we see a 3-0 lead now, 4 threes up. They're just playing very, very well together. It's a lot of teamwork, a lot of team-oriented flag pulls. They have a good awareness. We saw their first cap came after getting outslayed pretty heavily for a while, but they had the awareness to know when they could pull it and then just kind of run it around the other team who was kind of all fighting from Car's side there. So
and it's all about those little victories too. Like it's not just we have to get these few kills and get a flag capture. If you've gotten, if your team got killed over and over again, and you stop every flag cap attempt, you're in great shape.
Yeah.
Because as we saw right there, 3's up. They were slayed at the first minute of the game. We saw Rami stuck in his base the entire time, just trying to get kills, trying to keep people off his flag. And then about 30 seconds later, when they got control of the map, 3's up, ran that flag back the very first pull they made.
Yeah, really, really good job just of efficiency. I mean, I think they had 3 pulls, 3 or 4 pulls, and then 3 caps. So
yeah, I would say something around there.
When they got it out, they really got it out pretty far and ended up capping it. So I'm not sure what the 4th game type is.
Yeah, I have horrible memory, but I believe was Strongholds on Eden? I don't know. We'll find out here in just a moment.
We'll find out.
But anyways, we always try to talk at the casting desk about how this series isn't over. I mean, anyone can still get reverse sweep. However, just seeing how 3's up is playing right now, I can't foresee something massive would have to happen in this next game by the Chattanooga Shade Squad.
It could definitely happen. I mean,
it's always a possibility.
It's one game at a time.
I mean, I could win the lottery.
You could. I mean, I can't. Life is Tao. I'll never win the lottery. But it's just Halo. I mean, from experience from competing, and I do as well, that it's just one game at a time. You're just playing Halo. It's nothing you as a team can't handle. But it's just trying to take things slow and try to fix the problems in the cohesiveness as a team that you're currently having in the first few games, because it just seems like they're kind of on separate pages with what they're trying to do, and they're just allowing such windows of opportunity for the other team to take advantage that you have to try to fix those mistakes.
Absolutely, yeah. They're gonna have to fix them real quick, because they have Rig Strongholds up next, and if you aren't making pushes together on that map, you're going to be in trouble. You can't just be fighting individual battles.
Yeah. The lines of sight aren't that great if you're not rotating together or rotating properly, and trying to predict those spawns. And then obviously you want to take advantage of the power weapons. Railgun's going to be every 2 minutes, and against the good teams, you can't even afford to just send one player up there waiting. You really need to have your angles covered. You need to know when to expect the other team to be pushing there. Send multiple people and know where you're going to be applying pressure for it, because that Railgun's going to dominate the game. It's going to control the halls and allow your team to rotate around. So, they really got to be working well together to be able to win this game type.
So if you had to pinpoint one thing that Chattanooga Shade Squad is doing massively wrong, what would you say? If you're their coach right now, you're saying, guys, we need to be sticking together. We need to stay
playing
level.
super fast. It looks
Too
like they're
fast?
playing too fast. But again, communication is so important. I mean, communication is what directly leads to your awareness as a player, of where you are supposed to be, where the other team is, when things are getting accomplished objectively, or in positioning or power weapons or power-ups. So it's really hard for us to kind of know exactly what to do without that communication.
Not hearing how they're talking and what they're doing or their overall strategy at the beginning of the game. Maybe they do like it super fast-paced where they make it chaotic, and Threes Up has been trying to slow it down.
It worked well at the start of that game, absolutely, but it seems like they just need to kind of slow things down and know when to, finish collapsing on those spawns and when to take advantage of the opportunities they have, because they certainly had those opportunities last game and weren't able to do so.
Well, I hate to cut you off, but we have this game started. We're going to kick things off again with Bomix. He is grabbing that BR base stronghold, and he's in the bomb side of the map.
Ends up getting taken out. This is a pretty great flank immediately off the start. Looks like they're going for BR base. We see, I was going to say 2 solo captures. I like the play to get the kill there, but he tried to solo cap in basement, which is almost never going to work. Solo capping is not a good idea on this map. He gets taken out pretty easily as Chat retains control of that BR base.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that on Rig here, where it's so important to get those crucial kills, whether players over at Carbine or whether they're over near Nest, and getting those kills and then getting the capture together as a team.
Yep, this is a good job by Rami here, trying to make sure they're finished clearing out this base. Bomax is going to make him, take some time there to finish the kill. You always want to make the other team take as much time as possible to finish clearing out, so that's a good job there, knowing he was kind of surrounded. Looks like players are trying to take things a bit slower. Rami picking up another kill with that shotgun. I think he's going to be out of ammo, but...
I like this, though, staying alive. So one thing
job.
that's really tough here also, once you get down on the back foot on Rick Strongholds, is another team gets shotgun. If they can just run that as a cycle right now, Rami's going to know exactly when it's coming back up and can tell his teammates. We're going to see what Mike and the Chattanooga Shade Squad can do to try and break this setup.
Great shots by Mike, trying to solo cap Nest here. That's okay, though, because he has his teammate on that overlook spot, trying to help him with the other team. Looks like they're trying to push Engine over here. I didn't really like that push from Rami. He kind of went a little fast, maybe trying to help a teammate out in the halls and then died there over by Snipe Spawn. So Mike pushing here and catches another player off guard as the rest of his team, Threes Up spawning on barrels, decides to back up. This is a great opportunity for them as they have 2 dead. A 3-on-2 advantage now as one of them is taken out. Mike trying to play things slow. Not sure if he has any help, but gets cleaned up by another spawner from barrels. You have to wonder where his teammates were if they were able to collapse around him there.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job not only getting that kill on P-Tizipe, but he just did a little good ring around the Rosie over by Carbine, even when he got his shields back. But you got to wonder, it's like, all right, he did so many things right, and in the end just didn't buy enough time for his teammates.
But that's the curious part, because it looks like they all spawned up barrels there. Mike, he was alone for so long, and even though he was alone for so long, his teammates across the map still didn't win that fight for the new railgun. We saw Munaz on Threes Up pick up that new railgun. Mike does have the camo for Chat here, so that's one advantage for them, but it looks like they're trying to defend this Nest stronghold wisely, trying to stay alive here. Going to get hunted down.
Just so many grenades flying at him. Mike somehow getting away. Great job by Mike staying alive, just buying time. This is the second time we've seen Mike fighting kind of these 2-on-1 situations or doing a great job distracting across the map.
Great job.
It seems like he should be buying so much time for his teammates that they should be able to take advantage of it.
And one of the best things you can do when you have camo, not just on this map but on any map, is always use it for the entire length. Using the entire camo is such an advantage. The last 10 or 15 seconds when you can hopefully gain control off of it and then push in on some spawns off of it. As we see him pick up another kill here, top Engine. This is a great job by him to use the entirety of that camo to lock down Engine side, and hopefully now it looks like he's going to try to push in for the triple cap maybe. And
it shows on the score though, like you said, that entire time they were down before he had that camo, he got that camo and the game turned around. One thing is it's not just important to only get those kills with the camo. It's just not only going to show on the stat screen. The fact that you're a presence on the map, that you're a threat all across where players can be looking for you, wasting time, that's opportunity time for your teammates to take advantage of.
I was going to say, I like this play, though. It looks like they are giving up control of basement to rotate over to BR, and he played it slow, which is maybe a possible team nade there to take him down. But I like the play. He could have gone to BR earlier. He played it slow and waited, allowing them to spawn up at BR. They were able to pick off a kill there and then collapse on BR. Not great that they're all spawning up here as Threes Up is going to take control of the map and both the Nest and basement strongholds.
Now, that's one interesting meta change that we've seen in the later part of Halo 5 compared to very early on, where teams, it almost felt taboo to go towards BR base. It was almost like, don't go over there, let them keep spawning inside. Now we've seen teams going for trip caps. We've seen teams sometimes purposefully giving up basement and rotating over and getting BR base. So that just goes to show the evolution of Halo 5 and its strategies.
Well, it's totally situational. But if you have that window of opportunity where you know you have the amount of players dead that are necessary, you have the right positions with your teammates, and have the teamwork to not just one person at a time, but at least 2 people capping that base, you know, you can force the spawns away from BR base to Carbine and have the angles to apply pressure right away, and then have 2 teammates still be able to push into trip cap there, because triple capping gets you complete control of the map. You're able to, you know, force those spawns as well as you want, and then collapse on them appropriately, and you just go on such a longer run. So many more points from triple capping.
Ooh, Eagle Eye right over there. Hidden Bomix, who was trying to make his way towards the nest unsuccessfully.
Taken down. His teammate, though, did have that railgun. We saw him pick up 2 kills there in the kill feed. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down, but I'm not sure if they have that railgun still.
No, and that was just, you got to give credit. Like, just because you have camo doesn't mean you can roam anywhere on the map. You're still going to be barely visible.
They had railgun, they had camo, but they're still not scoring points. That's somewhat of a misplay.
An absolute misplay. I mean, just the fact, I don't know. I feel like you can't just walk around in that vulnerable positions with camo for extended periods of time.
No, definitely not.
You have to expect that players are going to be able to see you at some point, or you're going to get in some sort of engagement. And, yeah, punished for it heavily.
Yeah, I like this play from PTS. I'm trying to get over to Carbine. He definitely had a call out, I would imagine. A great pickup on the kill on that barrel there on Mike. Is able to lock down the Carbine spawns. He didn't want to allow the other team to spawn up there, so his teammates, we see them predicting that BR base spawn, taken down by the Splinter Grenade. That's a team kill from Rami. That's going to be a big death. They were able to collapse around that and take over BR base, but unfortunately, the team kill makes it a numbers disadvantage here for a little while.
Yeah, a little bit mishap. I just wanted to praise their P-Tizite for a second, where I think a lot of other players would have just instantly, you know, had tunnel vision, gone straight for basement. Like, oh, the opponent left. I'm just going to grab basement by myself. Instead, he wanted to collapse in towards the center of the map with his teammates and then go back and get basement together. Instead, he met Rami's grenade to his face.
Unfortunately. But that is a great example right there of when to go help your teammates versus trying to solo cap. The opportunity and window of time to take that stronghold was there, but you know, his thought process was right to help his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we do see Munoz trying to get that single cap, and even though he has shotgun, eventually taken down by Destroyed. That's one of those situations we were talking about where why it's so tough sometimes when you're trying to solo cap vulnerable positions like the basement.
Yep. Still 2 strongholds in the favor of 3s up. They're going to lose BR, but in favor of basement as they want that ideal setup. We have Monster here with the railgun. Only a few shots left, but trying to pick off a few players. Gets an easy kill there. Will probably get picked off by the player pushing. Yes, he does, but this is going to leave, you know, another one-on-one over on barrel side, and it's less than ideal when now 3 dead for your team.
And that's a great sign to see on that left-hand mark where you just see 3 kills from your team, and you know your team is in great shape. So I'm trying to find any weaknesses we've really seen in 3s up so far. They seem to always make great overall decisions. There's been a few misexecutions, like we saw the fuel rod betrayal on Truth. We just saw the scatter grenade.
Here, though. I was about to say, you saw them pick up a few kills. He was backing up, trying to predict these spawns, wanted to block them, was able to catch a player off guard that just spawned up, but we see them pushing for the triple cap there. One player pushed or spawned out of position there, Carbine. Free kill while they take BR base. Now they're all spawning over at BR base. This will probably end up being game unless, you know, they're able to do a desperate rush barrels here to take over basement, which it looks like 3s up is also predicting.
Yeah, chat has to jump in, and they have to jump in now if they want a chance, and this is the moment they're looking for. However, at the exact same moment, clapping BR base, that is game over. 4-0 series.
This close. Could they have done it? Could they have come back? Reverse sweep if they won?
Here's the problem, though, is even if they cap that basement right there, even if they got that, there was already a player over at BR base.
Yeah.
So
it was a
3s up was always just one step ahead.
Yeah, they made really good rotations. We saw them multiple times get into position. They had control of the map. They would have both basement and nest, and then kind of position themselves in the halls, in areas to be able to get kills and then collapse. They didn't want to sit in the back of the map, but they were always aware of spawns. You know, they didn't allow the other team, when they had kills, to spawn up behind them and, you know, take over their setup. They didn't do anything, you know, out of control. So they really played at their pace that game, and it kind of showed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They just always were in the right positions. They were always a step ahead, even when they started to lose a stronghold. They were already rotating the other one, or they knew when they had to be on defense, when they'd be on offense. They always continuously punished Chattanooga Shade Squad. If Chattanooga Shade Squad pushed 3 or 4 players towards like elbow on rig strongholds there, they rotated and they took over BR base. They punished them in every single possible way. You can see the final scores at the bottom right there. That was a 4-0. Some of the games a little bit closer than the score shows. However, overall, It was a deserving 4-0. I mean, threes up,
yeah,
just
the
absolutely dominated.
The score of the first game is a little misleading. It was 180, but they had a significant lead and kind
They
of
were up by like 40 or 50
Yeah, they allowed them
early
back
on.
into the game there. But then the other 3 games were just control throughout, except for maybe the first minute or two of that truth game there. But
Yeah, so let's take a quick look at a few replays from the last match and see how threes up got that 4-0. And this is where Rami was holding down in the pit, just staying alive as long as possible. That accurate AR. I know AR used to be one of those weapons we used to kind of joke about back in the day, like Halo 1, people having like the big saw skills or whatever. But now, legitimately, you can win a significant higher percentage of your AR battles against other players, and it's pretty clear why when you see shots from Rami.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping we got one of the fuel rod betrayal here. Those are sometimes my favorite.
Would love
to watch.
See a good fuel rod, maybe a splinter betrayal or two if there are any in here.
And look at that, just thrust perfectly.
Important to note the use of his thrust there as well. I mean, just an excellent job, obviously, to position himself, to not give away his position beforehand because you want to catch players off guard, but then to use his thrust to his advantage just to try to get that easy kill. You always want to do that with those close-range weapons.
We've always talked about movement in even previous Halos, talk about like something like the Gandhi jump or how tough it was to kill Pistol in Halo 3. Now with all the movement mechanics in Halo 5, yes, the strong side.
Anytime. Green room, anytime.
But it's exacerbated here in Halo 5 now, where you have thrust, you have Spartan charge, you have ground pound, all these different movement mechanics that these players are experts at.
Yeah, and that's actually one thing you can see that sets some of the top players apart. Their use of stabilizing, as weird as it sounds, a lot of times to throw players off guard, throw them off their aim, especially if someone's trying to snipe. And even if you have rockets, if you're jumping off somewhere and they're trying to pick off an easy kill, and you just do a quick stabilize midair or something. I've seen some crazy plays based on movement and positioning that use stabilize to throw another player off. So
yeah, and before I get into my stabilize my troubles with stabilization, we're gonna quick look at the following series here. We're gonna be starting off once again with Empire Strongholds, Eden Slayer this time, Fathom Flag, Plaza Strongholds, Coliseum Slayer, Stasis Flag, and Regret Slayer.
Okay.
The teams I'll be watching is Elite Four versus Contagious, so we can see Cloudy Cloud in a squad try to break out of the losers semifinals.
All right, love me some Cloud. Scotty and I, obviously, we teamed together for a whole year back in Halo 3, but I'm a huge Cloud fan.
I'm not so much of a Cloud fan because I used to have to play against them, and like I look at it sort of like a weather report, like, ooh, how's next year's gonna go, Dave? Oh, not so well, man. Look a little cloudy.
With a chance of meatballs, maybe. I mean, Cloud was maybe the best Octagon player ever. I mean, you were pretty good yourself. I was fairly good. We played a lot. You always beat me, I remember. I was pretty good for not being a pro
decent,
player at Octagon.
But Cloud set the bar.
I mean, it's not even fun. It was not fun. It wasn't Halo, and it wasn't fun.
No.
Those are two things it wasn't. But he was good.
You got killed once, and you were guaranteed to die 4 times.
Oh, minimum
if not
4.
more. Minimum 4 because
he'd
always have to line up every single spot in Octagon.
Yeah.
And then plenty of times, if I got 4 kills in a row with Sniper on Octagon, I would go straight for Pistol, and I'd be like, all right, or for BR and try to get a kill after that. Cloud would just try to reload and go for a no-scope, and if he got that, it would be, he was just perfect with every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. But it'll be interesting to see how they do here. I haven't gotten to watch him nearly as often as I would have liked, for most of Halo 5. I've watched a decent amount of their team. I've obviously seen a fair amount of these open cups as well. But, clearly they're having to fight back through the losers bracket here. So not ideal for them.
No, they must have had a really rough series against Threes Up, but no surprise seeing how well Threes Up is playing today. They're just absolutely on fire.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they really controlled everything in that last series. So not much of a shocker that they're able to take out that first win over Elite Four.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I'm interested in watching Cloudy is I would like people to pay attention to this. Pay attention to Cloud's playstyle, and I would also compare it to kind of Snipedown's playstyle. He does this mindset where he's kind of like a little bit further back, always doing damage, and pushes up at the right moment with his team. But I feel like Cloud and Snipedown are sometimes those players that aren't like the furthest up in their teams. They're not the ones that are always like initiating the action, pushing up. They're the ones that kind of like do a great job of taking advantage, like when their teammates start to get in a scuffle and they push in and help get the double team, then push up as a squad. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, most definitely. I would say the thing that sets them apart would be positioning.
Positioning.
Eric has excellent positioning and is almost always aware of where his teammates are and knows what kind of positions to put himself in just to be able to inflict a lot of damage, get a lot of shots on people, whether it's cross-mapping or flanking to then finish kills, clean up kills, or apply a lot of pressure to spawners or something like that. I'm not as familiar with Cloud, but just based off his playstyle, which I am pretty familiar of, throughout Halo, I'd say they're definitely very, very similar.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So but it's also a perfect combination for Cloud having someone like Ryan Noob on the squad, because Ryan Noob's that aggressive player who makes action happen, and then Cloud can be in position right there to take advantage of it and help escort Ryan Noob when he's running the objective. I've praised Ryan Noob plenty of times, and he's one of the best objective players that we've seen come into the Halo scene in the past 5 years, without a doubt.
I'll never, ever forget the Halo Reach moment where Ryan Noob, I forget, was it Nexus? The map where there's like a river in the middle or something, and it was like you had to play the King of the Hill on Nexus, and we see Ryan Noob. It's really hard to break those side base setups. Most teams always accumulated all their time on these side bases, and in order to break a setup, the other team had full control. It had just moved. They're kind of screwed, and he nades himself twice and dies, suicide, and then spawns on the other side of the map, and they break the setup perfectly off of his one spawn. Unbelievable that it worked.
Yeah,
and
I
even want to try it first off. But
I can't think of ever having tried that outside of doing like Halo 1 spawns, because what happened back in H1 depends on the settings you'd have in certain cases where you could you'd have like no suicide penalty or something like that. But a lot of times if you spawn bomb room and damnation, it's like, all right, just jump right off the map and then get a good spawn up top.
Of course.
But yeah, Ryan Noob, one of the best strategist and objective players in the Halo scene currently, even though he's not in the pro bracket right now. I mean, it goes to show you have to have the right combinations, everything going for you. You need a great avenue, something like the open circuit presented by PGL here, where teams can play through, get themselves known, and potentially get picked up by a pro squad. You need to have the right teammates. One player themselves cannot do it. You put Lunchbox, Roy, Snipe Down AM in one of these open teams, they're not just going to instantly start winning the open events. You need to build and be on the same page with teammates.
Halo 5 is the most team-oriented Halo that we've had. And we were kind of talking about this earlier today. More often than not, in the old Halos, you could see a player who could totally take over a game, especially like a Team Slayer game. We still see that now, but, a player could go off with Snipe, go off, with objective games. And in Halo 5, it's just not nearly as often do you see a player completely outslay the other team for them to win. If that's usually happening, it's more often a problem than it is, helpful for their team.
Yeah, it's more so a discrepancy in probably skill levels between the two teams. In that case, if someone's able to go that high, or maybe they're just getting needless slays over and over again rather than pushing them for the objective. Because sure, if you're going insanely positive in Team Slayer and your team's winning by a lot, there's not a problem. There's not a problem.
But the margin is huge. But if it's a flag game and it's like a full-length flag game and you're getting all these kills, but it's still the final score is kind of close. There's some inefficiency there for the objective players.
Absolutely.
So you don't see that as often. Certainly, players can go off and it's just games are different now than they used to be. A player going 15-8 or 16-8 in Stronghold is huge. It indicates that they probably won 150 or less.
Yeah.
So.
I think the one thing that you and I talked before is like, all right, what do you need to be one of the top Halo players in the game right now? And the first thing I said is you need to have a certain level of a shot, without a doubt.
Yeah.
If you're below, let's set the barometer at a arbitrary value. It's like,
about
all right, if you're below that,
shot, right?
you need about like 10 times better than Towie's shot, and then anything below that level,
all I'm missing is the shot, though. So give me a little credit.
But outside of that, it's the decision making. Without doubt, decision making, positioning,
is so important. You just need to be able to know what spots need to be filled in, where is best to go, and then how to provide your teammates with the most amount of awareness that they can have off of your screen, and that comes down to communication. So being able to properly communicate, what you're doing while you're doing it, directing teammates, directing players that have power weapons or are trying to run the objective or positioning, that's almost all more important than your shot. Your shot is obviously important. You need a baseline.
You need a base
skill,
level for sure.
But having that decision making to know where to be and what to do is just crucial.
Yeah. And I think I should use a different word instead of baseline, because you need to have a ridiculously good shot. And then from there, the decision making at that point, because it's just I think that's one thing I take for granted now when I'm watching a lot of these players play. And
I mean,
maybe
it looks
critique and certain things.
automatic.
Yeah, it looks automatic, just how
looks-
good their shots are. I'm just
yeah.
like, oh, they should have done this. And it's like, well, at the same time, they shoot 10 times
Oh,
better than I could ever shoot.
I'm a
in Halo
total
5.
perfectionist. It's terrible. I mean, you can ask Eric because, you know, when we were still teaming, at least, I would watch his screen constantly. You know, we lived together for a long time, and I would, unfortunately, I'm a perfectionist. You know, I mean, he is too. Our team was perfectionists, and I would just, you know, I literally, I think on one game during one of our scrims on an Eden Team Slayer, he went like 19-4, and as soon as the game ends, I'm like, dude, like you needed to push spawns here. Like this is just, you did a terrible job. And he was like, I went 19-4. Like what do you want me to do? So there's always room to improve. That is one thing about Halo. No matter how much you win, there's still room to improve. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly important too with the players who have stayed on the scene for a long time that just don't go in and out, you know, for a few months or a year or whatever. They're the ones that are continually improving, continually adapting. They're never content. It's not like they get done with the games like, oh, we won that. There's nothing I could have done better. We won.
And you hear our team bicker about that all the time. Lunch and Roy, I mean, there's a little twin bickering.
Oh my God, I hate hearing reminders of that. Like just hearing them whine. Like at some point, like quit it out. Come on, let's play this next game.
But they are perfectionists too, so they just want, you know, to do the best.
Yes, absolutely. So we're gonna jump on with the objective player that I've been praising, Ryan Noob, trying to get towards top center. And we saw him do the exact same start last week when we saw him playing against Elite Four.
I like that start. He was able to jump out to top center there, get through the pit, and then come outside to help. I'm not sure what happened to the overfield exactly. Ryan Noob taken down by that splinter grenade. That's a great nade there as we see Cloud spawning up at tower, trying to push his way out, not sure where to go. Kind of
absolutely indecisive. He's like, oh, do I go red base? Do I go blue base? Do I go
but that's
pit?
Good.
Like,
He didn't overcommit to the wrong spot. He kind of took his time here before giving away his position.
That was the most indecisive. Like, that's me trying to figure out a restaurant with my girlfriend. They're like, oh, do you want to go over here? No, there.
Every time.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Like, I can understand not committing to something without, you know, considering the options. Yeah. But Cloud literally just looked at 3 different spots, went towards red again, and then decided to go towards pit. He was 100% double guessing himself that entire time.
Yep, but it looks like they were at least able to take over that blue base. 2 down now for them. Going to be 2-on-2 as they try to take over pit. I would guess this would be pretty hard to do as the spawners are going to be coming up behind them here. I like this play from Chaser. He's not giving away his position. That is a good play from him. Not poking out till he knows he can get a free kill. It's always going to be harder to take over that pit stronghold when you are at a numbers disadvantage. So great job by him to try to pick up those kills.
Yeah, and that saw is just so powerful. You get that jump on somebody, and there's not much they can do in that case. Like, there's a few other weapons where it's like, all right, you start to get lit up with the SMG, and they're going to be able to trade some damage, take down maybe half your shield. However, in this case, saw starts pelting you, and you are done for.
Yeah, great job by Firebird here. This is very, very disciplined. He's just, you know, holding down this VR spot, getting eyes on these guys as they try to push out. He's not unnecessarily moving around the map. He kind of knows his spot and knows what he should be doing. As his teammate is taken down, he's able to clean up that kill, makes his way over to the pit, trying to stop this stronghold here. Didn't have much ammo in the saw, so he's taken down. I'm not sure if they're going to lose this. They're trying to contest it. Do not get the reset there.
One thing I think we need to start talking about in the Halo community, though, is we need to start talking about gamer tags a little bit. Like Lil saying, like it's a pretty cool tag, but I mean, at some point you gotta respect the elders, man. They used to be saying, I mean, he's won national championships.
Maybe he's a really
actually
big
he never did win
fan, though.
He never did win a national championship, but regardless. I think the
he's
same
an
tag should be,
He's an all-timer. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yes, exactly. So I feel like that tag just needs to be kind of set. So I'm sorry, Tommy, but you know, Lil saying maybe he's paying respects to saying. So maybe I should look at it that way instead of jumping to conclusions.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really know. As they do lose this red base here, it looks like wisely Lil Saiyan is going to back down from that battle. Wisely tries to stay alive. It looks like this is a great flank here to try to take control of outside. This map, it is most important to try to hold down outside. Didn't have much ammo in the saw. Gets taken down. That's a really big win.
Yeah, and we can tell how he was being a bit conservative with that and ended up, I wouldn't say being totally punished for it because he had to. He only had limited ammo with the saw. However, in the end, just Ryan, who played that perfectly, ended up winning that battle, which I don't think he should have won.
Yeah, definitely not. Straight Stick making a good rotation over here. You see him looking for that DMR. I'm not sure why he's going back to tower as they have a triple cap, though. Tower is where
this
you
is
want
a spot
to
where you want to, yeah,
your team. I can't stand when I watch players that do this. And again, it's hard for me to say without hearing the communication. You don't necessarily know because clearly he has a great flank here to try to clean up these players. I want to see him push back in there and maybe take that stronghold with his team, or at least leave tower open, because you just always want them spawning a tower. You don't want to let them get out of that spawn trap because of your positioning.
Yeah, and I think that was the case, though, because we noticed this entire time, it seems like Straight Sick blocked them out of tower. They were still able to get blue base because of that, and now not only that, they're going to be able to get red base. So
yeah, I'm not sure if they got that red attic spawn or if they got the tower and then...
I think they got red alley spawn in that case.
Yeah, but either way, that's not ideal. I would have liked to see them, play that situation a little bit better, because the opportunity was there to go on a longer run with that triple cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes hard to realize if that was a mistake or not, because some people look at it and like see that Straight Stick got a double kill and eventually pushed over towards outside, but
that's
I agree.
Big win,
I think
though.
it was a mistake.
Yeah, with this overshield coming up, we see Ryanu pick up a double kill there. Big burn out of Trip. That's going to be 3 dead. I'm not sure if Ryanu, playing this slow, wisely knows that he can't just afford to push in there, give up an easy death, and backs up until they can get some more kills as a team. You don't want to overextend and then, allow the other team that room to take pit possibly. So unfortunately, looks like he's going to run out of ammo. I'm not sure if he knew that his AR was pretty low on ammo there, but he's going to be taken down. Cloud trying to desperate, able to put a player one shot, but gets cleaned up pretty easily. I'm not sure if that was the best play, but off spawn here, it's important to not let the other team go into a triple cap.
That time, Cloud had no hesitation trying to make that push there compared to the previous time.
I would imagine the calls were something along the lines of Scotty.
One shot in pit, get him. And
Scotty, contest pit. But they are able to take it back fairly quickly. I'm not sure what happened off spawn there as we were making fun of Cloud, but, he did something right. He bought his teammates some time off spawn. So as we see Renegade here taking over red base as his teammates are fighting to keep control of blue. It looks like that is halfway, possibly going up there as 2 players on his team die, so they will not hold this triple cap most likely. The reset comes in from
that
Ryan,
play.
though.
As soon as he sees that reset come in play,
That's a
Renegade back down.
big error on the other team there to not help their teammates off spawn and make sure they get blue, because you can't afford to not take that base. Having this triple cap for this long is so much more time.
Yeah, they are just getting almost a near insurmountable lead at this point, just continually racking up time. Renegade doing a good job trying to stay alive as long as he can.
Not sure how that player got to pit unseen. He got to pit unseen and jumped up to turbines to get that kill or shots on Ryan there, so that's a great job to kind of flank out there. They really needed to apply more pressure to their spawns. They got out of red pretty easily when they were in a triple cap. It's surprising to me that they got out of red so easily and then are able to get the kills to take over pit.
Yeah, and this could be a triple cap in favor of Contagious for the first time.
And this is kind of what I was saying during the last Empire game we watched. One thing that I think sets a lot of these teams apart from the top teams in the Pro League is the speed at which they play. And we see these players kind of flying to certain positions. We saw earlier when they did hold control for a while, it was a player locking down that BR spawn. But right now, players are kind of flying all over the place, kind of unaware, maybe getting caught off guard a little bit, and,
absolutely caught off guard. I mean, we saw right there that they had, a triple cap early on just for just a split second. They were unaware of where the spawns were, because we saw at the end there, I believe that was Chaser, who was just outside, got caught off guard from tower and from overshield. They just gave up too much.
Yeah, I went from one team from a triple cap to the other team having that triple cap, and then when they lose it, they lost 2 at the same time. So the speed of this game is really, really fast and hard to control for either team right now. It's 90 to 60, so still very, very possible to come back in this game, but you're going to have to hold control for longer than you have for the rest of the game so far.
Absolutely. And Straight Sick realizing that if he's just going trade for trade right now, kill for kill, doing
that
damage,
might do
it's going to go in their
3
favor.
dead there. They're going to have to desperate here.
And they have to go pit. They have no option to
Yep.
try flank around, go for the higher percentage play over at blue base. They just have to dive in pit immediately. Ryan Noob getting the melee on Firebirdly, getting shots on Chaser, and this is definitely over. That's going to be game number 1, going to Elite 4 over Contagious.
Yep, and off the start of that game, I think it was Contagious. They had a pretty decent lead. They won the opening battle. I think they got that OS, but they went up to like a 30-0 lead, and they kind of never got that much control again for the rest of that game.
Absolutely, and I didn't get a look at Slays before we left the game there. So what we'll have to do is next time I'm gonna have to pull that up at the end, because that's one story we haven't been told.
I kind of missed that.
I was spoiled last time. T Squared was out here and he was doing a killer job, just directing through, like pulling up stat screen.
To be fair, I never look at stats. Like when I'm watching film, I never really pay attention to who's actually finishing up with all the most kills or objectives.
Because at this point you're looking at the overall strategy. You're not hoping. You're almost hoping that there aren't these ridiculous, amazing plays, because you want to be able to look at the gameplay and say, what can we do decision-wise?
Off of a player making ridiculous plays. I mean, it helps. I would like to see ridiculous plays all the time.
That's what you want to see in tournament. That's what you want to push you over the edge and to
exactly.
seal the deal, and you want to win harder when those situations happen.
That's a great way of putting it. I mean, my job is not to look at stats, essentially. It's to try to figure out, based on strategy, why we are winning or losing. So.
Very cool. So we are at a 1-0 lead right now for Elite Four over Contagious. I expected Elite Four to be one of the teams in the finals,
Certainly.
but I also expected Elevate to be one of the teams in the finals. So
which round is this again?
This is the losers semis. So the winner of this is going to go on to play Chattanooga Shade Squad.
Wow.
So we're down to the final 4 teams at the moment.
Jeez, yeah.
So Elevate's not even in the top 4 this time.
That's got to be a little surprising.
Very surprising.
Right? I mean,
I'll have to. I'm not sure. I'm assuming they were still in this because when I looked at the bracket from top 8 on, I did not see them there. So maybe there's a small chance that they had maybe a roster shakeup. They're getting things figured out and aren't here. But
yeah,
I find that hard to believe. I mean, when you look at people who play the games much like Randall, like they're not just gonna be like,
no,
I'm not gonna game
I'm
this
just
weekend.
not gonna be in like this.
No,
cup.
he's gonna grind it. He's gonna be playing, get as many points as possible. Elevate actually got knocked out by Contagious. I just heard from the producer.
Wow. Okay, that's
so
surprising
Contagious
for
squad,
sure. I mean, they came in pretty hot. We saw them with the momentum kind of to start that game 1. So clearly, it seems like they were playing well. Tried to carry that into this game, but it's important to try to just brush off this, first game. Maybe it's just a poor game type for them.
Possibly, yeah. And I think just going into any sort of objective game against a squad like Elite Four, maybe this is very unfair, but I always seem to give whatever squad Ryan Noob is on the heads up, just a little edge
even,
on the team.
Ryan Noob.
Yeah, they have Ryan Noob on the squad, and he's
He has Ryan Noob. One of his biggest strengths has always been his awareness to know when to make those objective plays because he puts himself in a great position to be able to get away with those free flag pulls or free rotations that a lot of other players just don't take advantage of. So let's see how they kind of pull that off this game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they fare in Slayer because we are jumping on with Eden Team Slayer. This is Elite Four versus Contagious. Elite Four up 1-0 in this best of 7. Can Contagious bring it back, or are we gonna see the start of a 2-0?
Probably not going to be a lot of flag pulls or rotations in this game, huh?
No, definitely no flag pulls or rotations this one, but we're going to still see how they fare on a Team Slayer game type because they are completely different kinds of game types.
The last Eden Team Slayer I watched ended 45-44 as time expired. So,
well, we are in the open circuit right now, and I don't see that being the case, especially with the pace of the game we see at this moment.
Yeah, that is for sure. It looks like they do have all of Elite Four spawning up at red base here. Chaser wisely backing down, unable to get away. A great push from them to kind of all go outside here. An early lead, 5-0, now 5-1 for Contagious.
Yeah, no, this is interesting that we see Elite Four has a chance where they got a slay. They pushed out a red base, and they all opted to go to the exact same spot. And there they are, 3 members taken down, 2 by the snipe of Lil Sane and a rocket cross map.
I would have really liked to see some Hydra plays there. You never know what you're going to get with that.
Yeah, I've seen some epic ones. I think that was the one I saw on YouTube with you and Snipe Down, going, like the native one or something like that.
That was the best Hydra shot I've ever
Hydra
seen.
scene around the world.
It circled all around the entire Snipe Tower at Plaza.
So yeah, I think that's on Towie's YouTube channel if you guys want to check that out. It honestly was the most ridiculous Hydra shot I've ever seen. Just flew around in a circle on Plaza. It was absolutely amazing. But we are going to see if Elite Four can kind of claw back, get some presence on the map. I actually want to jump out with Lil Sane, who had Sniper earlier. He still does have it over at this blue base, like blue catwalk, and doing a great job rotating. Obviously, I missed most of the snipe action,
Already
seeing how he used up all that ammo. However, he's got a rocket in the pocket, so...
Kind of holding it. Is there any ammo left in that?
There was one rocket, I'm pretty sure. Maybe my old man eyesight's betraying me, but I thought there was one rocket. Yes, he does have one rocket in the chamber.
You do have some old eyes, don't you, Dave?
I do. I'm like, this is all right. Think of, man, I feel old talking about this stuff, but like I'm looking at health insurance stuff now and thinking about like, all right, am I gonna get LASIX? Am I gonna, go get a new prescription of contacts and stuff? Like these are the conversations I have now. I apologize to all my fans. I've let you down. I used to be this cool Halo gamer, and now I'm just like
I used to be a cool gamer.
I used to be a cool gamer back in the day.
You're still cool to me.
Thank you, thank you. That doesn't mean anything to me.
I am aware.
Well, as we were rambling, we see Lil Sane and the Contagious Squad off to a 17-9 lead. Trying to control this outside because in about 20 seconds, we are going to see new snipe coming up.
Yep, trying to lock down. That's a good kill there from Ryanoob. This tower, it's always important, in my opinion, to keep that shotgun control with your team throughout the game. You know, it's not on a static timer like the great nade from Ryanoob as he picks up the double kill with this shotgun, trying to push over towards blue. I'd like to see them collapse here. He's flying into blue, catches the player off guard. That's a great kill from him there, and it looks like they are able to fully collapse right as Sniper
all 4
spawns.
members taken down. Ryanoob being a factor in 3 of those deaths right there.
Unable to grab the snipe, though. Looks like he will sprint out for it. Gets taken down.
Wow.
You'd have to imagine they should have tried to play that a little differently instead of just risking it for the new snipe.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Ryan's calling that out right now because I did not see any members going over there immediately, but there it is. Sniper in the hands of Renegade. I did not see the shotgun, though. I thought Rhino had at least 1 bullet left of ammo, or maybe he decided not to put on respawn yet since they did not have tower under control.
Yeah, maybe he spawned up at blue and knew where it was, so he could have gone up to grab it. We don't know for sure, but like I was saying, you know, with that shotgun spawning, right, 10 seconds after you're out of ammo and drop it, so it's important to try to keep that in control of your team throughout the game, and that's one thing that we saw that Allegiance squad, when Halo 5 came out, be so good at. They would time all those weapons.
I like that play right there by Renegade and Cloudy Cloud, whose gamer tag is Scott right there. He did a great job just checking out that window in security, allowing Cloudy to just walk up the ramp. If anyone tried to shoot Cloud in that case, he was there for the play. So even though he did not get the kill there in that case, he was in great position, unlike right there at Blue Bend where he's taking down, giving up the sniper rifle, and getting his body shot.
A bit of an overextend there. You can't really afford to give up that death, unfortunately. All the way outside blue, obviously, you know, your teammate gets rocketed and you get double teamed. That's not ideal, but you're kind of a little too far out. Maybe take a better angle there. If those players are expecting you to be sniping there, try to snipe from somewhere they don't expect you to be.
Yeah, power weapons is one of those fine balances of finding how much do you help your teammates and how much do you have to play selfish. So in most cases, you have to err more towards the side of being selfish. Just for the fact is you cannot lose that weapon.
Players apart, absolutely. You can't afford to lose those weapons. So we do talk about that as well. Playing selfishly when you have power weapons, especially in a Team Slayer game, is very, very important.
Yes, and it doesn't mean you never help your teammates, stuff like that.
Right.
It's finding that right balance. Like, all right, I can help my teammate guard from here, but if you go a little bit further, I don't have an angle there. Otherwise, I'm exposing myself too far.
Yep, absolutely. As we see Trippy here, he's rotating over to blue, trying to get an angle on, maybe some players outside blue. He's getting some call-outs on the outside blue guys here, trying to put some shots down, not let them know that he's going to be sniping as well.
And now he lets them know, and he does get at least the body shot right there.
Not sure if that guy got cleaned up. Looks like he was able to trade, so they're able to take him down. Great snipe there.
Just finding some amazing angles. Cloudy peeking out of the wrong spot right there.
Looking a little too far out of the window.
Yes, so that is a 14-kill lead. Now, one thing we've seen is when sniper and weapons are in the hands of Contagious, they just pull ahead further and further. But in this case, when we see someone like Elite 4 get weapons in their hands, they don't get that much of a lead. They don't close it out too much. I mean, we saw them gain 1 or 2 kills when they had sniper in their hands, but it was so short-lived when Renegade gave it back up.
Yeah, it seems like that player was able to just flank over pretty easily and get a free kill on that sniper guy. I'm not sure where his teammates were or why he wasn't rotating or if they left for some reason, but that seemed like maybe a preventable death or lack of awareness on what was available or open to them. So as the sniper's taken down and these new rockets are spawning up, Chaser's going to try to pick these up, taken down immediately though.
That was a bit of a mistake. I mean, he knew there was a play over on bridge. He knew his teammate outside was taken down. It seemed like he was a bit indecisive. I think you have to just commit and try to get those kills first. That's going to be rockets in the hands of Straight Sick now because of that mistake and potentially Snipe. We did see a little hit marker right there, getting some damage. His teammate cleaned it up. Now he's pushing over towards blue to try to get that sniper, but eventually taken down.
That was a big death right there just because there's no other players in the area to clean him up. So finishing the kill there. The power weapons do still stay in their control. Only down 10 now, though, as they're trying to find their way back into the game. But cleaning up that one-shot guy across map, that's a big kill.
Yes, absolutely. We are now seeing if Renegade can learn from his mistake earlier, play a bit more selfish, take a little peek up, kill that guy up at snipe, and not going to happen. Renegade still only has 3 bullets left. Didn't lose the weapons this time, but same time, I mean, a lot of times rocket on an unsuspecting player should be a kill.
He might have some more ammo than that. It looks like, yeah, he did have 8. Your old man eyes are lying.
Like I said, maybe that's more reason why I should get LASIX right there.
So great rotation from Renegade, though. Obviously, you want to try to run that sniper over to red when your teammates are spawning up, especially when they're dying over towards blue or the other team is collapsing. So Good job by him to recognize that. Still a very winnable game. Not out of their control yet. As we see, it looks like they are trying to push Contagious all through tower, taking over tower control. I like this push that I'm seeing.
Yeah, not a bad push, but right now the thing that Elite Four need to do is just slow the game down purely. You have Sniper in your hands. You can get pick after pick. We do see rockets come up in 20 seconds, so I would actually like to see Renegade outside to help kill people over at Blue Bend. Instead, he opts to try to go for Catwalk and get some other angle.
I was going to say, I just saw his teammate crouching below him. I don't like the crouch play. They do, it seems, have control of turbines, so his teammate's already outside. He may be getting callouts there. He may not be. I like his positioning right now, but Ryan
going over to people on the rockets.
Yeah, Ryan needs to come over towards turbines to help for these rockets. They can't afford to give these up.
Right there, they had the weapons. They had all the time in the world to set up outside and get control of those, but they opted to send one towards Catwalk/security. They opted to have their sniper over at red base. I feel like that was a massive mistake.
Yeah, but at the same time, right now, we see Ryan. His positioning was to go towards tower. He was the player that was crouching and flanking, and then he went through to blue. So this is forcing the entire team, all of them, they're outside. They do still have these rockets, but Ryan is forcing them there. It looks like Renegade taken down. Possibly not helpful for his team that the other team was pushed out of blue. I would have liked to see maybe Ryan help set up for those rockets instead of taking that flank.
I agree with that entirely. I mean, even if Ryan was going for the flank, I think Renegade had to be outside. They had to have at least 3 members outside. And
at least 3. I think they lost the battle outside 3-on-2
because they had the positioning outside, and they could have forced them all to funnel through just those stairs or towards Blue Bend, and they kind of gave up the great position they had. I think this game is pretty much over. I see Contagious tying the series up 1-1.
At this point, it would take some sort of a miracle. 47-35 with only 3 minutes left. Never say never, though.
I'm saying never, man. It's a really tough situation because I could even if Elite Four had Sniper, Rockets, Overshield, it's still a tough win to try to come back 15 kills and take into account that they don't have all 3 of those.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be unbelievably aggressive and not giving up deaths in order to, have any sort of a comeback in, the 15-2 mark. They can only give up 2 deaths and still win the game. So the only way to do that is to get your pick and then be very, very aggressive on spawns, collapsing over and over again. And that's just not going to happen with this amount of time left.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, and it's also tough too because Contagious are playing this so well. They're just slowing it down. They have Sniper in their hands. They have Shotgun. They're allowing Elite Four to have to push to them and make every single play perfectly. And right there, we see a kill from Trippy, a snipe from Lil Sane, and that's game over.
Take a look at these stats here if we can. Trippy going 19-9. We didn't get a chance to see how positive they were in the first part of that game, but that is a great job there. Plus 10 in a Slayer game, you're usually going to win.
Yeah, I mean, they also walked away with 26 assists in that round. I mean, that's pretty good. At what is that? Like 52% of their kills were assisted, and that's taking into account all the times they had Sniper, all the times they had Rockets, where a lot of those are really tough to have assisted kills.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other end of the spectrum, we did see Cloud with a 3-15. So I know a thing about teammates with 3-15 in Game 2 Slayers.
That's rough, and it happens from time to time. So just because the person goes like 3-15 in a Slayer doesn't mean they're that bad of a player. I was pretty bad back in the day sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean, you just have to turn it around. I mean, Scotty's been playing for forever. He obviously is just going to shrug this game off. And it's hard to say, we didn't get to see his screen too often. Maybe he was, kind of hung out to dry on a few pushes, or he was, on a bad spawn cycle or something. That can certainly happen. But yeah, and you just got to treat every game new. You can't really take anything away from, a poor performance. You just got to try to play the next game.
Yeah, and Slayer is one of those tough ones, especially when it starts to slow down, to get those going. Where
it's real hard in the slowdowns too.
Mm-hmm. That's why one thing that's really nice about objective games, or especially certain stronghold ones, where the action happens nonstop. Like if you start off a little slow, a little cold, it's okay because you can make up for that. You can get killing sprees, killing frenzies later in the game. Whereas Slayer slows down so much where you have to do everything perfect to get one of your kills. And you make one small misstep, you can get sniped. You're gonna walk into a shotgun. You're gonna get grenaded and finished off. There's just so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, no kidding. And especially if you are that player caught on that spawn cycle. It can get rough. That was always my excuse, though. Like, when the game
it's the spawn
when the game
cycle.
ends,
you guys
it's like,
know.
Tao, you went 5-18. It's like, dude, I was on the worst spawn cycle that game. It's like, sometimes you can't really tell, so you just got to say that as an excuse. They're just words.
Absolutely. So we're gonna have to try to jump on with Cloudy here at the start of this next game and see if he gets one of those unfortunate spawn cycles that Towie claims
I know
to have
from experience they're rough, real rough.
I don't remember what game 3 was. We'll see here in just 1 second, but
Capture the flag.
it's got to be a
give you that.
CTF. CTF on Fathom, which we have
Okay.
not seen yet today.
We have not.
We haven't seen Fathom in all today, so this
No.
will be a nice little treat. We've only seen 4 games, so I guess I'm not too surprised that we haven't seen
You're freaking
most.
out. It's going to come down to the railgun, obviously, and camo, but it's going to be important to note, how efficient these teams are objectively, because we saw, Contagious take over the Slayer game, but not be as efficient in the objective game. So obviously on Fathom, it's important to get those flag pulls out fast before the other team all spawns up in their base.
And here I'm sticking on with Cloudy, see how he starts it off, and I just want to point out how I feel he's a similar player in style when it comes to Snipe Down. He has just this incredible shot. He knows how to take advantage of when his teammates have pushed up and done damage to other players, and he's just always in great position to help out. So right now you notice how he can do shots across the map. He's the furthest back. He can also help over at elbow if that player pushes it from treehouse side.
Yep, and I really like this play, both from Cloud, and I think that's Ryan Noob that was over there. You cannot afford to push out of your base on this game type when the other team is in your treehouse. By pushing, if you happen to die or you push out and they push in, that's going to influence those spawns, and they're going to be able to get that flag pull out for free. So, they both made sure to come back and not allow that player to get into their base there, which is exactly what you want to do.
And look at Ryanoob, just his awareness. He just knows that he doesn't see a player come towards treehouse to get him, and almost going for that ground pound.
Down the ground pound, trying to do as much damage as he can before he can, die with that railgun.
But the point I was getting across was that he knows that nobody's pushing towards treehouse side of him, so he knows that the players on their team are still getting towards top center. They have to jump up one of the 2 spots. Either it's the very center ledge or that ledge that's closer towards treehouse side.
Yep, absolutely.
He just laid down grenades, just waiting for them to come up. And although they didn't hit, it just goes to show the level of awareness that someone like Ryanoob has in this game.
I was going to say, it's Cloud taken down here. That's going to be 2 dead. Ryanoob making his way to his treehouse, trying to play things a bit slower here. I like this play from him. Neither team really has much control. Able to pick up a free kill on Firebird there. Has to wait for the splinter grenade before pushing in, as we see Cloud trying to push through Silo there. Decides to not wait. Opts to jump over and try to get some shots on these spawners. Cloud pushing in front of the base very quick. Didn't have any help there, and I think he got double teamed. So maybe they could have organized something there a bit better together. Ryanoob trying to clean up the kill in this one shot, and does. It's important for him to stay alive up top.
Yeah, that splinter grenade, him trying to dodge that for a second, was interesting because he had hesitations there. It was like taking a bite of a hot, some hot food. Or
naturally.
The pizza's a little too hot, don't try. It's like, oh man, but I really want, okay, I'm just going to go for it.
You have
and
to.
burn the top of his mouth right there.
Ryanoob goes right in.
Yep, goes hard. And look at that movement, just sliding right down through there. Just those small little maneuvers that make him move across the map just slightly faster.
Yep, and I like this play. I'm actually going to stay on with Ryanoob. I was going to say something about this railgun, but he has the awareness to jump up for that camo right on time. 31 mark, so we'll see that come up again here in 2 minutes. They take down the railgun. That's a big kill.
Wow.
Gets taken down with camo rail, but able to take down 2 players in the meantime. Let's jump on board with Trippy, who has this railgun now, trying to clear out his treehouse.
Incredible shot right there. I felt like Cloudy was in a great position making that such a tough shot to hit, but Trippy just answering back and hitting that perfect angle. Now, this is an interesting part because I think Trippy is a little hesitant right now, not sure whether he should be pushing towards top center and grabbing help or trying to push in towards the base. So right there, he was idle for a good 8 seconds or so.
A long time. I was going to say I didn't like it initially. It's okay now, even though the other team is all spawning up in their base, he needs his teammates to collapse around him. I don't like this, though. He's just, backing down, blocking these silo spawns. He essentially gave away his position when he got the kill in treehouse and then stayed in treehouse through all of their spawns.
He's so hesitant. I mean, I can see waiting for teammates to try to push in and out, but now he's collapsing in.
Yep, very important to go now. He could have maybe gone top center and then collapsed faster by jumping through into the base, but, fast flag pulls are what usually win this game type. And they really didn't. They had the kills, but they didn't get that flag out fast enough and just weren't efficient.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, let's look at how different it is from someone's like Ryanoo's point of view. When if he gets an opportunity and gets a kill, you can see him probably closing in. Right there, he decides to back down because he took some damage and wants to get better positioning. But I can almost guarantee that if Ryanoob gets one of these kills over by Porch, he's just going to fly into the opposing base and put some pressure on the objective.
Yep, then the second, as you said that, the second a team of his got that kill, we saw in the kill feed, 1 player down, he knows it is his time to go.
Yes, and so he pushes into the flag. Always a threat on the objective. That's what Ryan is known for. Now, one thing is he's not running immediately. He knows how big of a pressure it is when you're on the opposing base. He's running it through, getting it all towards his yard. Just has this one last player to take care of. Fire Birdly is taken down, and looks like this should be an easy cap.
Yeah,
No problem.
A bit of a misplay on the run, but they had all of the slays, so it didn't really matter there. That last player kind of took a bad route. Firebird, when you're that first spawner up on the silo there, you have to go for the flagpole, so he had the right thought process, but he took a route in front of the base there that just allowed him to get put to one shot and then easily killed before he could get the flagpole out. So, sometimes it's best to know, and that's one thing that separates teams in the Pro League as well, just when to give up caps and fight for positioning. You have to know that you're playing the long game. You still have 7 minutes. You don't want to give up an unnecessary death. If you can regain map control off of them securing their cap, sometimes that's a lot better than trying to desperate for it unnecessarily when you don't have to.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I thought I saw a player there for a second, and Straight Stick was being insanely sneaky, taking down Lil Sane, eventually taken down by Chaser, who was hitting some amazing shots on Cloudy in his yard. I don't know where Straight Stick was. Did he have camo? Was he just crouched in that corner?
I'm not sure. I'm going to flip over to Trippy here as he has this railgun. It looks like only one shot left. Gets put to one shot from that grenade, so he'll have to back down as he knows a player is near him here, though. Taken down by that grenade, that's 2 players down quick. That's a big opportunity for them to push in for this flag here.
And I like this play by Cloudy, so this is one of those times where I was talking about sometimes he's maybe not the very first to push in, but his teammates pushed in, create an opportunity, and Cloudy is there to help clean up, trying to stay alive out front window, laying down some grenade towards the engine side.
So important for him to stay alive here. We saw they spawned up Generator when they had Scotty and his teammate were both on the flag. So getting that Generator spawn, that's very, very generous. They were able to stop that flagpole really from ever starting. If they had gotten that silo spawn, they would have had that flag out, and the battle would now be back in their base.
And so do you think it was a fortunate spawn, or do you think it was just miscommunication on where they should be blocking? Because I feel like in a lot of cases, you don't always have to block every single spot to have them spawn there. In most cases, they probably should have spawned silo.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of both, but I thought that they had that blocked, and maybe the player who was on the window, he jumped out of the window, so that allowed, Generator to be open. I'm not sure who that was. We were watching Cloud's point of view. He's on the elbow going towards the flag when we watched them spawn up Gen, so maybe a small mistake there, but they do still have a 1-0 lead. This camo coming up soon as players are going to be fighting for control here. I'm going to jump on board with Renegade. It looks like he's got this railgun, trying to play a bit of defense. If I had to guess, yeah, that's Ryanoob across the map there trying to do some magic with the flag as 2 players are kind of collapsing.
Yep, you see the red
him.
X. You see the red X on Ryan's name, and it's just one of those times where it might look like a fatuous play. You might think, like, why is he running the flag in this case? But I bet that Ryanoob got a kill over on that side of the map and decided the risk versus reward was there. He said, guess what? If we get one more kill on the way back, we're probably going to be able to get this cap.
It's a great play from Chaser, though. You saw him how slow he played that when he had camo in front of their base to get that pick kill. His teammate unable to get both of the kills there. There's still one player trapped on the Gen. If I'm Chaser, I maybe grab this flag and try to get out as fast as possible. Looks like he is put to one shot. Maybe gets the toss to his teammate. It's important to try to get this flag out as fast as possible, and it looks like 2 players are down. They're going to be able to continue this run.
Yeah, and that's a great play here from Firebirdly and the Contagious squad. I like the mindset where, in most cases, it's obviously Halo's always situational, but I would say as a good rule of thumb, in most cases it's good to run the flag fast at first, get it back to your half of the map, because once you're on your half, your team is going to be able to reinforce faster. You're going to spawn closer to the flag compared to the opposing team. So that way you can go kill for kill and eventually rally the flag back in.
Yep, definitely securing those caps. And that was a great return as well. It's always important to secure the returns. You can't allow that window of opportunity for those spawners to come up and maybe get a touch when it's sitting out in the open, If it's there, you definitely have to hop on it, preferably with, another teammate so it goes down faster. Just on your own in front of their spawns is always a little bit risky.
Look at Ryanoob doing the right balance of defense and immediately going on offense, trying to finish off that player at silo, gets the great nade on Firebirdly, and now just worrying about getting treehouse control. Great movement, staying alive, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryanoob get back up top or push in for a flag.
I like this angle here, though. He's expecting that player to spawn up Gen based on where his teammates are. Obviously, we don't have that communication, but by kind of, pre-aiming there to know that that player is going to be pushing there, he had players all around him and is still able to do a lot of damage, so...
And the main part to take away from that is there was 2 or 3 players focusing on Ryanoob there. That gives his teammates 2 or fewer players to be looking at his teammates now. So it's one of those things that's just this, it's not just an opportunity cost, but it's also attention cost where you have teammates not looking.
Yep, now I was about to say, I think this camo has spawned up or will be spawning up soon. I'm not sure on the exact time as we see Renegade. He has this railgun bottom center, forced to retreat and back up a little bit as their flag is pulled, but taken down pretty quickly. I'm going to stick on board with him. I'm not sure where this camo is at.
And I think he hit himself with that shot there. I could be incorrect. I'm not sure if it was
Looks
just a
like
grenade or just the railgun splash damage or not. But either way, Renegade has to make an amazing play right here because he only has this one shot left, and we see so many members of Contagious over at this blue treehouse.
I was going to say, it looks pretty familiar to the Towie railgun shot that I see so often.
Sorry you have to see that on a daily basis. I am sorry. That's
sometimes
must be
twice
rough.
daily. But this, I love this play. You know, he's able to turn the corner there. Didn't connect on that railgun shot, but caught a player off guard. They have no idea he's behind them. Shoots a player and unable to finish the kill, giving up his position here, though. I'm not sure if that was the best outcome, but I do like the positioning that he has.
Yeah, so one thing is obviously there could have been a better execution, a better outcome where he got the kill and then ran it, but the whole point is he can't leave his teammates hanging for too long. If he's on that flank, at some point he has to be a presence. Otherwise, he's leaving his teammates in a 3 versus 4 and hoping for them to get some sort of miraculous kill and then run the flag.
Yep, no, you're absolutely right. They did get this flag pull out. Unfortunately, did not get enough kills as Contagious was able to turn around and stop the run there. Renegade getting a little weak and being forced to back up. I'm not sure if we can kind of check out who might have this railgun that just came up somewhere. I think it was a member of Elite 4 that was on it.
Cloudy's right there.
It looks like it is down in the blue treehouse.
I'll scoot over and try to find who just picked it up.
Someone has it somewhere.
Firebirdly right there, taking it out of Cloudy Cloud's cold dead hands, top center.
Oh, caught off guard by a player in treehouse and dies, though, dropping it down to the pit. I'm still not sure about this camo. It maybe was burned previously. It looks like we see a player moving toward it top center, able to pick that up right now. If we can flip over to them and find out who has that camo. Renegade, not sure where that railgun ended up, but he'll have to play pretty sneaky with this camo. Only a minute left here with a 1-0 lead. It's just important to not let that flag out of your base.
That was almost a mistake right there. Trippy almost getting that kill over on Renegade, but I like this play, getting a kill or two on his side and pushing out. One thing I think teams make a mistake of is just playing absolutely too defensive. You can't just sit back over on your side. You're almost asking for the opposing team to collapse in on you and get a cap. So like this kill, every kill you get is going to make it so much more difficult for your opposing team to grab a flag.
Yeah, you cannot just give up half of the map, which is what we've seen sometimes when teams will try to turtle up or just kind of play defense in their base. You know, it's important to do this right now. This makes it so much more difficult and chaotic for the other team to really get control of anything and run in a flag to possibly tie.
Renegade is playing this so well. I love this. He's doing so much damage across the map, buying time. I also like the fact that he did not try to force a counter cap or just try to force a stalemate, because the reason I like him not doing that is in many cases, the times where you want to go for the counter cap or the stalemate sort of times where both teams are pulling flags is when your team is the one that's losing and you want to just buy time. I guess we are almost getting that stalemate situation now, so where the game could just end since flags are out, and there it is.
Yeah,
so
great job by him. You can't say enough. He won that individual battle, and then he knew to get back onto their flag because you have to block those generator spawns. And then on top of that, he knew the window of time based on spawns that he had to thrust slide to get that pull out. So great job by him. If we take a look at the stats here, Cloud a little bit on the low end compared to his teammates for kills here, but Renegade with 23.
Usually you think of Cloudy as like the Slayer type, and I mean he got 9 kills, but same time his team won, so you
they had
can't
control for the majority of the time too.
Yep, and that's the most important, just that W factor. I mean, I would happily have 2 kills in the game and win rather than have 50 kills in the game and lose.
I mean, sometimes
I think everyone would agree with that, but
I like
same
wins
time,
more than losses.
If you talk or you look at certain players' kind of play styles, even like Pro League, like no, I think some would be very happy just dropping 50 kills in their team losing and be like, oh, what's my team doing?
You'd be surprised. You'd definitely be surprised.
So that's going to make it a 2-1 series in favor of Elite 4 over Contagious. This is a best of 7 for those not. For those of you who just joined us, you should be watching the entire time, by the way, because this is awesome to watch this this open circuit scene. Old pros making their way back into the HCS Pro League, and new blood making a name for themselves.
Lots of it, too. There's a lot of new players for me that I'm not as familiar with here on the open circuit. So I'm really going to have to start paying much more attention to streams and scrims between a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I follow a bit of the streams, but I think I have the habit of always watching the same ones over and over again. So I need to broaden my
Likewise.
horizon.
I seem to watch a lot of EG. I don't know.
I don't know why you do that.
It's just weird how that works.
But like we said, we are jumping into Game 4. It is a 2-1 series. Elite Four over Contagious. I believe we have the game loading up right now, so that would be pretty sweet. Just get these rolling. It looks like it's going to be a Strongholds on Plaza. We're going to see how this one plays out. I haven't seen this one played out very recently at all. I think
I don't think we've had this yet here today.
No, definitely not today, and I didn't even see this last week, so this would be a great one to check out. We're going to kick things off with Ryan Noob, see where he goes towards, and it looks like he opts for Yard and maybe grabbing that shotty.
Yeah, they send 2 players Yard. I do like this as he moves up towards top guard and wants to cut off this angle for the overshield. Gets shot down. Great OS grab if that player's able to get away with it and stay on that ledge. Good job by Ryan Noob to know to not overextend here and give up Yard. Wants to make sure to shut that down immediately. Looks like he will wait to double cap this with his teammate before pushing out. I do like that play too.
I like it, and the other part about that earlier, though, was Ryan Noob opted just to go towards that yellow ledge and decided to help towards top center because he realizes that bottom middle and that sniper hill are so much more significantly tougher to get compared to the Yard.
Yeah, it looks like they won this battle, though, as only 2 players are alive, and you can expect these spawns to come up at Snipe Lift, and as they do, or as I say that, rather, they do spawn up Snipe Lift. Ryan, who kind of gets weak and dies in a position where I don't know if he should have there. He got really weak. His teammates maybe could have helped him clean that up, but I would have expected a collapse on these Snipe Lift spawns here, and it looks like they're able to get out fairly easily.
I would say that was great shots from Fire Birdley, getting shots from the other side, not panicking, and be able to finish off that last headshot on Ryan Noob, who, like you said, probably dropped down a little prematurely.
I might have been wrong. You know, maybe they're just taking a bit longer to collapse than I thought. You know, it seems like they do, as they put them into the triple cap now, they take over Nest. They did get the kills, but they kind of allowed them to push out a bit there. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a perfectionist and expected things to just happen immediately. Who knows? Yeah,
and that's one thing I've learned from casting is that I expect so much more of other players than I expected of myself. And
of course.
And now, now when I go back and play a game of Halo 5, I'm absolutely unaware, missing my shots and stuff, and I realize, like, yeah, I shouldn't be critiquing the pros and these top AMs nearly as much as I do.
That's why I don't even play.
But absolute domination. Still a trip cap, which is very rare to see here on Plaza because Yard should be one of those spots that if your team commits to it and sends 2, 3 members over there, it's going to be really tough to contest.
Yeah, and as we say that, we see Ryan Noob. I wanted to switch over to him. He got a great flank in here from the BR. They do go back into the trip cap. He got a double kill, and his teammate pushed in to help him secure that triple cap. So this is a great opportunity. Ryan Noob did die as his teammates are trying to secure this overshield that's coming up right now. Renegade picking that up at the 43 mark, or the camo rather. He does have camo shotgun. This is going to be hard to overcome.
Yeah, this is insanely tough because one thing you think about on Plaza Strongholds is that's tough enough to try to break out and get bottom middle and get the sniper stronghold. However, when you're having trouble just controlling Yard and having constant pressure on that, it's a whole new ball game.
I love the teamwork that we're seeing out of them there. Both of those players are kind of caught off guard by the player crouching behind them and the instant teamwork and team shot from Renegade. So 2 players spawning up in Yard. This is going to probably be a collapse as soon as they're able to get these kills here. Great job by him.
This seems too aggressive, but I mean, it's been working. They're up 60-0 for a reason. I just have a scare that we're going to see Contagious. They're going to just spawn out, get a spawn over at Nest.
Yeah, but I like what they're doing here. They're applying pressure to the spawners. They are not getting off their spawn for free. They're being forced to come back, essentially, just to secure this from being a triple cap. It's really preventing them from being able to push out of the map. As I say that, all 4 are forced to come back knowing that they continue to have the same problem of giving up Yard.
Look at that constant pressure by Elite Four, just absolutely throwing Contagious off their game. One player drew 4 members all the way back to Yard, completely stopping any sort of push out to the middle of the map, which is the most important part of the map.
Yep. Trippy on the glass spot here over towards the loop, trying to stay alive, able to lay some shots down on the guy at Snipe. I mean, I don't necessarily mind the fact that he's doing that damage, but he is cross-mapping to a guy that, you know, none of his teammates are in position to be able to kill. So maybe not the best idea to try to formulate a push out to try to cross-map, you know, that far away when no one can finish that kill.
And I guess I don't somewhat disagree with rotating back towards Yard to maybe get a kill because all of that pressure that's been happening the entire time. But right there, we see Trippy. Think about how much time he wasted. He stood there in glass, laid shots across the map, rotated all the way through Yard, through flowers, towards top center, and then gets killed. So he used, you know, 10 seconds just rotating.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity, though. They did get the kill, so it's going to be 3-on-3. Now 3-on-2 advantage for them. He gets the Spartan charge, but is taken down. Rhino picking up that camo. They had that time immediately. He has camo shotgun, only one shot left, but pushing in on their cafe spawns here. Rhino being nerdy as usual.
Yeah.
3 dead now. It's going to be tough to imagine them being able to come back in this game. They've had control the entire time for Elite Four.
Are we about to see 100-0? I mean, it's
we are
hard to
about
imagine that
see
we're
a
not going
100-0.
to.
They're putting them back into a triple cap as they continue to spawn up in Cafe.
This is game over.
This is game over. That was indecisive gameplay from the other team. If we take a look at the stats, only 1 kill from Trippy. I was a little worried we might see the
you hate
goose.
to see it happen. You do. I've you know, it's the first is admitting a problem, and I've been goosed before. I hate to admit it, but it's happened.
It happened once for me, but it's a funny story. It was at a tournament on the Dr. Pepper station playing against Lunch and Roy and Mason, and they put me up with people that were waiting in line to play with them on my team, and then they only called me out the entire Onslaught flag game. So it happened, unfortunately. But apart from that, I don't know.
So that was an absolutely rough game, and you could just tell how flustered Contagious were that last game because the most notable part to me was when Renegade was over near yard and just started to push up towards the stairs, push up towards the BR. 4 members came flying back from Flower, from Cafe, to get back towards yard. And it's like, okay, I think at some point, even if you do stop that trip cap, if you do stop that fight, at some point you have to have the bigger picture in mind that you have to get the center of the map. You have to get bottom mid. You have to get nest.
I mean, Elite Four had just a great sense of awareness for that entire game to know, you know, okay, are we going to push for the contest? No, we're going to give it up, then we're going to get our slays. And they were on the same page as the team the whole game. You didn't really see very often a player try to rush to stop them from taking it and then dying and then giving them that opportunity where it's a 4-on-3 for the other team. You know, they allowed them to take it and they got the kills and then just retook it again. So they kept control and they played and collapsed as a team just very, very effectively that whole game.
Yeah, just well played by them. And I know we keep talking about Ryan Newman, his objective game that he brings to his teams, but I think it's pretty apparent there how well they played that. They lost the one team Slayer that we've seen them play so far, which was on Eden, right? And then we've seen them win 3 objective games. So up here on Game 5 is going to be a team Slayer. It should be, I believe, if I remember how the format works in a best of 7.
How many years have you been playing Halo?
Well, no, in a best of 5, I know Game 5 should be Slayer.
I'm kidding. I know.
So I think it should be Slayer, I believe Stasis Flag, then Slayer is what I remember for the last part of this.
I think so. Yeah.
Either way, I'm probably wrong, and we're going to probably see some objective game that's not even Stasis Flag up next. But, yeah, we'll see when they get this game loaded up and ready.
4v4 CTF warm-up? You never know.
And it will be Coliseum Slayer, I just heard in my ear. So I was right for the first time today, I think. I did one thing right today.
It's more than me. You're 1-0.
All right,
so tell me about this goose that you've had, though. I'd like
Which
to know
one?
more. Oh, okay. I think I've seen. Was it a YouTube video or something?
Yeah, I was playing against the straight ripping quad host.
Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one to play against.
Playing against that four-player quad host is a pit flag, I want to say.
Okay.
Just
quick 2-minute.
It was unfortunate. Yeah, it was probably like a 3 or 4 minute game. Just nothing went well. I'm pretty sure it's on T-Squared YouTube channel if you guys wanna go down there, give it a thumbs
Advertising
down,
your
or
own goose.
flag
So
it.
look at this guy. He's just so generous.
It happened, man. If it happens,
Embrace
I'll admit to it.
You gotta embrace it.
I'll embrace it.
I still laugh.
I could lie and say I wasn't trying. I could lie and say someone's playing my account, but no, it happened. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and the second you say I'll never get goosed, the next game you're gonna get goosed.
It happens.
You can't ever say that. Admit that it's a possibility.
Even out there, kids remember that Ogre 2 has gotten goosed before. So
really?
Yes.
I'd like to hear this story.
I don't know the story, but I just saw him tweet it. He's like, it's been 13 years of playing Halo, and it finally happened.
I believe it. That's funny.
But here we go. See them squaring off here on Coliseum Slayer, kicking it off with Lil Sand, seeing what side he's going for. It looks like he was opting to go for snipe side, but decides to at least get a little angle and look over and see who's pushing up rockets.
I like this play, though, pushing over extremely quickly towards the other team's Fountain, trying to get a good flank. Got called out from that Rocket Street guy, so they kind of know where he is. Looks like they are they're going to push around him to leave him alone at snipe. Great job from Elite Four there to have the awareness to leave that player and hopefully come back to get this double team. He's able to, does not take down the player, gets one shot. His teammate is able to pick up the double kill, though. Great job from Firebird.
And then we see Straight Sick rotating over wisely with that sniper, starting to push away. But yeah, that was very interesting because we saw Lil Sane, what we thought was going to be a great flank off the bat, ended up leaving his teammates kind of out to dry for too long.
Yeah, and I'm going to flip over here to see if we can find Straight Sick sniping up in the rocket corner at blue base. Has Cloud by him. A player was trying to flank low, but he has that teammate watching his angles for him. Looking for those players that they kind of know where he's sniping here, so you might have to rotate as I say that, you know, he does move up the street to try to get a different angle on players.
Yeah, I feel like this top rocket area was something that I would definitely criticize Mickwin for all the time, saying it was a horrible positioning. I think it's a little better now that you have those little flaps at the top of rocket side where you can have so much more cover.
Yep.
However, I still don't think it's the spot to be with sniper rifle. I would much rather see him stay in this rocket corner, even towards his bridge, or else go towards top snipe bridge.
I think it depends. Right there he is. That was a great job to pick up the kill on the guy flanking behind him.
And he had scatter shot.
Unbelievable kill on Chaser. And he drops it for his teammate. What a guy. But still, sniping from this corner, I was going to say, is a great place to snipe from when they don't know that you're sniping from there. When they do know, it's pretty avoidable, and being able to rotate or get some angles to get, you know, pick off kills is very, very important. So especially with that, you know, cover that we have now, as I say that, he's taken down, though, by a player that pushed over, shooting his body a little bit.
I think he was just hitting some bad shots over towards that flag.
We don't really know.
Flag thing, but I guess for the drama aspect, we'll just say he was shooting his body.
We know drama.
But yeah, I think you named it right there perfectly right before it happened. You said it's not that great of a spot when they know you're there, and they just all flooded towards that blue rocket corner side and were able to take him out.
Yep. They avoided him pretty well. Trippy running those power weapons away to his teammates as they spawn up in the blue cave. Great job by him as the score is 11-13. It looks like they are all trapped in blue base as Trippy gets a red corner spawn. We'll see if Elite Four is able to collapse fully. As two of his teammates fall, Trippy trying to make his way back to snipe. I don't know if I like this. He's going out in the open when two players on his team are dead. His teammate not close enough for any help. He's going to just get picked off by that grenade. Maybe could have played that a little bit differently. Yeah,
and you got to question, like, you got to find that right balance once again of how fast do you back up your teammates and how slow do you have to take it when your teammates are taken down. And as good rule of thumb, if you're lower in numbers, play the game slow, hide a bit. If you get forced into a fight, sure, go for that trade. You have to fight in certain cases.
Yep.
However, in most cases, especially when you spawn at one of the bases in Coliseum, you can slow it down enough to where your teammates can spawn. I remember watching one of Roy's streams one of the times, and a player was asking, like, hey, what can I do to get better? I noticed you and EG are, you know, one of the top teams, and you always seem to make successful pushes. And what Roy said was, guess what? When you make a push with your team, it doesn't matter where the push is. You'd be surprised at how much more successful you are when you wait for everyone. Everyone usually gets in this mindset that Halo is this go, 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 never stop sort of game. And that is the case in, you know, most of the time. However, there are plenty of times where you can just slow it down and make a push as a four-man squad.
Yeah, the most important general rule that you can apply to that is just taking things, you know, fast when you do have an advantage in numbers, and then try to take things slow when you have the disadvantage, and regaining control of either the spawns or the map and getting the better power positions. So, as we say that, Ryan Noob here with the sniper taken down, though. Looks like maybe not a lot of control while he's sniping from Catwalk. Gets cross-mapped and taken down. I'm not sure where that ended up, but Cloud trying to push in on that sniper over here. Gets put to one shot and chased for the kill. Staying alive, Fountain, though. Great job by him.
Yeah, great job by Cloud, and I'm not sure if it was misplay by that member of Contagious, but either way, yeah, great job by Cloud to stay alive.
That's going to be two dead here. Lil Sand trying to force these spawns. Looks like they're expecting them to come up at blue, but he's kind of sitting. I would have liked to see them maybe play faster. You know, they just got two dead, and they haven't really moved where they are at all. They're letting them come to them, which isn't the greatest. You know, you see him getting cross-mapped now. He's going to be put to one shot, kind of out of the battle of trying to fight towards these guys over towards blue. This player is going to get pinched down bottom center, but still a good job to hold control. As two more players die, we see Trippy with the rockets as well, so good power weapon control out of Contagious in this battle.
Yeah, and yeah, it's interesting because you said how a lot of times when you have numbers, you want to collapse in, push in. I think Coliseum is one of those maps where you can, to a degree.
Yeah,
but I also do think in a lot of cases, you might just have to slow it down. That way you let them all four spawn in the same spot, or, you know, generally the same spot as you collapse in.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of that now by trying to take things slow. He's taken down by that splinter grenade, but we saw two players fall again. They've gone on like a 7 or 8 to 1 run here with these power weapons. it's important to know when you can and can't collapse. So based on the communication, maybe that they weren't going to collapse there and let them spawn up. If you have those power weapons, it's just best to play selfish and use those the best that you can.
And here we see all the members of Contagious spawning over at red base. Renegade trying to charge and take him down single-handedly. I guess he had at least one player back up because we saw some shots coming from Red Fountain over here by Ryan Noob, who's doing a great job with positioning, doing as much damage as possible. I think Ryan Noob is probably going to back down here, though, and try to get that sniper. Instead, he opts to try to see if a player pushes out in the open where he has the position advantage, and then decides to back down and try to get the sniper.
Smart play from Ryan Noob there. He was looking to see if he could maybe catch someone sprinting and get a free first shot on them to win that battle. So just, another nerdy play out of Ryan Noob.
And he's always known for doing those great plays where he allows players to make mistakes and he takes advantage of them.
Yeah.
It shines mostly in those objective games where he pulls a flag and you see just a person dive out in the middle of the map trying to return it, or try to sprint out in the complete open trying to cut off the flag where he gets an easy kill. But sometimes even here where he sets it up in Team Slayer games.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity from him here. It looks like that player, they killed 3 and were looking for the 4th and never found him. That's a good job by whoever that is on Contagious. Looks like they're crouch walking all the way over towards the grass area. They might have those rockets. Looks like they did have the rockets, but Cloud able to take that player down as 2 other players from Contagious are over here at Snipe. All of the action is everyone on the map seems to collapse over towards that Snipe side to secure these rockets. 37-31 lead for Elite Four.
And that's surprising to me because it just seems like Contagious were in much better position there. They had a lot more players over at Snipe side, and it seems like Ryan Noob was kind of a non-factor for most of that. He had a great couple shots and helped create an opportunity for Cloudy to take down the Rocket player early on, but for the most part, it just seemed like all of Contagious were together. So maybe they just bunched up too much, similar to what we saw in Plaza Strongholds, where they had too many players in the exact same location and just get collapsed on.
He's able to pick up a kill with that sticky grenade at least, but in that whole scenario, this whole battle that we just saw at Snipe, that came off of a fresh 3 dead for Contagious. Elite Four taking advantage of that and definitely extending their streak here. It's been a few trades back and forth, but when you have an 8-kill lead with only 8 to go, you can afford to take the trades, especially when you have the power weapons. So able to connect on a long-range rocket as he's taken down there. Not a lot of room for error left in the rest of this game.
No, this is kind of the reverse situation we saw on Eden Slayer, where Elite Four didn't have much room for error, and now that's kind of the case for Contagious. We are seeing Trippy with the scatter shot, getting a kill over at Snipe side. This could be the opportunity they need. This game isn't out of reach yet, but it's starting to get there.
Yeah, they just had 2 dead, able to pick up a kill on the 3rd, and Trippy, 1 shot, stays alive, and then connects on that perfect. This is their opportunity right here. They have map control and numbers. Really important to take advantage of these rockets coming up.
I think Straight Sick also had Sniper there, over on Rocket side. I did not see for certain, but I could have swore I saw from Trippy's POV where you saw that little reflection of the Sniper. So, and that wouldn't surprise me either because we saw Straight Sick with that Sniper over on that side earlier again, and that kind of just goes to show how vulnerable positions sometimes top rockets can be with that power weapon.
Yeah, and this was all broken by Ryan Noob flanking out, actually, picking up a kill in a one-on-one over in blue corner, and that allowed them to get off their spawns. They push over here with these rockets, ended up dying, and now Chaser has them, but a 46-42 kill lead because of Ryan Noob's positioning there to take out the player in blue corner and get his teammates off spawn.
And this is surprising. Chaser kind of respecting Ryan Noob too much and just completely backing down there when he has a superior weapon. I wouldn't say he has the best positioning, but he definitely has the weapon advantage, and a little bit of a miss there, taking down Renegade, but no harm, no foul. He's going to just get his shields back and still only wasted 1 rocket.
I was going to say, during all of this, though, they seem to have lost control of Snipe, as we see in the player outlines. 2 players have been at Snipe. Only 1 kill left in the game. You can't afford to give up Snipe control. There's so many different spots here. As he pushes over Pyramid, kind of unknown, and gets picked off by 2 players when it's that close of a game. He was in window for a long time with those rockets. He could have rotated back.
He was playing it so cautious earlier either.
Yeah,
He played so cautious, and then it comes down to that Sniper coming up, and it's that do or die moment. He jumps out, gets surprised by 2 players, and it's over.
Yeah, they had them on spawn, and 2 players pushed out. We saw Ryan Noob there in blue corner. I think they pushed through bottom center over towards Snipe, and they got Snipe control out of that. That's just a great play call to be able to push through there and just leave the rocket guy entirely. He kind of sat at blue base. Yeah, he picked up a kill, but his teammates were able to get a kill at Snipe and get out of their spawns, which is what you don't want if you're trying to make a comeback into the game. So great job from them to flank out there.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at those map scores from that last series. So if you're just joining us, Elite Four taking down Contagious 4-1. That squad is Cloud, Ryan Noob, Straight Sick, and Renegade. moving on to the losers bracket finals, where they're going to take on the Chattanooga Shade Squad.
Chattanooga Shade Squad. It's a great team name.
It is pretty good. I guess I want to know more of the story behind it because I know they went to like the event down in Chattanooga, and I'm not sure what kind of shady stuff happens. Sometimes
I
that
feel like
stuff
they might have
happens.
gotten shaded or something.
It must have.
I don't even know.
So maybe they all had different teams that backed out on them, or maybe they had shady teammates. But I would love to hear the story behind that. If someone could tweet it out to me, I'd love to hear. But we're going to take a quick look and see how Elite Four closed out that series against Contagious with this quick replay.
Take a look at the first clip on Empire Strongholds here. Renegade connecting on that long-range grenade.
And it's not just like he's only getting the double kill. That entire time, he was also capping the pit there. This is the Ryan who played that I loved here on Eden. Goes up against a rocking guy and says, guess what? Doesn't matter. Eat my splinter grenade. Gets the double kill reversal.
That was a huge play.
And then moves on over. Helps get a shot on this player. I believe it's cleaned up. No, actually got the one shot on it. And he did end up getting sniper shortly after that.
That shotgun is really powerful, huh?
Yeah, and especially with the respawn mechanic on it where you can just kind of run that over and over again. I remember hearing some frustration from Lunchbox where he was saying, one time we played against Rig, against Luminosity, Nate's new squad, and
Nate
had
always runs
shotgun,
that back.
Yeah.
Runs it back.
Nonstop.
He's been doing that since Halo 5 came out, and he was on that Allegiance team. I was saying that earlier. They used to be notorious for, when Scattershot was on Empire, running that back constantly. So always important to try to take advantage of that if you can.
How did he know this was here? Did he just hear the noise?
It's just such a good play. That had
because
to
I'd
have been
not see
maybe
it
a
pop up
call
on
out.
radar.
I didn't either. Had to have been a call out. He could have heard him. I don't know. But to
had to have heard him.
One, react in time, and two, get a ground pound on a scattershot guy who's flanking you, crouching behind you. That's just
that's
really,
a game changer.
I mean, that's a really big play.
I mean, when this team only lost by like 6 kills, was like 50-44 end game.
Yeah.
And one of those kills is a ground pound on a scattershot player when that person could have potentially taken away sniper and stop kill after kill. I mean, you can go for hours on hypotheticals in Halo F. What if this happened? But in the end, that still is just one kill and a power weapon.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that these guys start up their series soon because they should be ready to game. But sometimes you don't know about these gamers. Like sometimes they gotta.
You never know. Sometimes you get some weird breaks, like in between games. Like you'll be playing a series and all of a sudden someone goes yellow for 5 minutes. Like what's that about? I don't know.
You start up the series and like someone's not moving their teams. Like, oh yeah, I went to the bathroom. It's like, why didn't you tell me? Why did I wait starting this game? And yeah, there's so much lollygagging going on, as Pac would say, that go on with the Halo crew.
Well, love a good Pac line.
Yep, STK Pac, a Halo 1/Halo 2 pro.
Yeah,
I guess
he's been gaming. He's been gaming actually.
He's gonna game the rest of his life. He's the man.
I have a few, only because I've been talking with Tom so much. There's a few Pac lines that he's told me.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we can say. I don't know if they're stream appropriate sometimes. Pac.
The best is that he's been gaming and his girlfriend would kind of get annoyed that he's playing. He's like, oh, I can't talk now. I'm plugged into the Matrix. I'm plugged in.
He'll do that, or else he'll like one thing I love what Pac would do is he'd like get double kills. Babe, get over here. Let's got the sweet double. Get over here, babe. She's not gonna come see this guy. I'm actually destroying right now though, but
I'm just owning so hard.
J-Rock could be watching this right now.
Oh man, so many memories with them. That's funny.
I got the pleasure of landing with STK Pac every single weekend for about a year and a half or 2 years straight.
Oh my god, I've
in
heard
Halo
the
1
story.
Days. There's stories every
like the
Friday
garbage
weekend.
house or whatever it was called.
Yeah, the PS Trash LAN house. It was very unkept.
Oh boy,
it was.
I've been to a few trash LAN houses in my
This
day.
one takes the cake for sure.
Probably.
It was not very well kept, that's for sure. But the Halo there was some of the best years of my life. It was nonstop, amazing times, just hanging out with some people who I consider my great friends. I actually met up with one of the guys I used to land with all the time. Do you remember Clockwork from back in the day?
I never knew him.
You've
never
heard the
knew
name
him
though?
super well, but yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of
course.
those infamous Halo guys. He was a pro in the Halo 1 scene. If anyone's in the programming realm though, his name's Kosh. He made like all cast Visor, Clockwork mod.
I saw his.
He's done
Twitter
all these different
a while
mods.
ago. Yeah.
So he's
super big.
An insane program. We actually got lunch together, or dinner together, and talked about a bunch of old Halo 1 times, talked about good times, and it was great catching up because now I live out in Seattle area. He lives out in Seattle area.
Oh, does he?
So it's great, yeah.
Nice.
He's lived out there for
people in Seattle.
ever since he's been out in Seattle area for like 6 or 7 years. He used to work at Microsoft and stuff.
Seattle is the place to be.
I'm loving it out there.
That's the dream.
Yeah. For those that don't know, I moved out to Seattle recently and took a game design job out there. So I'm really
Yeah.
stoked and can't announce anything about our project, but I'm
I mean,
down.
that has to be really exciting, though.
Yeah, I'm really
You're,
excited.
you're just a real world guy now. We're lucky to have you here.
Working in a corporate office, man, I feel sometimes I
Those
feel
hours.
grateful. Sometimes I feel like I've lost my soul a little bit, but overall, I'm very thankful to
course.
be out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, I've gone from the corporate world in the last year now, taking time off work and then leaving my job to live in the Xfinity house.
Which is
So,
amazing. You showed me the video.
Unbelievable.
And
Yeah. If anyone on here hasn't seen the new EG Xfinity house, you can check it out on my YouTube channel. Just youtube.com/the Ryan Towie. But it's the last up to speed video we have. The first few minutes, you see everyone's like reactions to it. What was your first reaction when I kind of showed you like what they actually did with the place and how ridiculous
when I
it
saw it,
is?
I'm just like, all right, dude, where was this stuff when I was gaming? I would have loved to have like
that was
some
Tom's
sort of team
reaction. Well,
house.
back in my day.
Back in my house, back in my day, I'd have my own apartment and then just drive down to like the ogre's house. We'd
Carrying
land
the
there.
tube TVs.
Yep, bring my
through the
stuff
front
over.
door. It doesn't really even fit sometimes.
Oh man, so many good times. But like I said, we will be having come up soon. It will be Elite Four taking on the Chattanooga Shade Squad, who consists of Bomex, Destroyed, Nemesis, and Use. You need to change your name. Your name is Mike now. We're calling you that until you change
Mike.
it something there. Or
Yeah,
tell us how
had
to pronounce it.
Yeah, one or the other for sure. They kind of underwhelmed in that series earlier.
Well, that or Threes Up was just playing that incredible.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's definitely hard to tell, especially without the communication. But, they really got to bounce back. It's another best of 7 here. So they have the opportunity. Thankfully, it's double elimination. I'm always in favor of double elimination brackets.
Yeah. And
No bias at all in previous tournaments that I've been to or anything like that. But when in doubt, I still feel double elimination will yield the most competitive results.
it does. However, there are great counter arguments to it where you look at pretty much most major sporting sort of events, something like, NFL when it gets to playoff time, it's just single them there. You play the best of series. You look at any tennis event, any March Madness, anything like that. But at the same time, I think we have to go with what is the most consistent results when we're talking about gaming because we have not nearly as many events. And let's be honest, most of the top pro gamers aren't making millions of dollars. We can talk about certain top players, like we can talk about CLG last year winning the $1 million prize pool. That's great. However, it's a different story when it comes to other teams that aren't placing first, and you want to have as consistent results as possible because prize money was my living for like 8 years, and there'd be times where if I got knocked out early in the tournament,
it was not great.
Had a way to claw back with double elimination bracket and at least get a more accurate place.
Thankfully, yeah. I mean, especially when there's any sort of like random variables that go into the seeding for a single elimination bracket.
Yeah.
So I don't want to dwell on any of my past tournaments that have involved these types of bracket layouts, though. So I'm really looking forward to the future, and hopefully all brackets will consist of double elimination formats.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but I think Halo is in some great hands. We have some, this open circuit hosted by PGL. We have ESL hosting parts of the HCS Pro League.
We're in a really good spot. We're in
Yeah.
a really good spot right now.
Absolutely. So, I wish back in the day I could watch, Halo open bracket all the time or watch Pro League on a weekly basis to see teams playing for something substantial.
It's crazy. I mean, back in the day, for so long, there weren't even players streaming. I mean, you just call your action at the tournament, and you had to go to the tournament. You couldn't afford to not go to tournaments. So that's why I'm so glad we have these open events again.
Yeah, and so I think I heard from a producer that these teams are getting in the lobby, probably taking their sweet old time. If I had to
Somebody's
guess.
sitting on yellow team, not changing right now. Someone's doing something for sure.
They're just taking their sweet old time. Someone's finishing up, eating dinner, doing something like that, and just letting us fill up time.
Well, while we have
nonsense.
this time, what is your favorite Lunchbox and Roy twin bickering moment that you can remember?
Oh man, I'm trying to think of a specific one.
I have so many. I thought of the question.
How about
to
you
ask
start off?
And I couldn't even think of the best one for me.
Yeah, you start off with one of them. Doesn't have to be your best one. And then I'll re-spark my memory about one of them bickering.
Usually hearing them argue about the opening starts to games, we don't try to mix up our starts, but sometimes someone will go in like a different spot maybe than what we talked about, or they'll just in general be in a different place than the other one expects. And instead of like, dude, like, why'd you go there? How'd you end up in that position? It's like, you're such an idiot. How could you ever think that this was the spot to go? And it's like, no, like 0 to 100, like instantly. Like you couldn't be any dumber for having done what you just did without telling me.
Yeah, I would say like I've heard that phrase many times, and they're like, "You are an idiot," and just
You were honestly so stupid.
And then I just remember so many times be like, "Oh, he's so bad." Like, oh, sorry, we would have had that, but Lunchbox is so bad. Like where I would say sometimes, and just
I've heard that one.
it spirals out of control. And there's something about when you're teaming twins that you can't step in the middle of that in most cases. Like, all right, they're brothers.
Really
they've
can't.
been living with each other for
you lived that with Tom
20
and Dan
plus years
forever.
Yeah, and like as soon as they start going at us, like. Well, let those two duke it out, and then they just like trying to win over like me and Sane or me and Strongside as they talk about like, oh, didn't you see how bad that push was by Tom?
Come on, trying to get you.
I'm like,
get
I'm not
you on
getting
board
involved
to
with
double
this.
up on them.
I'm not getting involved with this.
Oh man, unfortunately, they always try to look at me, and then I'm now in the third twin role, so I'm like impartial. It's
You're
like
the mediator.
It's like, well, what did you think about this? And it's like I say my opinion. It's like, well, you're just wrong. You're stupid too. It's like, I can't really be right in these situations. So.
Oh man. So how are you feeling about the squad right now though? Because one thing we were talking about is you said it's a big change. Like you guys had some trouble this offseason where Lunch and Roy, which of all players, like some of the winningest players in Halo history and some of the top players right now, had trouble getting teammates that they wanted.
Yeah, I mean there was definitely a lot of interest, but it was just interesting to me how the rest of the pro player community really treated like the free agency, finding a team, forming a team, how those conversations went down. And I'm not sure what I can really attribute that to, whether it's, longevity and, how we have a veteran team or the maturity in, players or anything like that. But definitely a little surprising how things initially went down. But with our team now, I mean, I love our team now. I've been friends with both of Ninja and Victory for forever. I've actually known Cam since maybe I was like 15. Like we started playing when neither of us had like been to tournaments. Like I've known Cam since I was in 9th or 10th grade or something like that. So to still be on a team when I'm 25 is a little weird.
That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, I remember playing against Cam like early in Halo 2 at some non-MLG event, and then obviously landing against him all the time back when he was with the they weren't called Instinct. What was it called prior to that? When it was
FBI something?
Yes,
the agency
days. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I could not remember the agency squad. Getting a little note from my producer. Thank you very much. Telling us the game types that we'll be seeing on this next one. This is going to be the losers finals between Elite Four and Chattanooga Shade Squad. The maps and the game types I have right here. Do you want to hear them?
I do.
You do? All right. We're going to start things off with a Coliseum CTF, followed by Slayer Eden, Strongholds on the Rig, CTF Truth, Slayer Plaza, Strongholds on Eden, and Slayer on Truth again.
First three again, Coliseum, CTF, and then Eden Slayer?
Correct. So in this overall best of 7, we do have Eden twice and Truth twice. So that could be very telling if we start to go towards, a Game 6 or potential Game 7. I usually favor the team that won the same map earlier, which it seems pretty obvious choice. But
I was going to say they have Eden Slayer there as Game 2 as well, which we saw Elite 4 struggle on. That was the one loss that they had in the last series. So maybe take their mistakes to heart, try to turn things around a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm trying to even pinpoint what the mistakes were on Eden. Like, were they just making it too fast when they didn't have control? Did they just get a little too...
They were a little out of position with, like, snipers. I remember Renegade had that sniper, didn't use it or position as a team. I don't think they positioned themselves well enough for, like, those rockets, for example, with the Ryanoob flank maybe. But they just didn't play well enough around the power weapons. And when it comes to Eden Team Slayers, specifically... power weapons are going to win you the game. On that one game that we had last week in Pro League, we saw like 2 or 3 sets of rockets up even at a time, because if that game slows down at the pace that it certainly can, weapons tend to stack on top of each other there. So controlling those power weapons, using those power weapons to get the new sets that are coming up is going to be how that game type is usually played.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. And I think you called it early on, though, saying how these open teams seem to be playing a lot more aggressive, a lot more fast-paced compared to maybe the teams in the Pro League where they're – and I don't know which way is the correct way, because I can understand where a team doesn't want to push out and try to give up free kills against the rocket, but I would much rather go out and if they're going to eventually probably get those rocket kills anyways, give them up early and then be able to contest the second set. So it's kind of like that Halo strategy where there is no exact right answer, because you can see both sides of the advantages and disadvantages.
Well, it comes down to just playing disciplined and knowing like what you can and can't get away with, when you do and don't have help, when you should or shouldn't overextend. and when you should be collapsing or allowing them to spawn in certain locations. So you see that awareness and you see that happening in the gameplay we're watching now, but a lot of times you see undisciplined plays where a player will get caught off guard when maybe he shouldn't be, or he's in a position where he's, he gets extremely weak when he doesn't have to be weak, and that allows that window of opportunity for the other team to be able to collapse or possibly finish the kill on him, or especially if it's, a sniper guy, then he's out of the picture watching certain areas of the map, so it creates the opportunity to push, which that's how we're seeing these games play out, kind of so fast-paced.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and I think these teams, they aren't maybe as organized, or we've even seen, especially the one that sticks out the most, I've brought it up a few times already, but when Contagious pushed back 4 members all towards Yard, you can tell they're not all on the same page that they should be getting the spots they need. But we are still waiting for these players to join up in a game.
What other funny stories can we talk about? We got to talk about something. This must be kind of boring here.
Let's see. Funny stories.
LAN network stories? Got to be a few good LAN network stories, maybe.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. So we talked about that earlier when. So the PGL crew have been incredible as far as taking care of us when we come out here. Took us out to some great meals. Went to Topgolf last week. I think tonight we're going to get some nice Italian dinner and stuff before I have to fly out early tomorrow morning. But one thing they just threw out there is like, yeah, if you ever come down to Vegas, feel free to stay at our gaming house. You can stay there for free. It's like, which is an incredible offer.
Unbelievable.
And speaking of, last time I stayed at like a gaming house for free was like LAN Network, and I just remember Mr. P and the Pinocchios. They're the most generous people. They let everyone, come over and land their place.
Unbelievable.
Literally went to this LAN where there's 25 people staying over there. And so
it's the first time there?
Yes, very first time there.
I got a good first time there story too.
I'm grabbing a sleeping bag, grabbing a pillow, and couldn't find anywhere to sleep. Like it almost looked like a disaster zone where it's like.
Do you remember what time it was?
I don't remember.
It could be at any time. You don't even want to say 5 or 6 a.m. because that's probably early there. You probably were up until 1 or 2 p.m.
My guess is I was going to bed probably around 4 a.m., something like that, and trying to find a spot to sleep. Go sleep over by these arcade machines, and I wake up and Mr. P allows anyone to come there, so there's some people who maybe aren't as well known, at the Hill LAN, and I wake up and there's people taking pictures of me on the ground. I'm like, what the heck, man? I'm just trying to get some sleep. What? This is kind of messed up.
Curled up in a little ball.
Yeah, curled up under a thing, and then 1 or 2 hours later, after I'd just gotten a little bit of sleep, someone turns on the NBA Jam machine next to me. So they have all these arcade games.
What's the sound it makes?
All I heard was I know there's razzle-dazzle and stuff, but all I heard was just them slapping the table as hard as they can, wham, 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 wham. I don't want to knock off these amazing Xbox Elite controllers off the table at the moment, but that's what I woke up to was just somebody taking a picture of me while I was sleeping and somebody slapping the keys on NBA Jam as hard as they could. And that was one of the worst nights of sleep I ever got in my entire life.
You were underneath the statue of Han Solo frozen in carbonite, by the way. It's like an 8-foot-tall statue is looking down on you as you sleep in a little ball underneath. First night at the LAN network.
Yes, and surprisingly, that was the LAN networks were, or I should say unsurprisingly, they were some of the best times ever. I mean,
easily, they were amazing.
I wish I got to go and meet up with Mr. P and the crew more. They're such great people.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say enough. Everyone, you don't realize, when you're going to these LANs so often, seeing everyone so often, you just don't realize how great those moments are. And we don't really see, LANs like that at all anymore.
No.
So.
But speaking of great moments, we got this match started up. It's going to be Elite Four taking on the Chattanooga Shade Squad on Coliseum CTF.
That was quite the segue, Dave.
You think? Yeah, I've been getting pretty good at that. Good. And then I just then I kind of kill the energy a little bit after that.
Yeah, that's me. Great nade from the Splinter nade there. Straight stick coming over to pick up the sniper off spawn. Looks like the flag is going to get pulled out here as we see Mike trying to linger around, kind of throws it out, knowing he can't really run that yet because his team does not have the kills necessary. Looks like 2 of them are going to go down for Elite Four, though. They should try to run this flag fast. It's going to be 2 dead. They have the opportunity to do so. Good job there. They're going to pick up those rockets off spawn as well. This should be a cap and possibly a counter cap. Although they didn't come back, the last player alive is able to come in through window here and get the flag touch.
I still think they're in good shape because they have control Snipe Ridge, and unfortunately Mike was taken down. But anyways, I still think this should be a cap. We have seen Bomex pushing back, and I like this play going for rockets instead of just getting too desperate and going right for the flag cap. So instead, they not only get rockets, they get the flag cap, and they have I guess no more no more
Yeah,
control of
but
the map.
the alternative is that was the last guy alive, and they're all spawning up. They would have had control of the map, weapons in their base, and the cap on the board, and instead now they're getting slayed in their base, don't exactly have the weapon straight to taken out there in the rocket corner, as these rockets are finally going to make their way out of the flag. Just not ideal, but they were able to still secure the flag cap eventually.
Yeah, far from ideal, but overall, I like the great plays we've seen from Mike so far. That's Hughes, who we see on our screen right now. The reason I call him Mike is because I don't know how to fully pronounce that gamer tag. And
I'd rather not get it wrong.
Yeah, I'd rather not get it wrong, so I'll just call him Mike for now. But I liked his play from the beginning of that grab because what he did was grab that flag, tossed it out, and you saw how it created that panic. We saw how someone with as much experience as Straight Sick, he actually still got baited by that, looked over there, got caught off guard, and eventually taken down. And so it created that opportunity to keep that sniper focused on another part of the map, and they were eventually able to rally that flag all the way back.
Yep, and right now we have Renegade finishing clearing out a guy top rockets there, knows there's a player below him and clears out the weak guy here as well. Has this sniper that's been up since the beginning of the game, a few shots left only. Unable to connect with the no-scope. Trying to stay alive. He's going to need some help from his teammates spawning up. He knows the other team is going to spawn in the cave near him, or at least push him as he gets weak. Great grenade there to take down Mike. Going to have to push in on this flag guy, or this cave guy on the flag rather. The flag's still being run. Not sure. He's playing this incredibly patiently. That's a great play from Renegade, as all of Contagious, they're kind of desperating off spawn here to try to push out to stop that flag.
One thing to take note, though, was Renegade did get that kill over at Cave, but I would argue that it was the least important person on the entire map. If he could choose to kill any opponent, he went for the least important one because that person was so far back and a non-factor.
Yeah.
The other part that's really interested in me so far this match is when I've been watching most of the Pro League, the players are generally running flag towards snipe side, towards fountain side, while covering Cave. Whereas we've seen both caps so far this game, they've come through either bottom middle of the map or rocket side.
Two things I was going to say there. One, those rocket side runs usually are the result of an overextend. That's typically how you get those flag pulls out, and that's the route that you want to take when you are overextending. And the second thing I was going to say, you kind of heard great no-scope there to connect on that one, and the guy in Cave pushing in here to try to get the snipes on the spawning players in the corner. But back to the play when they were trying to run that flag, you get the sense I was a little hesitant to say what he was doing there because he kind of took himself out of the situation. Now, fast forward to this situation, we see a player sniping over here, connects with another no-scope. It takes two players all the time over here to come and clean him up. I'm not sure their team, they were able to put in the flag cap, so great job there. It's 2-2 now. Ryan sniping, trying to look for some spawning players, needs his teammates to come in behind him. Connects on the no-scope while getting shot. That's an unbelievable shot right there. He is dead if he doesn't connect with that shot. So
this sniper has been lucky for whoever's hands it is.
Absolutely.
Because,
I'm stuttering while I'm talking, watching these players snipe.
Yeah, there's Bomax got those amazing snipes, couple no-scopes. We see Ryan Noob pulling off some amazing plays, hitting a double kill right there. And if you know Ryan Noob, you know he's going for objective. I want to see what route he takes. He's going down middle bridge. And I'm surprised he's not going towards snipe side. I'm pretty sure
he has to have a call out from his teammates, maybe a guy top rockets to know that that's the route he wants to take. But while he's doing that, a player on his team also died, so it's a 4-on-2 for the other team. That's going to be 3 dead now. Straight Six taking down Renegade, maybe the last player alive. As they spawn up rocket corner, Ryan Noob ends up being possibly a good throw here, as there looks like they're going to get a flag touch. Don't really have much control to know what to do here. Renegade taking it bottom center, but gets taken down.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the route they wanted to take, and what just happened? Obviously, they must have pulled the...
Yeah, Renegade was getting the return there. They overextended to snipe side, and it looks like Ryan Noob off spawn. Rocket Corner was able to run that back in.
Yeah, I apologize for not following the action
of
that one.
Yeah, I wasn't following that well enough at all, but I mean, that was a really good run. He ended up just throwing it to his spawning teammates. I mean, they must have not had much snipe control, and he probably had a call out from his teammate that was top rockets, so ground pounding the flag down and just getting it as far as possible before you're dying is going to be the higher percentage play when you don't really have much control. So getting it to a position where his teammates just need to kind of fight for kills or buy some time so that the players spawning up can grab it is going to be the best play. And the error for Contagious there was when the flag was down bottom center, they kind of overextended just trying to get a pull when they could have totally fought for that return. You know, they had 2 dead. They didn't apply the pressure to the spawns. Those players got off that rocket corner spawn pretty easily, and that flag didn't really need to get grabbed from bottom center if they played that better. And instead, they went for the flag. They got it out to bottom center, but we saw Renegade at the end there. He got the return, and they ended up securing the cap. You know, that didn't look very cohesive as a team from Contagious at the end.
Yeah, that was partially my bad from following that wrong because I was slightly caught off guard. I thought that Renegade started to run the flag back
I was totally
towards,
off.
towards
I'm
Bob Snipe's
pretty
side.
sure I said that. So
No, yeah. So maybe I'll blame
me.
you.
Just blame me. But I followed it eventually.
Yeah, we found the end of this mystery. We solved that mystery. It was a little confusing at first, but yeah, I think one thing to take note from that was Ryan, who got a couple of kills, pushed the flag across the map as fast as he could, and most importantly, got it past that 50-yard mark with the ground pound. So he kind of moved as fast as possible
to get those returns. Yeah, when the flag is down like that, especially on a map like Coliseum. Like very often, you will see a team, you know, just try to get that flag over like silver, you know, just to the fountain area and try to play for kills from that point on because it's so hard to get that return. You not only need to slay the players that are in the middle of the map, but more often than not, you're going to get into battles with players that are then spawning even after you've gotten a few kills if you're trying to force that return. So Coliseum is a map that's pretty hard to get those returns. You got to, you know, hop on it with 2 people usually. If it's out in the open, you know, it's on that flag runner's responsibility to get that flag if you're going to die out to a place out in the open, but you got to play for the return there. You can't really play for the overextend flagpole scenario.
And if they are going to pull the overextend flagpole, they definitely don't want to pull it the same direction where their flag was. You want to almost like say, all right, your flag, you know, the opposing team's flag is on Rocket side. We can run it Snipe side where we possibly have more cover.
Yep.
And that's where he did have cover too, because that's where Renegade got taken down from. Remember, there was a guy over top Snipe.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you know, the slays ended up working out at the end of the game, but all I know is for sure it was a 4-on-2 advantage as they were pushing in to maybe get the return. Then it was a 3-on-1 because, you know, one player died on each team as they were spawning up, and it's kind of confusing how they got the flag out, but then also died and allowed the spawners to not only run the flag back, but also return the flag being run. Like, as a team, you have to do one or the other. You can't split up, and it looks like they split up, and that was the result.
Yeah, Elite Four seems to be much more comfortable in that chaos. They seem to thrive in that, where they seem to have players with knowing where they need to be and buying time and not making those pointless deaths, whereas it seems like they just got Contagious off guard. So we're going to be jumping into this second game already. It looks like they loaded up. It's going to be Slayer on Eden. This is the game type we saw Elite Four struggle with last series, whereas the only game type they lost. We're going to see if they can fix their mistakes this time and maybe do a better job of controlling the power weapons.
Yeah, and a lot of times if you end up playing the same game type, you know, in a following series or something, it's a lot easier than you would think to just, you know, maybe fix a few small mistakes or slow things down, you know, to how you need them to play it much, much better. So Ryan, off the start here, picking up this sniper rifle right off of its spawn, anticipating players to be coming out of this tower towards blue. Ends up connecting with a very nice quick scope on a player he was expecting to be there. Going to possibly challenge. It looks like he jumped up, trying to line up a no-scope there, gets taken down. Straight coming in with those rockets, however. Yeah, kind of baiting this area. Very smart play from him to take it slow.
One thing that was interesting in Ryan right there was he just tried to hide his head as much as he could around that little flap. Instead of just jumping out and hitting the random no-scope, he decided to try to buy as much time as possible, see if straight stick could possibly help him. Did not end up working out as we saw there.
Yeah, this is a great play. I like this play from Contagious. They are going to be 2 dead, 3 dead, unfortunately, so it didn't really work out. I'm not sure if it was executed too slowly or if people didn't push all the way through to red, but we saw them there. You know, Straight Stick was waiting inside blue, and they said, we're not going to go into blue. We have this snipe. Let's rotate to red. Everyone go through to red. And they kind of got caught in the middle in turbines there and all ended up dying. So 9-3 lead here for Elite Four. Straight Stick still with these rockets. I'm not sure where that sniper rifle went, but players kind of all over the map right now.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about Straight Stick's positioning there because I thought at first it was a great job pushing in towards red, getting ready to go kill players at security, anyone trying to flank out, and then he just opts to go back towards red bend when he had rockets and he knew that they were spawning security.
Yep, and he's still in the same position now. At this point, it's almost, you know, more important to maybe play for the new rockets. He's rotating back to blue. He obviously doesn't have an exact idea of where they are, but now he's coming into blue where his teammates are. You can't get trapped in blue. I don't like this play here. You got to play for these new rockets.
That was a mistake we saw last time. Remember, they had power weapons and they left outside. Remember where it was Straight Stick and I want to say, or it was Ryan who'd been Renegade who pushed towards tower when new rockets were coming up. And look at this. Once again, Elite Four give up control of outside. If you're wondering why they're making mistakes or possibly losing Eden Slayer games, I think your answer is right there. We had a player with 2 rockets left, was not even in the play when the new rockets were coming up.
Yeah, that could have been played a little bit better. I don't want to rail on him enough, but he is kind of buying some time right now, just taking things slow until he can get an easy pick. That's a quick kill there in on Nemesis. You know, it is important to kind of play selfishly when you have the rockets on this map. We've talked about that before, but, you know, you want to
What's more
use all
selfish
the
than getting more rockets, though?
That's a good point. I mean, you have to be there for the rockets, though.
I feel like that's playing selfishly, like saying, guess what, I have 2 rockets, but I want 4 more, so let's stay out here for a second.
Yep, kind of slides and thrusts into a quick death here, though. Unfortunate ending to that very long life.
Yeah, let's find out where Cloudy's at, because I'm pretty sure Cloud had Sniper left, and it looks like he took straight 6 rockets, so he has all the candy, and he's going to keep it for himself.
Yeah, it looks like this might be a little bit of a slow-paced Eden Slayer game, like I was talking about before, where these weapons can stack up as we see that new sniper spawning right now. Maybe Ryanoob trying to go for that and gets taken down. Another free death, possibly running out for that sniper on spawn. I like what Cloud is doing right now, though. This is what we did not see Straight do. He did go into red, come out of red, then rotate over to blue, but he didn't really play an area patiently. And right now, Cloud is kind of baiting the other team to come out by him and ready to help if necessary.
This is great because he allows the opponent to make an easy mistake right there.
Yep.
That shot was 100% connecting right there. No way to really stop it. And this maybe that that no scope was probably not the best high percentage shot to go for. But either way, he was just trying to
I do trust Scotty with that no-scope. I trust him with that.
All right, I guess a high percentage shot for a normal person to go for.
Yeah.
Someone like Cloudy is a little different.
Yeah, but at the same time here, I think this might be the new sniper Straight has running over towards tower, trying to get an angle on these rockets coming up. Able to help out this time as 3 players. He's able to connect with 2 of them. 3 players are trying to go for these rockets. Doesn't get the triple. Cloud, of course, stealing it.
I was going to say, Bomex should have maybe learned from the first 2. Is like, all right, I saw the last 2 guys try to grab these rockets, and they got killed immediately. I'm surprised to not see Bomex at least try to put a shot on towards Straight before even going for those.
Yep, and this is great awareness from him there to try to anticipate where a player might be pushing from. Unfortunately, misses by a second in catching that player crouching bottom red who's waiting for his teammates to spawn up. Kind of anticipating spawns to be here, throwing these pre-nades. Smart idea out of him, and is wisely rotating away. I like this play, especially when you have Sniper. You can't afford to give up a death when you should be expecting the spawn. So you want to run this back away from them and towards your teammates to just get into a location where the other team is not going to know where you're sniping from.
Yeah, a bit of a mis-execution there from Straight where he did not get the finish on that player who went towards overshoot. However, end of the day, he still has the sniper, still got away with it and pushed towards the right side, so his position is right. And there's a small bit of mis-execution, which I try not to harp on too much. I always try to look at the decision-making process compared to the execution part, because the execution part is kind of out of hand. At any point, like, you don't consciously miss shots. You miss shots and it just happens. Whereas decision-making, that's something that's a skill that can be refined and that you can always adapt and improve on.
Yeah, when reviewing film or trying to go over stuff to improve, it's not ever beneficial to try to, say, well, I mean, I got outshot here. This player, if he had just won this one individual battle, like in the grand scheme of things, it matters that you win your individual battles, but when trying to improve and talk about strategy and positioning, it's important to focus on your decision-making process.
Yeah, rather than saying, hey, I should have won this battle. It's like, what position could I have been in better that would have increased my odds of winning this battle?
Yeah.
Is this a fight that, even though I lost this battle, was the risk versus reward worth it? Yep. If I got this kill, we could have ran the flag, or was it not worth it? Do I lose a power weapon if I lose this fight? So there's a lot of different factors to take into account when going over gameplay.
Yep, not necessarily just how amazing somebody's shot is.
Absolutely not. Even though that is some of the most fun stuff to watch.
Oh, I love it.
Seeing Straight hitting that no-scope there on the shotgun player in blue 2.
Yeah, doing a great job of what they did not do in the previous game, though. Unfortunately, goes for the quick scope and gets perfected there with the light rifle. Taken down immediately by Renegade with those rockets. This is Elite Four with both rockets and that sniper as they all are spawning up outside red here. They do not know Destroyed is waiting down here with the shotgun, though.
Oh my god, I thought that was a snipe no-scope at first, so it's not as surprising with the rocket kill from Renegade. So I take away the oh my god.
It's a low-skill rocket and you freaked out. I've never seen such a freak out over a 4-foot rocket. But
yeah, that's so I'm taking that one back. It was a trade that was to be expected.
yeah, but I'd rather take that trade than get shottied and give up rockets. So not as bad as it could have been. We see Cloud here with the T2 combo, as it's known. Both rockets and sniper kind of patrolling, looking for some action. Not sure where they're going to be pushing from, anticipating outside. Maybe he has a call out. Only one rocket left, so that's why he's kind of being a little hesitant to push out. Knows that he doesn't have a lot of leeway or room for error in his positioning here. He might give up a death that he doesn't have to.
But in the end, Cloudy is pretty frugal with those weapons. He doesn't seem to put himself in too risky a position with them.
I know
right
him
there, so
well.
just take a couple shots. He backs down, and I like the way that Cloudy plays with these. Even though he's not hitting a few certain shots, and maybe not in the action in a couple different areas, Cloudy is very unlikely to lose the weapons for nothing. And just as I say that, he loses the weapon for nothing.
He's very frugal. That's the best word I've heard to describe a play style in a long time. So what do you think of this player? How does he play? He's very frugal. Taking his time to line up that shotgun shot. Ryan connecting with that and then moving over, missing the Spartan charge with the thrust back though. Team shot on point for Elite Four there, Cloud and Ryan as Ryan is taken down, but these rockets are about to drop as Elite Four again is outside for them with a 45-25 lead.
And one thing I liked about Ryan during that engagement there is how he just crouched behind that little flap just to make it that much more difficult to hit.
Yep.
While he bought time for Cloudy to finish off that kill.
It's all in the details.
Yes, it is, and we do see quite a bit of change of pace on this map for Elite Four, a map that they lost last series and absolutely dominating this game right now against the Chattanooga Shade Squad.
If Straight Sick is playing anything like me, it's 47-27 or 25, and he's going to be looking to get some nice action with the sniper right now. There's no reason to be playing a little hesitant or slow or taking your time. You know, you should be kind of forcing some action or poking out, trying to get a few shots here.
Well, the strategy we used to implement back in the day on Final Boss, if we were up by so much, you know, like 20, 25 kills, and you're only a couple kills away, we used this very specific strategy. It was like, charge because you can't lose. And the strategy is you can do absolutely anything you want. Just charge, and even if you die a few times, it doesn't matter because you can't lose.
Yep.
So that seems to be kind of the strategy that I would like to see right now from Elite Four.
I
See right there,
remember,
Ryan Noob seems to implement it perfectly.
Yep.
See, he realized he
And
can't
he
lose.
gets picked. I remember hearing that strategy on the old TV show, and it's kind of funny to think about, like, charge because you can't lose, but in all reality,
It's a valid strategy.
it's a very valid strategy because the only way you're going to lose in a, insurmountable comeback like that is by playing passive and allowing them to collapse on you over and over again and gaining full control. And by playing fast and playing aggressive, that's not really going to happen.
Yeah, and I guess that's partially correct because I'm also a firm believer that no matter what, you can't lose. So even if you didn't want to play passive, you could do that. But it's much more fun to charge
I like charging.
because you can't lose.
Yeah, usually.
With that being said, we are now at a 2-0 lead for Elite Four over the Chattanooga Shade Squad. This is the losers bracket finals right now. Winner of this is gonna play against Threes Up, who have been absolutely destroying the tournament so far.
Extremely well.
It was a 4-0 the winners bracket finals, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a tough series for whomever wins this and has to face Threes Up. But this next game type is gonna be Strongholds on the Rig. I gotta give this to Elite Four again. I mean, they seem to be a stronger objective team, but same time, that game on Coliseum CTF, it was 3-2, super close the entire time. I mean, I wouldn't say that they are guaranteed to be the better objective team, but I guess I just have this unreasonable bias towards Ryan New being on a team and playing an objective game.
It is certainly a bias. At least you acknowledge the bias.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
The bias exists.
I acknowledge my delusions. So.
Of course. I never would. So.
But, yeah, I think we're waiting for these players to start this next one. Who knows what's going on? A lot of times they like to keep us casters guessing and waiting. We don't know if they're going to start up right away. We don't know if one of them just going to go, like, heat up their
Quick
dinner
change to yellow. Don't tell anyone.
Yep, exactly.
Take your sweet time. That's kind of how it works.
Exactly.
I've been on that end of that. So.
Yep, it's never fun. But I'm hoping that they'll get started off right away. But in the meantime, we'll talk a little bit about Strongholds on Rig. So this one is it's interesting with the shotgun and that one being able to be run over and over again because I feel like scatter shot. I guess it doesn't change it up too much, in my opinion. With
I mean, the
scatter and shoddy, but shoddy is just that
so
one
powerful,
shot.
Man.
I feel like you get so many more one-shot kills, and it makes a big difference because I feel like when you go around the corner against a scatter shot guy who gets maybe, let's say it takes 2 shots with a scatter shot to finish off someone on a regular basis, you're able to at least possibly get a melee, get some AR shots, get some pistol shots, at least do some damage on the player. Whereas shotgun player, so many times they can come around that corner, get that one shot, just end the engagement instantly, and be full shields against your opponent, your other teammate.
Yep.
So they're on even footing if they're in a pistol battle or whatever happens to be.
Yep. No, that's a very, very good point. And a lot of times we'll see, at the top level of competition, teams try to, obviously take preference to the basement and nest strongholds and then try to run that shotgun back off spawn and control tower and railgun with it and get that railgun off spawn with it and controlling that whole area of the map. So if you're able to do that to consistently get the power weapons, you're going to end up winning the game.
All right, well, we're going to see who controls this camo, who controls the railgun, and who controls that powerful shotgun here on Rig Stronghold. Elite Four taking on the Chattanooga Shade Squad.
Cloud getting double teamed immediately off the start. I'm not sure what happened to camo. I'm going to try to flip around a bit. We're going to jump on board with Renegade, actually, as he has this railgun.
Yep, and I'll get rid of that little UI screen, which I always leave on in certain cases. But this is great position by Renegade. Mis-execution, though. So in end, I don't think that was a bad play by Renegade. He got a great flank, and he's keeping his high ground right now, realizing that he doesn't want to give away his position completely by jumping in basement and giving up that height advantage. So just kind of bouncing around. I'm a little concerned that he jumped back over towards this side. It seemed to have worked out, but I would have loved to see him just sit back on that back catwalk. Instead, giving up that railgun to, I didn't see the player, but now we see Ryan with railgun in basement.
Yep, I liked the play to not jump right into the basement stronghold. Even though it looked like it was for free, he knew that he needed to get those kills. That at least there would be a player kind of baiting that stronghold around him somewhere. So heads up play there, gets the long range railgun. Ryanu putting the rest of that railgun to use. It's just a good execution by their team.
And Bomex with an amazing shotty on Ryanu right there. Like you said before, that basement hill, that basement stronghold is never going to be for free. It comes with some sort of cost. It's just a question of how much. And Cloudy Cloud with the amazing PR shots over at Engine 2, getting the reversal and heading towards basement.
Yeah, good positioning by Scotty here to try to control these halls. He knows, they did get these kills. They were able to take over BR, but they can't really do much more from that except for preventing them from pushing to Nest. As we see, Nest is about halfway now. Scotty Cloud probably could have done a bit more to help prevent the Nest stronghold being taken over. Mike pushing over, finishing another kill. That's 3 dead now, as Cloud is going to be on respawn here again soon. Coming up, trying to push over towards Nest. That's going to be a big individual battle won by Cloud.
And Mike just barely being taken down. I thought his SMG was pretty solid there, too.
Yeah.
I didn't see it reticle off very much at all.
He might have just been a little weak before the engagement, yeah.
That could have been it. I saw it maybe slightly off, but overall, it's not like he was whiffing the SMG there. It just seems like Cloudy hit some clutch shots and took advantage of his teammate weakening Mike earlier.
Yeah, and as we say that, it looks like Elite Four is going to be able to take this Nest stronghold. I'm going to flip around. I'm not sure what happened to Camo here. It looks like all of Contagious is going to be spawning up now. They might be waiting Nemesis on this spawn, picking it up immediately at 32, so keep an eye out for that again at 7:32. Straight Sick with that railgun, it looks like.
And potentially a mistake from Cloudy Cloud right there. I can understand wanting to keep the pressure on from the opposing team spawning that BR base. However, it seems like Cloudy just gave up that death in Whitehall and opened up a perfect opportunity for Nemesis and the Chattanooga Shade Squad to push over and take down this carbine area.
Yeah, but they're kind of expecting this Camo guy to be pushing around this area. They had eyes on him for a second here. I like this play to take it a bit slower. Gets a free kill here on this player and instantly railed, so ends up being more of a trade with Camo there. It's hard to push when that railgun is there, but he was in a good position, maybe just engaged a second too early.
Yeah, I think that goes also more to credit to Straight Sick, who did a great job of reacting immediately to Cloudy being shot there. I don't think what Nemesis did in that case was bad at all. I thought he did a great job getting a free kill on Cloudy. Maybe could have argued that he should have went for a back smack or something like that, but in the end got a free kill without taking any damage from Cloud, and Straight Sick reacted perfect.
Yeah, and of course the caster curse has switched over to Straight Sick and he's taken down. It's going to be 2 players here taking over the Nest stronghold. Straight Sick with the challenge and help, it looks like, over on Overlook, as that player's going to be taken down as well.
That's such a powerful spot that we also never really saw being used in Season 1 at all of Halo 5. And now it's a staple of this map. You always look at that spot first when trying to get picks or trying to take over the nest.
The game type has definitely evolved. I mean, that spot is crucial for controlling if you're trying to take over nest.
And we see Cloudy with a nice flank over here towards Whitehall. This is a second time or so that we see Cloudy. He seems to really prioritize taking Whitehall and putting pressure on there. I'm actually pretty, like, even though I criticized earlier, I think that is a good spot to try to put pressure on and continually contest, because you can flank from so many different spots. You can go from Snipe Hall there. You can go from entrance from Nest and go towards Whitehall. Just collapse in from a couple spots and just take over another spot that you force the opponents to take over.
Yeah, not the best railgun play there. As Camo's grabbed at 728, you're definitely correct about that. The hallway is definitely the most important to control. That railgun not being put to use as effectively as it could have been. Destroyed, trying to keep an eye out for this Camo guy. It's getting juked a little bit and cleaned up by Ryanoob. That's a good play out of them, as they are holding control here of both nest and basement.
So right there, we kind of saw the fact where Ryanoob's putting some pressure on towards Whitehall, and it's a little tougher to get there whereas he could have just pushed out to Whitehall for free. So it just makes your opponent have to work for every little inch of ground that they get.
Yeah, and what's important to point out right now is how split up they look. Like, from Nemesis' point of view, he just got a kill, got a player weak. Where are his teammates? One player was dead, and the opposing team just spawned up at BR base behind him now. You know, they're not really rotating or pushing correctly here. Looks like they're trying to make their way through over towards top engine. Two of his teammates fall. Well, they're able to clean up two as well, so it's 2-on-2. Nemesis cleaned up. Maybe just not the best positioning. You know, they could have done that more effectively.
But it's a lot of credit goes to Elite Four and trading in Whitehall. And here's that one-shot kill that we're talking about with shotgun that we generally used to see at least a little bit damage traded with Scattershot. Ryanoob doing a great job controlling this weapon. But yeah, I think it's really important to notice how much pressure Elite Four are putting on in Whitehall. Because what happens is, if Elite Four loses some sort of battle in Whitehall, loses a member or two, they can react accordingly. They can sit back a little bit, maybe wait for teammates to spawn and get either split spawns or get spawned at Carbine. Whereas, oh, I think he just hurt himself.
A little bit.
Just a little bit, and that's going to come back to bite them. But whole point being is they engage on their own schedule. They aren't letting the Chattanooga Shade Squad get all together in the positions they want and make a push outside. Instead, they're catching them off guard at Whitehall, putting pressure on, and then making sure that they always have numbers.
And a great job there to kill that player as he's trying to push in for the contest on that stronghold. Boom, getting the kill and the reset on basement. That's going to be huge if the player's able to get over there, as we see Destroyed not able to win that individual battle there, that 1v1 with Straight Sick. Straight Sick now able to continue to put shots down with help from his teammates, and hopefully be able to take over this this basement stronghold here. They, you know, got the kills for it first.
That kill was a game changer by Straight Sick. Not only did he help get that kill at Carbine on the SMG player, he killed the guy in basement. He helped get shots over at Carbine, and now guess what? He is running over towards Carbine side and blocking the spawns.
Yeah, this is a great job from them. As we see two dead there in the kill feed. Straight Sick rushing over here to try to help his teammates with this contest. Manages to get the knowing they're going to take stronghold, the nest stronghold. That's a good job there, giving up that death. You know, you get so many more points with the triple cap. Ryanoob with that camo.
I like this play. He
play.
realized they were putting pressure towards BR side. In fact, a little bit too much pressure, so Ryanoob wanted to make sure that elbow and Carbine spawns did not happen. He wants to make sure the opposing team continues to spawn inside and has to work their way out through Whitehall, work their way through elbow, which they've had little success with so far this match.
Yeah, when in doubt, you definitely want to keep that side of the map. So that was a heads-up play for him to anticipate those spawns, even though they didn't get them. Still, to just control this side of the map. It looks like they may possibly lose this basement stronghold, as two players on his team will fall. Ryanoob doing a good job of just locking down Carbine. Doesn't want to give up this part of the map. Make those players push him. He does not need to die here, as they hold both nest and will be spawning up over towards BR. Ryanoob now pushing over towards basement. I like this play now. There's at least one dead. They have numbers, and he's drawing their attention here. If his teammates can collapse around him, they may be able to take that.
That was
maybe too quick of a cap.
Overall, a decent idea, but I still think that was I would consider that a mistake from Ryanoob's part, because we talked about before, unless you have the slays, unless you have numbers, to try to cap basement by yourself is a death sentence.
Yeah.
And that's what Ryanoob went for. He panicked a little bit because maybe he heard so much pressure going on towards the BR side of the base that he could have maybe snuck in a cap there, but I feel like so many places can contest BR side
I think they're up now, and then it ends up being 100. It looks like he tried to push to BR there, or to basement rather. well, his teammates were pushing for BR base because all the pressure was on BR base, and he knew he was the last guy there. And if they're able to take one of the strongholds, they would end up winning the game.
Gotcha. So maybe he was saying
a bit of a distraction or buying his teammates some time. You know, it maybe would have been more helpful to flank because he had a great angle to get around and get behind them for some more kills. But still, either way, it ended up buying his teammates time to get that stronghold.
Guess so, yeah. I still am uncertain if I would consider that the right player mistake because I see both sides of it, but at the same time, I feel like when in doubt, you go for damage and get a flank or something along those lines. But either way, Elite Four up in the series. I believe that is up 3-0 now. So yeah, it's going pretty quick because that's Rig Strongholds what they just took down. They won Eden Slayer and Coliseum CTF prior to this. This next game is going to be CTF on Truth. This could be a 4-0. Who knows?
It could be with the way things are looking right now. They really made good rotations that game when they were available, but really they just held down that setup, and that comes from playing, you know, that disciplined Halo that, you know, we've talked about a few times. But being able to hold that setup, know what's being watched, know what areas of the map they really want to apply pressure to those spawners, and just, you know, accumulate time. They did a good job of making sure they always knew like when the spawns were coming up, where they would be anticipating them, and more often than not, we saw them even retreat to make sure those correct spawns were blocked.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess I gotta give more credit to that, especially where the time where Ryan had camo, where you think the camo person should be the one that's pushing up where we know where opponents are for sure. He realized he was only the person closest back, so he said even though he had camo, he decided to go towards block carbine, block elbow, and make sure no one spawned there.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, if you allow players to spawn up there, it's more on you why that setup gets broken if they end up doing that than it is on, you know, the other team for being successful.
Yep. And it looks like they just started up this fourth game, which is capture the flag on Truth. We're gonna have to see if Elite Four can close out this series, make it a 4-0.
Man.
However, we've also seen in the past last week, for example, Elevate got the reverse, or sorry, Elite Four got the reverse sweep on Elevate in their best of 5. So we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case here today.
I'm itching for a Game 7. I want to see something. I want to see something. Right now, it's been a lot of 3-0s, 4-0s, close games, but not close series. So.
Yeah, what's most notable is that both these teams also lost the 3s up.
Yep.
So they got their work cut out for them, whichever team wins. So let's jump right into this game. This is Capture the Flag on Truth. We're going to start off with Bomex and see what he's going to do over on the Carbine side.
Pushing out immediately here to top Carbine as his teammate's able to pick up the kill on the player rushing the sword. I love that play to pick up the Carbine and cross map. You get such great angles from top car there, especially to the street. You just lay down so much fire over towards pink side. Maybe a little too aggressive to fly in like that. He wouldn't have had help from any of his teammates. Great pickup kill there from whoever that was in the base, Renegade maybe, as they are now pushing out and have Contagious on spawn.
I like this from Renegade. He's just pushing over towards pushing towards Carbine side immediately, and there was no hesitation. I've seen some other top pros, like sometimes they'll sit level 2 of the base a little too long, try to lay down shots from a distance. No, close that distance. Get closer to the opposing base so you can be a threat on either grabbing the flag or collapsing with your teammates. And
this is such a good play here. I'm sorry to cut you off, but oh no, they had the fuel rod from under the base that ends up taking him out. I was going to say he played that perfectly, the patience to not push in too early, knowing he's blocking those Carbine spawns with the sword, knowing he's going to be the guy running the flag and then running it towards his teammates. If he had a split second later gotten away from that fuel rod guy, this would be a cap right now.
But overall, great defense there from the Chattanooga Shade Squad, and I like how Mike was pushing up towards top pink and getting some control of the map, buying some time for his teammates to get a flank. Nemesis getting the nice trade and straight sick with the fuel rod. That is most of the people down on the map, and that's when Ryan Noob likes to grab the flag. Yeah. Not during the time where you have full control and your team has them all on the death screen. Ryan Noob's always great at doing the distraction times, and what's most notable right there is look at that. He tossed the flag out, went back, got slays, and look at he's getting ready to grab another flag. Was eventually taken down, but you got to credit how many opportunities he creates for his teammates to either grid a flag or, in this case, they got more map control. He drew people back to their half of the map. He made Chattanooga Shade Squad worry about defense, not worrying about getting control of pink or getting control of Carbine.
It's a big window of opportunity for him to create for his teammates there if he wins that individual battle and makes the other team come all the way back to the base. So that's a great job by him there. As Renegade gets this fuel rod right off spawn, this new camo will be coming up soon as well.
And I love the addition of fuel rod cannon on this map. I don't think Plasma Caster was really used much before, and this truly acts like a power weapon that feels reasonable on this map. Whereas, you know, if you had a rocket or something, it'd just be absolutely ridiculous. Whereas Fuel Rod, you can get plenty of times caught in a spot where it's not very viable. And then there's other times, too, where you can be an absolute god when you're up in pink 2 and people are trying to funnel through a small area.
Oh yeah, it's so useful inside pink too. As we see Cloud with the sword here trying to just scope out the area. As you see one go down in the kill feed there, they do have numbers. If possible, always trying to run the flag with that sword is the ideal play. You just go so much faster.
Cloud just being an absolute threat, but obviously not being completely aware of where Destroyed is coming from. And we also see Straight Stick kind of doing a similar strategy over towards Bomb Car, eventually taken down with his Storm Rifle, jumping on and giving the Caster Curse over to Nemesis, who is just going to make me look bad and stay alive. But nope, Caster Curse is real. He is down too. Back over to Destroyed, who is still playing defense. Look at how often the Elite Four squad are just making Destroyed and the Chattanooga Shade squad just worry about defense.
I was about to say what's important to note here, that flag, that was never returned. It went all the way down to about a fourth of the way, but nobody ever hopped on it. They were kind of prioritizing kills, and you have to prioritize the return if it's outside of your base. It just gave them a free opportunity to grab that flag out and at least get another touch, and now it's relayed all the way back for a cap.
Yeah, and I was trying to switch over to Straight Six Screen, who was running that flag back, but one thing that was important to note is how Ryan flushed out towards Carbine side. Instead of just sitting stagnant at level 2 his base, letting opponents come to him, he decided to push all the way towards his Carbine side to make sure that the flag route was safe, and that's why Straight Stick was able to get in with what I assume to be little to no resistance.
Yeah, and that's going to be 3 dead here as we see those players drop in the kill feed. Renegade pushing up top center, knows he can grab that fuel rod basically for free, anticipating these pink spawns, knows that camo is going to be soon as well, catches a player out and gets the kill on him fairly easily. 2 of his teammates will fall trying to get that flag out though, so it seems like they lost the 2v2 or a 2v3 in the base possibly. Kind of backs up to his base here to play defense, hopefully work with his teammates here to get this camo coming up.
Yeah, I thought that was about to be game over. We saw how Renegade had Fuel Rod over towards top center, eventually got a kill. They had flag already out. I assume they were pulling flag because they got a kill or had a great opportunity. So I agree. I'm surprised and curious to know what happened over on that Carbine side.
Yeah.
I'm assuming some sort of clutch play from a member of Chattanooga Shade Squad.
Yeah, they're still playing the same kind of defense right now. There's just multiple times we see these players spawning up and they're forced to come back to their flag to stop the flag pulls, which is what they're doing repeatedly. Elite Four has had both map control and really spawn control here for the last 60 to 90 seconds as these players are they're still trying to get this flag out. The flag has not been run out of the base. Renegade both Fuel Rod and Camo still as he finally makes his way under the base here. One of his teammates dying again. They probably could have done a better job of getting this flag out faster, prioritizing it, but this is great defense to not allow the flag after all of these kills.
Yeah, and I can't believe it looks like Destroyed was trying to get that finish and was not able to finish off the... Oh, I believe he did finish off Cloud, so did the damage he needed to do to stop that flag run, it looks like. I gotta go over and check and see if it's still being rallied, but it looks like Chattanooga Shade Squad are trying to dive on that flag and get the recov, but Straight Six says no, gets a kill, and this flag is still being run somehow. Cloudy's not sure what to do though, because he just got lagged over here. I don't know what just
I'm not sure what that was on the screen. He's looking for a player in the back of his base, possibly, as Cloud is able to relay that flag over towards pink side of his base. I can't believe this flag is still alive.
Yes.
There have been so
I thought
many
that was
plays.
getting recovered so long ago, and there goes the third and final flag cap. That's going to put Elite Four in the lead, 4-0, end of that series.
Take a look at the stats here. We see Straight Stick up with 17 kills, Cloud with 15, and on the other side, Bohm all the way down there with 3. That's not obviously what you want to see, but maybe a bit of a miscommunication there at the end of that game. Like, you know, I thought you were going to get the return. Oh, I thought you were going to get the return, but that's why it's so important to prioritize getting that return, because one of those other caps we saw just sit out in front of the base while both teams were kind of fighting for positioning or fighting for battles, and eventually, because no one ever hopped on it, you know, they were just able to hop on it, grab a quick touch, and it became a cap. 2 of their caps were these extended relay runs.
Yeah, caps that both you and I thought were long gone, that we thought were recovered, and that must have been the same case from the members of Chattanooga Shade Squad. It's one of those things where Halo's always about efficiency, where, all right, you don't need 2 people to stand on the flag same time because you open yourself to be up to area of effect damage like a grenade or whatever it happens to be, and you give up too much of an advantage that you potentially could have had. But same time, like you said, better safe than sorry when it comes to returning those flags.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Especially with the time that it takes. If you hop on a fresh flag there and try to get the return alone, a lot of times one nade and a shot is going to take you down, and then that puts your team even further back. If the other team has the advantage in numbers and is able to rush for the touch, then it's not ideal. It's important to get your kills, but always be aware of who's watching the return, who's making sure they don't get the touch. You can't give up those flag grabs.
Yeah. But like you said, it was 2 of the 3 caps there. But let's take a quick look at the replay from that last series in which Elite Four took down Chattanooga Shade Squad 4-0. Here are some of those snipers,
This one
no scopes.
unbelievable sniper that everyone seemed to hit no scopes off of.
Yeah, I've seen some cursed snipers before where everyone dies the second they touch it. Do you remember the cursed rockets I showed you the one time on Pit?
Yeah.
I need to find that clip again.
Oh my. Okay, we'll talk about that too.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after. But either way, this is the opposite of cursed sniper. This is a godly sniper that anyone who touches it can hit snipes. Even Towie could.
Barely, but
Barely.
they do count.
And this is that time, too, where remember Straight Sick, I believe he won that engagement just prior to that
Yep.
over by Carbine
It's
side.
a tied game, and he wins that battle to give his team those spawns on that side of the map. So that was a very, very big win for them there. Has a player kind of engaging him as they take that, but gets cleaned up by a teammate. So great coordination and communication there coming from Elite Four on, the rotations, what they're watching, and most importantly, spawns.
Yeah, just incredible bait and switches, just the fundamentals of Halo, and that was such a sick star killer. Stopping Nemesis, I believe it was, with that amazing railgun shot. And look at those double kill shots. I struggle
carbine.
so bad long range carbine.
Do you?
Yes, I struggle. I think I struggle with carbine. Period.
Really?
It's a problem I don't like to admit, but
Good with the
it
VR
happens.
though.
I used to be. I think I struggle with everything right now, but I've always struggled with long range carbine.
Do you have any good weapons now? Anything you'll go out of your way for?
Um,
A brute shot, maybe. An old school brute shot in H2.
I would say I'm pretty good brute shot. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I can still pick up like Halo 1, shoot with my pistol, stuff like that. I can
Always.
still pick up a few of those, but in short, yeah, all my game is quite rusted over right now.
Lots of rust. I can barely see anything else.
But anyways, these guys, they are gonna get ready for this next series where we're gonna see the actual grand finals. But in the meantime, I've said this before and I'll say it again. We always listen to the chat. We listen to your feedback. And you said you want a 10-minute break. We're going to give it to you. We'll be back after this 10-minute break with the grand finals. It's going to be Elite Four taking on Threes Up. We'll see you soon.
win.
Reinforcements are inbound. Detecting a massive Covenant force heading our way. Enemies are assaulting our core. Defend it, Spartan. You're the last boots on the ground. Stop them at all costs.
All right, and we are back. Thank you for your patience, but we are at the final match of the day, the grand finals. 3's up versus Elite Four in a best of 7. If Elite Fours happen to win, we might see a second match.
I would like to
But
see it go the distance.
You want to see it go the distance? You want to see 14 games of Halo right now?
I would love nothing more than 14 straight games of Halo right now.
That'd be awesome. So let's take a look and see the road that these teams took to get here. This is the bracket that they had to fight through. We saw 3's up taking down Synergy, Chattanooga Shade Squad, and now they are up against Elite Four. One thing that's not shown on the bracket, though, however, the previous match in the quarters is where 3's up actually knocked Elite Four down to the losers bracket. And tell me how Elite Four got here.
Elite Four, I mean, after getting knocked down to the losers bracket, was able to kind of regain their composure versus Contagious and then take down the Chat Shade Squad as well. Pretty dominant fashion with that 4-0 win. But, this may not have been the road they planned on, but this is where they wanted to be here in the finals.
But it just goes to show, Elite Four, they won last week's cup. They got knocked out early, but they just showed, like you said, their composure. They regrouped, and they fought all the way back here to be in the grand finals. They're going to be walking away with first or second place here today, even after getting knocked out so early.
Yeah, just in case, they had two really good teams, two of the top teams matching up there in the beginning parts of the bracket. But thankfully, with that double elimination format,
Always pushing his political agenda here.
There might be a small agenda.
But let's take a look at these game types. If you look down below, these are the game types they're going to be playing for this first and maybe only best of 7 here. For those who don't know, we had 3's up. They won, obviously, all the way through the winners bracket, so they need to lose twice in order to lose in this open bracket. But they're going to start off with Fathom CTF. Moving on to Coliseum Slayer, Stasis Strongholds, then Coliseum Flag, Eden Slayer, Rig Strongholds, True Slayer.
Stasis?
I think there's a little mistake there.
That sounds wrong.
That's a little mistake. It says it right there. But,
I don't want to say for sure that that's wrong.
It's wrong, and I made the overlay earlier, and I messed up everything. I know.
I'm not good with overlays either, so it's okay. But I'm not too familiar with either team's overall record on certain game types. Certainly in the veto process for Pro League, you want to go out of your way to kind of dig a little bit deeper into the stats behind what teams are good at which game types, what you're good at. Do you want to play to your strengths or your opponent's weaknesses and that type of thing? So, with both of these teams, it'll be tough to say, but obviously kind of both have their own sort of momentum, having, won several matches to get to where they are. I mean, a lot of times you can say the team coming from the loser side, they kind of just lost, but they've won a bunch of matches in a row just to get here now.
Yeah, Elite Four had plenty of time to recoup. I mean, they've had 3 or 4 matches in a row that they've won and been able to just get game after game and get a lot of momentum. So I would almost say that if one team, it's hard to say that 3's up is at any disadvantage. I mean, they need to lose twice. They've beaten Elite before.
That's certainly an advantage.
Yes, that's a significant advantage. But at the same time, you got to say, where have they been screaming this whole time? They've been watching. They've been just relaxed. I mean, sitting around idle for a couple hours and not having warmed up or not played any intense matches can get to you. So we're going to have to see, because we already know what we can expect from Elite Four. We've seen the last 3 matches.
Yeah, you can probably talk about that a bit too, like what it's like in an event. A lot of times if you go to the finals through the winners bracket side, there's really no one left to warm up against, per se. I mean, thankfully, they do have Team Arena or they have matchmaking of some kind or Otherwise, it's just, a warm-up with your teammates. So it's important to kind of stay fresh, and all you can really do is keep your shot warmed up, but at least to go over stuff and talk about stuff as a team to make sure you're on the same page with how you want to start the series, because coming out and starting out your series the right way is going to be really important, especially in the finals.
Yeah, 3's up. We're going to be in for a big surprise if they take this match lightly. Elite Four are hoping to go this full distance, and they will happily go the full distance. So I believe these.
Regretting that already now that I think about it. Huh?
Yeah, we've been casting for a bit already, and you already said you'd love to cast for 14 more games straight. Is that still the case?
That sounds great, Dave.
Yeah, I think these players are going to take about 5 minutes to get in the match. So what other random topics can we talk about right now? What other agendas do you have to push here on the stream? We've already gotten your YouTube account that you wanted to push. You got your double elimination agenda.
Of course. I mean, both crucial.
Yeah?
Crucial agendas for me, politically and personally.
Okay.
What I don't know if I have anything off the top of my head.
All right. Well, should we get this started in Twitch chat? All right. Who are we voting for in this election? What kind of candidate does everyone think was going to make a better president of the country?
1 for Towie. For president. Press 1 for Towie.
Oh man, I'm just getting so many people. Probably. I'm sorry, chat.
It's gonna be a lot of zeros,
the
zeros,
chat
zeros,
mods
zeros,
are
zeros
gonna
in
be
the chat.
hating these next
maybe
hour or so of potential chat.
We might be able to buy time somehow.
Yeah.
Just think of some old stories or something. I don't know. I was gonna say earlier, the first time I ever went to the LAN Network house, I was guilted, which anyone who's ever been there or remembers, these types of LANs. I went there originally, and it was only for a week, and I was only like 18, I think. And my parents were like, well, whose house are you going to? What family? How do you know them? Like, this is so strange. And it's like, don't worry. I mean, everyone's a gamer here. Like, we're just playing some Halo. And I go there for about a week, and, I'm leaving. I'm like a day or two out, and Mr. P, oh, you can't leave now. Strong Side's going to be here tomorrow. You can't leave now. I'm like, oh my God. Well, Strong Side's on his way. And then I changed my flight. I don't have much money. I'm 18. I pay to change it. 4 or 5 days later, you can't leave now. Wall Street's going to be here this weekend. I changed my flight 3 times. My change fees cost twice as much as my flight did. And I was there for 3 weeks. So. That's my story. That house and that family and that whole time period for us is just hard to ever turn down.
Yeah, I'm going to have to figure out time over Christmas break or something like that where I can come down for maybe a couple days because it'd be nice to see everyone.
You have to. Still have the golden tea in the basement. The basement setup is nice.
Just so many different games you can play competitively. They had, do they still have Daytona? Do they still have, what games do they still have down there? Pretty much everything?
I'm not sure.
Been down there
they have golden tea for sure. And then maybe an arcade game or two. I don't think they have a lot of the older arcade games that we used to have. That basement setup was outrageous with the 4 racing games too. The Daytonas, everyone can race against each other.
The legit ones where you sit in, you have the steering wheel. They had 4 of those. Their basement was a gaming mecca without a doubt.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, we could go on for story after story about how awesome the LAN Network, their house was and the Pinocchios were. But now we are also blessed with some amazing setups here. Something like the this pro circuit that we got, or this open circuit hosted by PGL. They've been great to us. It's great for the community, all this exposure we have. And like I said, I've enjoyed flying out to Vegas every single weekend. I work a 5-day week, and then it's Saturday rolls around. Fly out to Vegas. I can't complain.
Bonus, Hey, do you want to do some casting? Sure. You want to come to Vegas as well?
Yeah. How much do I got to pay you to cast? Do I have to pay you to cast? I'll do that.
Perfect.
But, looks like the players are loaded up in the game. This is the grand finals. We got the Elite Four versus 3's up. This is going to be a best of 7. We're going to see who walks away with this. And let's start things off with Monster, who's probably been sitting around for a little bit watching the strategies of the Elite Four leading up to this match.
Yeah, immediately pushing up top center for this camo. Doesn't get the kill, but gets the burn, so equally important there. He probably could have gotten that kill, but wants to make sure the other team doesn't get the burn. Rhinoop trying to get away with a sneaky flagger in there and gets caught in front of the base and taken down immediately.
Yeah, great play by Rhinoop, though, because opposing flag is out. Both flags are out, I should say, and they're just keeping this one alive. And I accidentally hit pause. That was my bad.
I was about to say I wasn't sure what happened, but it's good to know it was user error. So
yes, there is plenty of errors I've made this weekend, and they will continue throughout this match. So don't get too comfortable yet. And Rhinoop and crew were able to actually rally the flag all the way back. Triple kill. We got the overkill from Renegade. What a monster!
Putting
and he's sitting
himself-
down. Yeah, he stood for a second. Like, wait, did that
You
just
gotta
happen?
know he Xbox recorded that. He 100%.
Xbox recorded that, Mom, get over here.
Ground pounds into the flag. If he even buys a second of time for his teammates to push across the map, as we see the collapse coming into the base here, unbelievable.
Oh my God, I cannot believe I saw that series of events. An overkill followed by the ground pound through the porch. If they don't cap this flag, something's wrong.
Well, they're not going to cap this flag because everybody did just die. But that was an unbelievable series of events, all starting from that Rhino flank out and getting that flagpole out to Silo. So great job from him. The objective awareness has always been high for him. Getting that flag out and the opportunity that he creates for his teammates to run that back and put in the flag.
Gosh, what a great grenade there by Rami. Still getting the trade, though. Cloudy's got to give some credit there for at least be able to finish off that kill on Rami. But regardless, going 1-for-1 with somebody who has a sliver of health is usually not the ideal situation.
Nope, and Straight Sick as he drops off top center here. 2 dead. This might be 3 dead for Elite Four. Trying to make sure that flag does not get pulled. Rami soaring over to the elbow here, trying to make sure that they get this flag out. As they do, we see a player in those player outlines spawning up on the generator and taking him out immediately. However, his teammate is putting this flag in through their porch right now.
And Muno's doing a great job bringing it through. Dying at generator, though, this is going to be a great opportunity for Ryan Noob and the Elite Four squad to get the recovery, and that's exactly what Cloudy does. Not only does he get the recovery, but he also tosses out towards Yard. This is going to put Monster in a tough situation. Monster's not sure if he should go back and try to kill Cloudy and his flag or go towards Treehouse, and instead he just opts straight to push out towards Yard. That's the pressure that sometimes the objective brings out in players. They're not sure what to do. It sometimes feels wrong leaving the objective behind, but I would love to have seen Monster just push up towards his treehouse and get slays. If you get the kills, the opponents can't run the flag.
Well, he just definitely in some way needed to play a bit more selfishly with that weapon. You can't give up a death like that when you have Railgun, especially when there's a player still in your base. So Straight Sick here trying to play the waiting game, expecting this player to push him over on Silo. Ends up winning that individual battle versus Munoz. And kind of taking things slow, wants to try to gain control of their treehouse.
That's 3 down now for Elite Four. This is opportunity from grab, and that's exactly what Rami's going to do. Rami already has the flag out towards Red Treehouse. I don't know how Elite Four are going to stop this flag. I think Renegade made a mistake by pushing back so fast. We're going to see if anyone's in position here. It looks like Cloudy is in somewhat position, but this should be a guaranteed cap for 3s up. They're going to tie it up 1-1.
And that was just a great run in general. I mean, they didn't necessarily have to outslay them heavily in order to get that flag out, and they kind of knew they had the awareness to know what route was open and just took advantage of, the other team being far out of position.
Yeah, and PTSIP and crew are not going down lightly. They're not just going to take this first series for granted. It seems like they're stepping it up immediately, because I was really concerned about that. When Elite Four were coming out hot, I just assumed 3s up and sitting around for hours. Who knows if they're even ready for this match? And I'm glad to be proven wrong that this is going to be a barn burner, this match here.
Love a good barn burner.
Yes, they're the best.
It looks like they are able to get the touch on this flag, though. This is going to be huge. The Railgun guy able to get the kill on the flag runner and the immediate return, which we've talked about in the past, making sure that no spawners can come up and get that touch. Kind of circling around here, unsure where to go, but making sure that his teammates are in the right positions to know that they're forcing spawns where they want them.
Yep, and then Munoz getting that finish off on Renegade. I believe his teammate was taken down up there, but I was going to say it seemed like a little sloppy shot there, but you know, we talked about before is you don't criticize execution as much. Execution should be the least important thing you look at when you're when you're analyzing theater, because it's something you can't exactly change. It's more so worried about what your position is and what decision you made.
Yeah, and he's kind of enforcing these spawns on Silo here, which is less than ideal, as we see players getting taken out from Pit and from his own Silo, as we see the return coming in here from Straight Sick, unable to get it all the way. Unfortunately, hopped that return solo. Cloud able to, before he died, finish that return, thankfully, for Elite Four.
Munoz, I thought, did a great job, though, sitting down in front of his yard, because instead of committing towards porch and possibly giving up a death and that railgun, he at least got a kill and got the other person down to just 1 shot. So he did the damage he could, and it was a game of just a couple, milliseconds where a team could have grabbed the flag or got a touch on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was still a good play.
So we're going to see what Cloudy and the Elite Four squad can do to answer back to this 1 cap that 3s Up was able to attain. Looks like Cloudy was just taken down, so we'll jump on with his teammate Ryan Noob and see where he's thinking about heading around, because he always takes interesting routes, but looks like he was going to be shut down immediately by PGL, who's getting his shield back. Straight Sick going down, jumping on with Renegade. That means there's 2 members down for Elite Four, and Renegade's on the defensive.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for them to push in for this flag pull here. Those 3 players are alive on the flag. It's more important to try to focus on both Camo and this new railgun that just spawned up.
And I think 3's up are going to be in great position for those. I'm going to scroll around, see if anyone has the railgun. Looks like somehow it's in Ryan Noob's hands. Even though his team was on the defensive, looks like they pushed out at the right moment, got the crucial kills, and he now has the railgun. You
have to imagine, though, that it's more of a slight on 3's up to not be able to focus on that how they should. You know, a player shouldn't be able to get there and get it out. Well, they have, you know, more or less map control, and players stuck in the base like that.
Yeah, I agree that there has to be a little combination of both. One being a mistake from 3's up, and other being a great play from Elite Four.
Yeah, as we see Ryan Noob top center here, trying to connect with that railgun and kind of just waiting around for that camo. I don't know the exact time on that, if it was burned or picked up. We saw a few players up there not too long ago, so it was possibly burned. Great connection on his shot there, taken down, but I believe that railgun was out of ammo.
All right, yeah, I don't see camo anywhere, so my guess is it had to have been burned if we didn't see it around the 5-minute mark. These teams are too good to let that camo sit around for an entire minute.
Yeah, almost certainly, but you never know for sure.
Yeah. I like how we always cover our tracks, like almost certainly, 100% for sure, but maybe just a 0.1% not.
Having seen our team leave an OS up for over 30 seconds, I can admit that it is fully possible.
All right, seeing Monster crouch walk through this alley. This is a tough position to be in, especially when people are on across top center.
Yep.
It's such a long route to flank around. At some point, you just kind of have to give up and say, I'm going to sprint out, give away my position, because you can't leave your teammates hanging for 20 or 30 seconds trying to get this crouch walk flank.
Yeah, but I like this play if he's, it depends on the communication and his teammates' positioning, which we didn't necessarily know, but if he gets that 5 feet farther, he's possibly able to get that flag out to top center, maybe a throw to the front of his base. That was a great overextend for a flag pull, as long as his teammates don't give up the deaths in the process, and it seems like they weren't as well.
Yeah, I believe we were in mostly agreement there. It was one of those things where he can't just crouch walk all the way over to like far side treehouse and try to like use that as a perfect flank. He, as soon as he knew where an opponent was that was weak, finished him off towards bomb center and made great move by trying to pull that flag immediately.
And that's going to be 3 dead here as Straight Sick trying to push in, gets caught by the last guy. Ryan Noob there to bail him out with that railgun as we see those spawners coming up silo, pushing immediately over towards the other base. They know their play is to get this flag pull. That has to be a mistake, though. The 2 spawners who were up first, they go for the slays first. They don't go for the flag pull. They were able to get 2 kills, both on Cloud and Ryan Noob, but Straight Sick able to take out 1 player bottom center, and it looks like he does get cleaned up. Rami able to win his individual battle versus the flag guy, so they do get the return, but that just was not the correct play, I don't imagine.
Yeah, I guess I'm not as concerned about them having not immediately pulled the flag, but I was more concerned about their positioning. Just going straight into yard where they're absolutely out in the open, rather than like one player just going straight to like elbow or somewhere around there where they had a bit more cover. They put themselves in a do or die situation,
they went
and
right
luckily
in.
They came ahead.
Yeah, they went right in. That was definitely a bit of a risky play there from both of those players, but it seemed to work out in the flag stop.
Cloudy Cloud taking down P-Tizipe with a storm rifle. However, having to go back to his base to defend. All 3 of his teammates down, and Cloudy not in a great position. I would like to see Cloudy flank all the way through, but Cloud taking down. That objective just a little too alluring for him.
Yeah,
however, had to pay attention to it.
Straight Sick here, he did get a spawn on the flag, and it looks like this flag guy is going to be left out on his own. That's an easy takedown from both the silo there and a player, and coming from bottom center. That's an easy return. I'm not sure where everyone else on his team was. How are you not watching that flag guy more carefully?
This is absolutely insane. Just so much back and forth. We see a situation where I thought Elite Four were going to cap. 3's up, almost getting the counter cap, and once again we see like the 3rd counter cap. Do we call this a counter cap? What is
it's
this
a great
one?
counter. It's a counter squared.
Counter cubed, yeah, something along those lines.
But that's certainly a cap there, as they were able to put that one in.
That was absolutely insane. Just you make one little mistake about which way to run the flag or try to push across. Because I thought Cloudy made a massive mistake. Once he saw 3 of his teammates down and he could not finish that flag carrier, he should have just flanked through. Could have gotten some ground immediately.
But there's one thing to note. By him being over there, I believe the other team 3's up by pushing into those spawns, possibly blocked the spawn there. That's why Straight Sick got a flag spawn and then was able to get behind them So he double teamed that flag runner from both bottom center and where he was silo. So by getting those spawns, instead of getting the expected silo spawns, they're able to get a pretty easy stop on the flag runner.
Gotcha. Yeah, I never considered it that way because you do make a good point. I guess if Cloudy stayed alive and tried the flank route, he would have for sure spawned his teammates scored silo. And I guess I never really considered that. I always just assumed it was for the most part almost guaranteed silo spawns and not much you could do to handle it.
Possibly accidental. It may be on the other team for having pushed in to finish that kill on Cloud back then. But this was also all about 3 minutes ago. So maybe there's something else going on right
There's
now.
something else we could talk about that's actually going on in the moment.
Yeah, something with like this rail camo guy who just got this kill here. As we switch over to Ryanoob, looks like he may be out of ammo with that railgun. Getting the flagpole with camo, always ideal if you can possibly do that. You know, Ryan is going to be prioritizing that pull, so he gets that all the way out to pit, taken down, so they're going to need to pick up a few kills here before continuing the run, but great job by him, like always, to get those relay caps available for his teammates.
Yeah, it's a great setup. I guess oh my gosh, Rami with the moves and just a sliver of health right there for a Renegade. That could have went really bad, but yeah, I agree. That's a great set from Ryanoob. This is still the flag that Ryanoob ran out earlier, where I was almost going to criticize and say, I don't think that's that great of a play running with camo.
But as long as you're on the same page, if your teammates are playing around the kills, if you get the kills while the flag is still out, it can almost always be relayed. It's just important to prioritize that and not desperate for the pull, because that's unnecessary and gives up both map positioning and you know, spawn control for their team to force your spawns.
Yeah, this is an interesting position too from Renegade just sitting there. I think I like to see most players sitting more closer to the window, and looks like we may have had a lag out or some error right there.
Well, that's going to be the end of the game. It was 2-1.
Oh, it was? All right, the time was running out. All right.
Yeah, you hadn't looked down at the time, but there was only about 15 seconds left. The flag guy was
I was not looking
back.
at time. I was just looking at Rami or whatever, just jumping around, going for ground pound.
I haven't seen that much of a, like a, was that a 1080? Haven't
he
seen
definitely
that
gets some style
in
points.
a little while. It's
So-
true. Tom always talks, Ogre 2, about the extra style points if you're capping flags appropriately. So.
Yeah, style points count for something for sure. If you can get like a 360 in or something like that. Now, we haven't jumped to too many replays after game, but this one is well-deserved. We're going to check out again that overkill that we saw this last match. Let's see what Renegade did to put himself in position to get this overkill, and hopefully with the ground pound after it. I don't want to put too much pressure on the
I
replay
would
guys.
love to see that, 50-foot ground pound. But here specifically, he's in a great position to cut off these spawners that are pushing over to try to stop the flag. Now, the flag was just scored. He picks up 3 kills, and this is the last player over here. Overkill. 4 players in a row as they're trying to stop
record
that
that.
flag.
Come check this out real quick. And this
Stop
is
Xbox
the
record,
yes,
and then
this is incredible right here. Wham, bam, bye, Rami.
Man, that was quite the pound.
That was incredible, yeah. It's just funny though, the fact that he's paused there for a second. You know he was recording it or he was doing
Xbox
something, but man. So hopefully that overkill distracted you from realizing that I forgot that it ended when flags were out in overtime. So
Yep. Yeah. Or when we talked through that one situation for half the game.
that's what I do though. I mean,
But I mean, it's important because that
I
helps
ramble on about
people
old
learn
things.
about scenarios and what causes certain things. And it seems like while they were running that one flag back, they wanted to finish the kill on Cloud, but maybe by pushing him that aggressively, they forced those spawns away from Silo, because we saw, I think it was Rami came bottom center to get shots with Straightsick, who ended up on their Silo to double team that flag guy before he could get in. And the two of them going so fast, they just hopped that return together before anyone could get there, and it's a quick return. That should have been a cap, and I think it's on them to position themselves better around their flag guy.
yeah, makes sense. Just overall, well played from Elite Four. We might get your wish, Towie. We might see a second best of 7.
I'm really regretting that right now. I love Halo, and I love hanging out with you, Dave, but just it's a little long.
It's a lot of casting,
But
but I would
could go
do
for a few
nothing
more.
more than cast Halo all day. I love
True.
it. So I'm really happy that get to come out here and cast this event. Could be casting a couple other open events throughout this year. So it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, no, absolutely. These players and these teams are sure to look out for the relegation into Pro League as well. So everyone's always fighting for those spots, and I mean, with the way that they're playing, there are mistakes that you can see, but there's not many, and all they have to do is just improve their consistency and iron out a few kinks in their strategy.
And
on
that
certain
part,
things.
like they can definitely change different parts of making wrong decisions and their overall strategy team. Like these weekly open circuits are going to allow them to do that. They have to play against top competition every single week and figure that out. Also, these teams are realizing like what's on the line. They're all or nothing. They want to get in that pro scene. Whereas I think some other teams in the current pro league, they might not fare as well when they go against these teams who have been, tested by fire week by week against other top squads. They're going to come out. These are going to be some of the top shots in the open circuit, and they're going to be ready. So I would love to see how these teams do in relegation. Let's kick things off with a player we've talked about before. This is Ramy from Threes Up. Going to see what he and his squad can do to bring this match back.
Talk about shots that are good enough for Pro League. We see Ramy there with the cross map perfect right off the start.
Yes, and I loved how he started off that match too. He not only got that perfect on bridge, but he just waited that extra split second, realizing he made it so a player on Elite Four would feel comfortable pushing across bridge, thinking that nobody was over there.
Yeah, it's important to note that that was because of his hesitation or purposefully waiting, not just the other player blindly rushing out like that. So, well orchestrated there. 6-3 lead here right off the start. Cloud spawning up at red. I'm not sure where that sniper went off the start. Let's see if we can possibly find it somewhere, as we see Ramy does make his way over towards blue, now opting to go back towards snipe, possibly to push in with his teammates as he sees one player die. Connects with the snipe there, looking for the other player that he knows is in cave. Has a call out most likely that they're stuck over here. I like this positioning. Do you like where he is right now?
I like that positioning. At first I was going to say it's a little gutsy to try to cut that person off from going from snipe cave over towards flag, because that route is a little risky. If he pokes out towards snipe side, he's going to get the first 2 or 3 shots on you. So that was a little risky, but overall, obviously Ramy staying in great position, trying to stay alive as long as he can. I didn't even know about that little nook right there.
A nice little nook, but he's found pretty quickly. I'm not sure if someone else over there is going to grab that snipe off his body, but it seems like he kind of backed up and hung his teammates out to dry. We saw 2 players go down, and he was kind of alone. You kind of have to play it slow when you have 2 players down on your team like that, but could have maybe worked a bit better together over at snipe.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not sure what I would have changed fully, because I think it was wise to rotate away for that sniper.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I couldn't think of a good spot to put it, because he got flanked from every angle. I'm not sure where the rest of his teammates were, or if he could have maybe pushed towards red base. It's really tough to know without being able to see all 8 screens.
And it looks like there is both rockets up right now and somebody sniping over in that blue corner. Might have just been taken down if that was P-Tizype or not. Cloud trying to make his way over towards these new rockets, going to pick them up and try to get away, helping his teammate possibly escape from snipe.
I like this play, bringing rockets over towards bomb snipe. He gets a set for the new sniper up in 35 seconds. So this could be a huge moment for Elite Four, where they could have both power weapons and hopefully a free reign across the map.
I kind of waited a long time to fire that rocket there, but looks like he had a call out there from his teammates, able to push in and clean up his kill. So Cloud positioning himself very well here with the rockets, knowing that they're going to be spawning up at red, gets a pretty easy kill, falls down on accident, and knows that with these power weapons he can't risk an easy death, and wisely just bails immediately. Gets another pretty easy kill on a guy bottom center. Should probably try to reposition himself up top, as these players are going to probably spawn up over at blue. Looks like they got split spawns, 2 at red, and I think at least 1 or 2 over at blue. So good job by Cloud. He's just trying to position himself the best that he can.
I was going to say that could have turned Cloud's position over at DMR from a great one to a very dangerous one, because of players being able to crossfire there with split spawns at red and blue. Now it looks like Straight Sick and the Elite Four squad in great positions. They had all 4 members of Threes Up spawning over at red, so that gives them less angles to be attacked from.
The long-range damage with the scoped-in scatter from Straight Sick here. Makes his way back up. Hopefully has some help from a teammate on this guy who's soaring out in the open off top rockets. Wisely backs down. You don't want to give up a death, especially when you have that advantage in numbers and you know that player's out of place. So a teammate will pick up the kill on that player bottom center as he holds down red here. One important thing to note for this game type and forcing spawns is trying to control a base and whether or not the other team has a base. And right now we see Threes Up without a base control, and that just makes the game so much more chaotic when you're kind of getting shot or collapsed on from multiple angles. You'll always hear, especially on pro teams, that the priority is to get control of a base if you don't have one. And right now they're just spawning up now at blue and still getting collapsed on by Straight Sick as he flies over snipe with this scatter shot, doing so much damage you can only imagine his teammates also coming in around him.
That was a chaotic fight, but Straight Sick able to secure his 10th kill, getting himself that Top Gun medal, and we now see Sniper and DMR in the hands of Renegade, who's over at red base. Elite Four setting themselves up in great position right now to take away the second game.
Yep, Renegade positioning himself here in the corner, looking for these spawners to be pushing out of blue. Looks like one player did just fall off, so that's going to be an error there as Straight Six picks up a kill. And Ryan Noob is taken down. Kind of even trades across the board. No snipe control, though. Renegade opting to abandon red base and try to push this last guy that they know is at blue. I like this play to force spawn them over at red and clear out blue. You don't want to hang your teammates out to dry if you're going to be collapsing. You can't go half in or half out. If you're going to collapse, you should be fully collapsing. So
yeah, I can't disagree with that play. It felt a little odd at first, just seeing the sniper sprinting across top rocket side, but he must have a great call out from his teammates, knowing where they're at and knowing that he had a open avenue to push over from rocket side.
Yep,
Last thing he wanted to do was just get in some random 1v1 with
yeah,
over at like red side flag and lose sniper over there.
and I was going to say one thing to take note from this is how he's behind these other players and getting into angles for snipe and positioning himself to, you know, get shots onto players that don't know he's there or aren't looking at him. And that's one thing to note. You know, one major ability for sniping as he tries to land that no-scope but is taken down is your positioning and how do you position yourself with sniper. So always trying to take the best angles you can to get those snipes on players that are either engaged with their teammates or not expecting you to be there is always ideal.
And Rami doing a great job trying to stay alive as long as possible with that sniper. Unfortunately was not reloaded. A little bit uncourteous of Renegade there. I mean,
How could he?
Exactly. It's sort of like returning old VHS tapes back in the day. I had to rewind them a bit. So
I am guilty.
He just got. You were a non-rewinder?
Sometimes.
You don't remember the stickers? Be kind, please rewind.
Not all. I mean, I think I took the stickers off.
Either way, that hurts the next person. So it's Towie's not thinking.
Did
of the
you get
greater
them
good.
after me?
I must have, because I always had to rewind. But either way.
And I bet Threes Up wishes they could rewind part of this game.
Oh my God, yes they do. They wish they could warp back in time.
47-29. Quite the lead here. Coliseum is one of those Slayers that can certainly get out of hand with both rockets and sniper on the map. So good power weapon control and most importantly spawn control.
And it might even be a stake here, something that Towie and I will not see for quite a while since we will not be going to dinner anytime soon if this goes to a second best of 7.
14 consecutive games of Halo, but it is almost a stake. We were close.
Yeah, almost.
If only we could have had that stake.
Not for a while now. 50-31. Elite Four showing that they are carrying that momentum from earlier on the last couple matches. And Threes Up, they need to step it up because they seemed like off the beginning of each game, they're hanging. They're hanging with Elite Four. They go cap for cap. It's 1-1 or slay-wise. It's at least a reasonable score. But towards the end, Elite Four just prevail every single time. I mean, the 2-1 flag game on Fathom, much closer.
Yeah.
This one was just absolute domination. And that was the concern I had, at least for Elite Four. Elite Four, I felt like, is not as strong of a Slayer squad. I mean, when we saw them lose Eden earlier to Contagious, when I guess that's the only game we saw them lose earlier, was just the Eden.
It's true.
But we do have the next match coming up, which is going to be Plaza Strongholds.
Yeah. It's possible that, with the first match of the day that it was earlier, they came out super cold in their first series that they played. And after warming up a bit, going through the bracket and coming in through the losers, now we see what this, team's makeup really is, because they've had control for the most part of game one and then ended up winning 2-1 and then completely dominated in this last game.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if we do have to go through the second best series, I'd love to see this first one maybe closed out, and then I want to go to a game 7 for sure.
Just entertain me.
Just entertain.
I'm all in on the entertainment. More Halo is good Halo.
And it looks like, are we loading up the next game already?
We are.
Yes. So I like the fact that these teams are getting them started immediately, just getting these series
the
rolling.
No quick, yellow team for 5
no dilly-dallying.
minutes. I got to go make a phone call mid-game, like mid-series. I don't know about that. These guys, they're ready to game.
The only thing we saw mid-game there was when Renegade had to tell his mom that he got the overkill. He had to pause it for 1 second.
He did, and then he
Mom,
and then he
get over here. Got an overkill. Check this out.
He told everyone in the house.
And it actually worked out best, too, because if he didn't have that small little pause, he wouldn't have had the timing to get that ground pound. But enough about the past. We're going to move on to the future, which is Plaza Strongholds, kicking things off with P. Tizype from Threes Up.
Expecting some players to be coming out here towards the benches, able to possibly take this Nest Stronghold on his own. I'm not sure what the opening start was here as 2 players are going to fall on 3s up. He's going to get double teamed pretty hard. They know his location. Get him to 1 shot. Wisely going to back down there as he's going to be trapped at snipe. Only one alive on his team. When you're in a position like this, it's important to try to challenge for a kill, and he knows it, so he goes for that kill. Able to help out bottom center now. Not sure how he hasn't gotten any attention earlier. Cleaned up now, but that's a great job when you're in a 1-on-3 more or less.
Yeah, I'm more so curious as to what happened with the other half of the map, or what Elite Four's starting strategy was, because like you said, P-Tizype was all by himself over at Nest. They obviously got control of Yard, but it seems like bottom mid, his team was able to get nearly uncontested.
And great shots coming out of Renegade as he picks up a perfect for the double. Kind of knows and expects a player to be near him as they overtake this bottom center. There's a split spawn cycle going on right now. You saw 2 players kind of die at the same time while 2 others are kind of engaged right now. And that's really hard to, you know, collect yourselves on a team when you're on this split spawn, you're getting into battles, and that's how this triple cap is forming. You see 2 players now in Yard able to take that, but Ryan Noob trying to engage them as fast as possible. Looks like they're able to clean up Monster, and Ryan Noob already getting ready to push the triple cap.
And this is what we saw happen to Contagious over and over the last series, where Ryan Noob and this Elite Four squad will put nonstop pressure toward Yard. It just keeps their opposing team so confused. And I like what 3-Sup is doing, though. I like how they're committing towards the center of the map, because that was the mistake Contagious made too many times, is that they only committed towards Yard. We saw 4 members of Contagious push back to try to kill Renegade in the Yard.
That's a really big reset there, though. I was going to say they had that opportunity with 2 dead while Ryan was taking the Yard here, but they're split. We just saw 1 player taking bottom center with people taking Yard, or taking Nest rather, and both were killed. Neither of the strongholds were taken, and the triple cap still in place now. I would expect the pressure to be applied to these spawns here as Monster is trying to stop the bleeding and take over Yard.
Yeah, the only problem with this right now, though, is Monster has his teammates left out to dry in the center of the map, and we just have a crazy, chaotic battle in Yard. Ryan Noob coming ahead, eventually going to get that cap, and we're going to see, once again, Elite Four putting up some more points on the board, and that was a great reset by Straight Sick.
Yep, I'm not sure what happened to that camo. It's kind of been up for a little while now. Not sure if anyone was able to get the burn or what happened there, but you have to imagine some player would have it by now. So
yeah,
we're gonna
it must have been burned.
Stay on board with Straightsick as he gets the reset in Yard and knows to push out immediately, as I believe this is the first time in this game that they finally lost control of the outside of the map. So able to block himself from that plasma pistol burst. Gets the kill on that player, but bottom middle reset. Not sure where his teammates were, and this is a good opportunity for 3-Sup to get back in this game right now.
So this is the only flaw I see in Elite Four's strategy, is if the opposing team makes a great push outside from and just kind of ignores Yard completely, they can get control of bottom mid and Nest if they do it correctly, but it's still kind of a risk because you can still hold a decent setup with 3 players out in the center of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely situational, and you got to wait for those, you know, windows of opportunity, which they certainly had in that original push there. But I like the thought process, and you can tell the communication is definitely there. They're committing to things as a team. They're not as split as they could be.
Yeah, and I like the fact that when they're committing as a team, they're committing towards the center of the map rather than committing as a team to Yard. I think Yard is a 1 or 2 person max job. Now, one thing you brought up earlier was how 3-Sup were on split spawns for the majority of the time. Now, how do you deal or fix that issue? If your team is on split spawns or a split spawn cycle, what's your mindset? Do you have those 2 players that spawn stay alive longer, or do they kind of push out and hopefully get like split spawns for your teammates? And like, what's your mindset in that?
It's totally situational, which is the most difficult part about it, because you never anticipate being put on those types of spawns, or don't plan for it, really. But if you are on those types of spawns, it's just really important to stop the bleeding. You can't go into a triple cap, can't allow them to take Yard. And trying to regroup and wait for your spawning teammates is really important. You can't give up a death or give up, you know, your shields and allow them to push on you guys while your teammates aren't even spawned up yet. So playing a bit more defensively is really the priority.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think when in doubt, you can play a little bit more defensively, and then if another team gets a little too aggressive and pushes on you, they might force split spawns that are beneficial to your team, but you at least make them have to make a great play.
Yeah, great job there from Cloud. It looks like they were able to get 3 dead. He was taken down by the plasma pistol. Not as much control as you would think, though. They take bottom center, but at some cost as 2 players go down here. P-Tizype chasing a kill on a guy here with him at loop. Looks like bottom center is going to be almost captured and now fully captured by 3-Sup. Good positioning here from P-Tizype to try to finish this last kill, going for the triple kill. does connect on 3 players in a row, so he's going to move over towards Nest, thinking this might be for free, knowing they're going to be spawning up over in the loop area, trying to collect themselves and go back towards yard.
Renegade would have got that triple kill for sure.
Possibly. Would have for sure recorded it. But this is a good job here, and this is a good example of split spawns, because we just saw some players come up at loop. They were pushed on, collapsed on, and taken down, while these remaining players are all spawning up in Cafe and now trying to push back through to Flowers and to Yard. They were able to stop the bleeding, but good shots for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important to always prioritize your yard first, because it's one of those spots on this map where you can send a set amount of players, 1 or 2 players, and you should be able to guaranteed get that yard back. Whereas any other sort of hill in this map where it's like bottom hill or nest, you kind of have to commit nearly your entire team. So when you're waiting for teammates to spawn, go towards yard. If you have everyone up, you can maybe send one towards yard that can go towards yellow nest, but in short, you want to have everyone pretty much helping towards the center of the map one way or another.
Yeah, but really you can't get yard, or you can't push out from yard unless you have the kills first, and usually you might meet some people there that are trying to contest it, but pushing through loop and making sure your team is working together on getting the appropriate kills first, you know, you can't really take bottom middle unless you have kills, you know.
That's true.
It's not a good position to be in, to be at the bottom of the map. So to get your kills first is most important, and then pushing out from there.
Thank you for correcting that, because I think I definitely rephrased that wrong, where I'm saying make a push together to go
Yeah.
get the kills and get in the center of the map.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I agree. There should never.
Thing, for sure.
Yeah, I definitely did not articulate it correctly, because you never want to pretty much just be diving right into the hill and doing that by itself.
This is a great job here from Cloud. 3 players we see in bottom center, making sure they secure the cap. Don't want to give it up all the way, only to get reset. Looks like 2 players were able to fall. He also taken down bottom center, immediately taken back by 3s up. We see 1 player kind of baiting this stronghold here. He did get a spawn. Not sure if anyone knows that he spawned up at snipe.
A wise play right there. That was by
Yep.
Cloudy, playing that patiently, realizing that he did not have to go away his position. It was actually Straight Sick who played that patiently.
Yeah, excellent job. 93 to 62 lead, though. Even though he got these kills, they're only now just taking bottom center. That's going to be 2 dead, 4 3s up. Straight Sick taken down by that 1 shot on Soda Stairs. Renegade trying to clean up his weak kill. Might need some help here, but they do have the advantage in numbers. This is a great job by, I think it's Munoz, buying time for his teammates. Because he took so long to be taken down, his teammates got all the way off their spawn without any pressure. They got all the way to loop, they got all the way pushed out to bottom center now, and immediately over towards dip as we see Ryan fighting this player.
Yeah, and just doing a great job of keeping his position, realizing he doesn't have to force and fight that when he doesn't, if he's not at the perfect advantage. So he just backs down and allows one of his teammates to try to get that cleanup.
I was going to say, this might be game. I mean, they only need a few more points. They just took Nest off of that, and that's all because that player took so much time from everyone else just to finish the kill on him. Because they weren't able to turn and apply all their attention over towards the spawning teammates, it took an extra 6 or 7 seconds to kill him. They were able to push off their spawns, get shots on them, and then collapse and then push towards Nest together, which is a great play.
Yeah, 3s up, showing quite a bit of life there. I didn't total up the slays. Obviously, outslaying just by a little bit. Looks like they outslayed by 3, 4, 5 kills. So outslaying by 5 kills, win by 26 points. That's a good margin. That's a very objective efficient, I would say.
Definitely efficient. I mean, I can't say enough. The play, I forget who it was, but whoever that last kill was when he was out on like Soda Stairs towards the end, by staying alive, it just opens up the map so much for all of his teammates to push off their spawns and then push towards Nest. And the only reason they were able to win the game off that is because he took so much time. Because it just gave, it took everyone's attention on the other team to finish that kill on him, and they were able to push and then take Nest off of that. So,
yep, great play by 3s up, showing that I have a little life left in this match. Now we do have a 1-2 series. This is a best of 7, where 3s up, they won the winner's bracket. Elite 4 came from the loser's bracket. We're going to have to see if we go to a next best of 7 or if 3s up can close it out in the first series. We're going to see if these players have the next match loaded up yet, which does not look like it. But for those curious, I believe it's going to be CTF on Stasis, not Strongholds on Stasis.
Not Strongholds, not Strongholds on Stasis. That would be wild, though. I think, where would we put the third one? Top center? The 2 bases? That seems spread out.
That seems too spread out. I think it would have to be
all 3 shoddy side.
Top center, bottom center, and like shoddy in the middle somewhere. It's just
on
the entire time just
on
like
the
doing
brutes in top center. Well, stay tuned while, you know, Dave and I come up with more creative and make-believe game types.
That's true. You can stick around for all our unfunny jokes for the next hour or 2 if you'd like.
Hopefully.
That's what we're here for.
That's what I'm here for. You're casting.
But we are actually loading up the game right now. I love how fast these guys are getting the game started.
Yeah.
Just jumping right into the next one. So this one will be Stasis CTF, the Series 1-2. And this is a pivotal match. I mean, you can say that about every single game for sure.
But I mean, a 2-2 versus 3-1 is a world of difference.
Yes. Looks like I was a little incorrect. It is CTF on Coliseum. My guess is that it will be Stasis Flag, like Game 6 or something like that. Either way,
it's not Strongholds.
Well, yeah, we'll get figured out. So, Monster is, we're going to start off with him and see which side he goes for. We know what Rami did. I doubt they're going to fall for that again, where Rami gets the amazing pick. And we got a little nade trick right over here.
As we watch that nade soar over top Rockets. But
whoops.
4 dead immediately. That's the fastest I've maybe ever seen 4 dead on this game type. 15 seconds into the game, and all 4 players are dead. Rockets picked up for free by Monster, a quick double kill. This could be a fast double cap.
Should I go to the cap screen or just stay here with the slaves?
On Monster.
Stay with the slaves?
He's probably putting this flag in as we speak, and Monster, same thought process as me, already here thrusting towards that player, thinking maybe he can get the kill. If he got that flag out and maybe the throw, you could go for a double cap there. But
I love that play,
process,
though.
I think, was correct.
I mean, it's there's only the slight little risk there where you had the rocket. However, at the same time, I think the situation was so chaotic that I can't disagree with that play. It's one of those things where nobody's expecting that double cap right off the bat.
Yeah, no kidding. It looks like Cloud here getting a good flag pull and ground pound to bring it over towards Rocket side as another player is taken down. 2 players now by 3 by his teammates. This is an excellent run as his teammates are getting the slays around him. That's what you always want to see. You don't want to have it in the opposite order and the flag pulls be more difficult.
So the scary part is that Elite Four, they didn't need rockets. They didn't need any sort of like miraculous start to get that cap. They just seemed to like push in, mosey right in the base, and pull that immediately. So that's that's a little frightening if you're a 3s-up fan, because there was nothing that mechanically special about how Elite Four got that flag. They just they just played great Halo.
It was good, good execution for them, recognizing the other team was really out of position to stop them there.
Chose the exact right time to run it. They got just the necessary slays, nothing too special, and just business as usual for Elite Four. They're running that flag.
Yeah, great defense here, though. We see this player, that's Renegade, who was taken down. Now, Straight finds 2 players in front of him. Cloud able to clean up one of them. And winning the individual battle, Straight with the perfect, getting cleaned up from under the base, but still good defense. A lot of the slays going in favor of Elite Four, but no flag pulls coming out.
Yeah, this game seems like it's slowing down a little bit. I guess there's only one way to go from fast to slow based on the beginning of that game, because the way it started off, like you said, all 4 players down in about 15 seconds. Not much faster you can get than that.
Yeah, not much to say about the rocket usage there. That was less than ideal.
4 down. I want to see what Elite Four do in this situation. I like what Ryan Noob does for a second, though. He plays a little slow because he realizes that he was not in position to grab the flag immediately, and he's going to have to fight somebody, whether they were on Rocket Corner or they were at Cave.
Yeah, they went a little too fast there. We saw Ryan push in towards the cave as a teammate was coming in Rocket side. Maybe some miscoordination on what they wanted to leave open. You know, with that much time to know when the other team was all spawning up, they should have been in one area. You should have been able to force that, and they kind of blocked 2 spawn areas at once. So could have maybe executed that a bit better, but doesn't matter, and they put in that second cap.
Monster living right there and getting that kill over on Renegade. We're going to see what he can do. Pushing over in this flag, so obviously that was not Monster down in front of the base unless he's the fastest man I've ever seen in my entire life. We're going to jump on to his teammate PGL, who's over at the top snipe, and what used to be an amazingly easy battle from top snipe over towards top rocket side has now turned quite a bit as we see PGL having to back down from that fight.
Yeah, that's a smart back down for sure. I know that new sniper did just come up recently. I'm not sure if anyone was able to sneak away with it at all. PGL wisely backing down and opting to try to help and fight with his teammate, kind of overcommitting for that battle. They're getting cleaned up by 3 players at once.
Bit of a tunnel vision.
Yeah, 2 down now. It's a 4-on-2 for Elite Four as we see one player there in the rocket corner pushing in to get this flag pull. That's a smart play there to run it towards his teammates at snipe. Looks like he'll get cleaned up, but this flag not moving for the time being. They kind of need to get these kills. I think a player might have just grabbed it now.
And if they can get this past the snipe side, Elite Four are in great position because there's nobody at the moment from 3s-up in position. They are all committed towards snipe side. So 3s-up basically committed to a strat where they had to get that stop then and there towards their snipe side. If not, they had realistically no good option to stop it over at the Elite Four base.
Yeah, but they kind of recognize that they are able to get the kill on that the original flag puller immediately, which is really what saved them. Having, you know, the next person was kind of out of position, had to be pulled out of position to get and continue that flag run. So great job by whoever got that kill immediately.
And we see Elite Four for the fifth time today run that flag near bridge. I was expecting to see Cloudy ground pounded again towards bomb center, which we've seen him and Ryan Noob do over and over again, but he was taken down a little too quickly. And I like this play by Munoz, keeping control of rockets over towards snipe side. I'd like to see for the first time that someone holds rockets and uses all four without dying, but that's not going to be the case today. Cloud taking down Munoz with a grenade. Let's jump on with Renegade, who's pushing in for another flagpole.
Yeah, this is a smart play here, especially with three players dying in a row, knowing he has the opportunity.
That's a guaranteed cap if I've ever seen one.
What a smart objective play. Just that window of opportunity. Maybe a small fumble here. But
more than a small fumble. I know you were watching football earlier today, but that's the worst fumble you've seen today, right?
I've seen a few, but when you have a window of time like that with 4 dead all at once, it's almost a guaranteed cap.
Yeah.
You're up 2-1. And that will close out the game 3-1.
You couldn't ask for a better time to run that flag there. You saw
No
3
kidding.
dead in the kill feed, grab the flag, and you're shooting the 4th person in the back.
Yeah, that's how you draw it up.
And we can see heavily outslaying here from the Elite Four squad. I'm not going to try to do this math right now because I am a little tired. But we're going to look at game number 5, which I believe is going to be Slayer on Eden. So we said before, it's not a great situation to be in, down 3-1 compared to a potential 2-2, especially when they start off so strong. I think we forget that.
So strong.
They did. I mean, the 3's up squad.
That was one of the. That's like all
the best
4
start
dead
I've ever seen.
in 15 seconds. It was less. It
They
might
had a
have been
chance
13.
at double cap immediately. He got to use 3 rockets.
He maybe could have baited that flag area back a little bit more. I mean, in hindsight, we can tell him what to do.
Yeah, in hindsight,
makes
we
my
can
job
tell you
easy.
what you should have done, man. Just listen to our after we see how it plays
when
out.
I can see everyone. It's so easy.
Exactly, but regardless, I don't disagree with that play by Monster.
It's a good thought process for sure, especially when they already had the kills.
But
yeah, they never really regrouped. I mean, they lost 3-1, and they almost had 2 caps right off the start. That first cap just came off their starting strat. So.
Yeah, that's not a great sign when you have that great of a start and then you fall and lose the next 3 caps. So I'm expecting a second best of 7.
That's really what it's looking like.
It has to be at this point,
especially with the way that Elite Four was able to kind of regroup and change how they were playing Eden Team Slayer. They didn't obviously do very well the first time we've seen them play it. They obviously refocused on power weapon control and getting that off spawn and just proper rotations, and won pretty handily the last time they played it. So, Yeah,
it seems like they've made corrections to whatever mistakes they had before, whether it was losing those power weapons like you've said, or whether it was just overextending, or I don't know. I still feel like Elite Four doesn't do a great job of prioritizing rockets in situations where they should be they should be outside. They should have rockets there ready to get some easy kills on sneaky ledges or one of the bends,
and just anticipating positioning, or at least being in a position to acquire power weapons with the power weapons you have. Like you obviously need to be focusing on that, but their priorities were a little off, and they still won pretty handily. So, if they just fix a small few things, I would imagine this game going the same way.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. I would, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to see the series closed out right now. If it's gonna go to the second best of 7, let's just get this one over with. Come on, Elite Four, just close them out right here, and then we can take the second best of 7 to the full length.
Yeah.
I don't need to see as much anticipation for them bringing it to the second series.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as they can regroup in between those series, though. That's important.
Yes, absolutely. I want to see
the second series, that's got to go the distance.
All right, looks like Spectate is up, so we are joining up, and this should be Slayer on Eden, where I'm just praying. I really, really, really want them to close out this first best of 7.
I want to see some more ridiculous no-scopes. we had that one game that's kind of had all of the highlight snipes for the day. Let's get some more highlight snipes in here.
I'm down with that. I mean,
I want to see players in position that they shouldn't be, getting weak and hitting the shots that they shouldn't be taking. That's what I want to see right now.
All right.
Since I'll just analyze everything.
Hopefully they grant Towie his wish with some amazing no scopes, and hopefully they grant my wish, where I want to see them close out this game and bring it to the next best of 7 immediately. So we are jumping on to Eden Slayer. The series right now is 3-1 in favor of Elite Four. They were in the loser's bracket before, and they're going to try to bring it back to a second best of 7 here in the grand finals. Let's see how they do it. Monster taking down Renegade with some great SMG shots, and looks like trying to take down Straight Sick with SMG as well. Most importantly, just staying alive and backing down for his teammate to get that finish. Looks like Straight Sick and Muse switch, I would say switch it up and trade kills, but Ryan Noob taking down Monster eventually. Let's jump on with Renegade, who is, for some reason, still down the bottom of the map when I think, like, you should possibly get in better position. That's exactly what Renegade does. So I like that play where it looks like he was originally looking for Straight Sick or somebody, and instead is trying to flank over and get towards the sniper. Someone has to have that snipe, and I'm not sure who it is, but I'm going to go find their screen right now.
Yeah, good push here from Cloud, I believe. It looks like they're kind of getting collapsed on outside Blues. He's trying to stay alive with those rockets. P-Type is doing his job and just taking things slow with this sniper, not wanting to overextend or push anywhere until he knows what's safe. Should probably be moving a little bit, anticipating these players in tower. Might be getting collapsed on here. He's got a player behind him and players coming from the tower, but some help from outside. Almost hit that no-scope. It's kind of what I wanted to see.
You're hoping they dropped right there, and right there, P-Type getting a gift. The player not looking at him, being able to rip off Cloudy Cloud's space, but in kind of a sticky situation. Luckily, Monster's there with the shotgun, helping save his life, and Munoz and Monster bailing out P-Type by the blue catwalk. That was pretty scary, though, because there's 3 or so players around that blue catwalk, that blue alley area, and P-Type can't be too comfortable in a situation like that.
Yeah, but we never really saw him panicking or trying to immediately get out of these situations. You know, he's confident in his no-scoping, especially up close. He's an excellent sniper. Great snipe there. And he kind of baited himself around his teammates, and they collapsed around him. You know, he didn't die, and they went 3 for 0 in that situation at Blues. So great job by them together.
Wow, Straight
Spawn
Sick taking
sniping.
out his former teammate. P-Type just ripped off his face off the spawn, and so being incredibly efficient with that last ammo. I mean, I would say he got what? Did he get 3 kills out of the last 3 bullets? That's
so.
exactly it. So
I think so.
I'm not
3
sure
for
what he got.
3 is what you want to shoot for.
That's the
Dave.
dream, yeah. I mean, if you
in
want
my
to,
professional opinion.
I mean, if you want to shoot for the stars, you want to go for like a 2 for 1 or something like that. Hope for that. But yeah, that's probably not going to happen. So either way, we got to see some of the snipes we want to see. However, at the same time, we are seeing 3s up ahead right now. I don't think they were listening because I said if we're going to a second best of 7, I want to jump into that second best of 7 as soon as possible.
Oh, no, I'm sure they heard you, Dave. They just don't care. They're ready to fight this one out now as we see P-Type locking down tower. I like this, making sure he's not, you know, getting spawned on, wants to make sure they have control. If you're going to push blue, you need help at blue. Knows there's a player stuck there and probably has that call out to his teammate to push in from tower side as we see a player crouching that way. P-Type getting shot in the back, possibly. You would anticipate, it looks like all 4 players on outside blue. This is not how you draw it up, but it seems to be working okay as they take down Rami and Renegade, sniping him right in the face.
So last time we seen Renegade play on this map against Contagious, we thought he was going in some bad position, overextending with Snipe. Let's see if he's fixed that right now. He's bringing Snipe over towards the blue catwalk. He has teammates spawning nearby, so he knows that nobody's in the alley below him. He doesn't have to check that area, but instead he just rips off Munoz's face over by Blue Ben and now has a one-on-one at someone blue too. I'm not sure what he should do in this situation, but I think he needs to obviously acknowledge that player right away. He gets the no-scope beat down on Rami and decides to rotate all the way towards blue 2 and see if he can get some picks at right.
Rami is playing so fast, he doesn't need to go there when that player is trapped there. But Renegade, you know, he's looking in one way, he's going, he's jumping out, then he's coming back. And I would have anticipated that player possibly, you know, pushing you in blue. You know there's the guy in blue. Seems like he's also playing extremely fast.
And we had some warning Hydra shots shot out. I loved how Renegade started to thrust away and was worried, and he was like, wait, those aren't headed towards me. I can poke back out and try to get a snipe shot.
It's like a bigger flare gun. As we see Renegade moving back up toward the blue attic. Looking for some guys in Turbine. I'm glad that he decided to move out from front blue, though. That was where he was sniping before and is a little exposed. Trying to not get picked by that Hydra, that would be a real bad death. That's what, you know, more often than not you see the Hydra player try to do, get an easy pick on that snipe guy looking. So Renegade positioned himself to try to watch for the push here. Not sure where they're coming from. Getting pushed in front of blue. We see with these player outlines. Connects with the no-scope, but probably going to get collapsed on and taken down from catwalk.
That was odd, too, the way he tried to go down towards blue alley. It seemed like he took such a slow route. I can understand wanting to drop down to blue alley, but it just seems like he took like a long route where he could just picked off from red nest, from low catwalk. Yeah, that was tough, but I was going to say he did read P-Type like a book when he came over from that front blue ledge where he's able to get the no-scope and beat down again.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure what happened to that sniper. It may be down over here somewhere towards blue attic again. See Cloud getting into a one-on-one, backing down. I like that play. You don't want to see anyone challenge in that situation, but with these rockets coming up in about 45 seconds, Renegade still sniping. He kind of likes Blue Attic, I've learned.
Yeah, he likes this area, and he's doing much better with the snipe compared to previously, but the scary part is just score right now. Like, they've had sniper for the past minute, 90 seconds, they're still losing by more points, which should not be the case.
Yeah, this is an excellent push right now. 3 players, they coordinated this. 3 players for 3s up coming in from outside blue. 1 player from Catwalk. I'm not sure how the Catwalk player got out that far without being seen, but an easy takedown on the sniper player. Straight Sick picking up that sniper off of his teammate's dead body. Only a few shots left trying to stay alive, though. They do have the advantage in numbers here. It's 4 on 2, but he's taken down by a player behind him in blue.
And finally able to close that gap a little bit more, and we do get to see Ryan and friends finally get a set of rockets, but Renegade actually grabbed those rockets somehow. Or was that old ones?
I don't know.
I said,
There's a
I'm old
lot
and
of
confused,
ammo in a lot of places right now.
Yeah, because I saw Ryan just reloading SMG as he was trying to pull those rockets as they just came off spawn at the 6-minute mark. For those that are unfamiliar with the spawn timers in this game, Sniper comes up every 3 minutes, and Rockets comes up every 2 minutes. So that means at the 6-minute mark, you have to worry about both power weapons at the exact same time.
Yeah, great shot there by Munoz connecting. That's going to be 2 dead. Kind of like what they're doing here. You know, they're expecting the spawns to be outside red. He's kind of baiting this inside red area, seeing if he can maybe get a pick. This is a popular spot to snipe from in blue stairs. Baiting this area out in front of red to see if they're going to try to make a push towards tower. Catches a player, but wasn't scoped in yet enough. So with this kind of lead, though, you just got to let your snipers kind of pick them apart unless they're making a push here.
And a fast play coming out from Renegade and the Elite Four squad, taking down Munoz, who had that sniper over there. That's not a good sign when your sniper is the furthest one up.
Yeah, not ideal. 3 dead. They go 0 for 3 during that push. I think it might have been Monster who escaped, stayed alive. It's good. It's important not go 4 dead, but you never want to go 0 for 3, especially giving up those power weapons.
Monster's in a good position himself. I mean, he does have shotgun pushing towards security. He could help get this top catwalk and collapse in on blue base and blue catwalk. So he's the most important man on the map, but it looks like he is spotted as Ryan Noob sniffs out that problem and gets the kill, taking down Monster with his SMG.
The double team from Cloud top catwalk there is what saved him. I was going to say the biggest advantage he had in that situation was his positioning. They didn't know he had shotgun there. They didn't know that there was a player crouching. Double team coming in from Cloud. That's a quick kill. Almost no advantages going for 3s up right now.
Well, this is odd, though, because every single time we see Elite Four get the weapons, they get everything going their way. We even see a killing spree, but the gap has not been closed too much. Great trade by Renegade right there, getting a kill with that rocket before he was taken out. But regardless, this gap you want to see closed quite a bit more. But maybe one of the reasons it's not being closed is because see the power weapons, sometimes when they first come off spawn, are falling in the hands of the 3s up player like Rami right here, who has it over at red Ben, is rotating towards blue Ben.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this play from Rami. Obviously, trying to get rockets towards tower should be your priority all the time. You might be able to get a quick pick on a kill. Yeah, unsuspecting guy here. Obviously, they had no idea he was there. Quick kill there. So he's proven me wrong and getting an easy kill, but you know, the higher percentage play is usually to try to rotate those rockets out. Blue Ben doesn't provide the best angles unless they actually rush you from blue stairs, which they happen to. So quick 2 kills, 49 to 40 now. This game is all but over as Ryan Noob decides to shut me up quick and connect on a no-scope.
I thought it was about to be over as well, but I can't really foresee Elite Four bringing this one back. I mean, we've seen them with the sniper in their hand the entire game so far, and even when they have that advantage, it's not like they're closing any significant gaps. In fact, sometimes they've been losing more points. So we're going to have to see what happens right here as Ryan Noob and the squad have the sniper, not too many bullets, and no wiggle room because they only need 1 more death and they lose the match.
And it looks like some player was able to grab this sniper here, rushing in for a kill. Kind of desperating for a kill here. It's really
absolutely desperate.
It's only 49-44. Yes, they need 1 kill, but looks like they're able to pick up a trade.
Picks up a trade in a 1v3 situation over there too. So.
I mean, I'll take that, but that's 49-44 is pretty hard to imagine a team losing, but it's not insurmountable for sure.
Yeah, not insurmountable, but still, it's really tough, especially when we looked at the state it was at before. I mean, it was like a 49 to 41 or 42 time where they have so much wiggle room. But at some point when you give up a few of those kills, it's like, all right, guys, like, come on, someone just close this out or slow it down a little bit. And that's what Pete Tizype did. Is he just closed out. He said, all right, I'll just charge in, get 1 for 1.
Say that started reminding me the end of that game of the series that our team had back in like 2011 versus Classic, which had both T-Type and then Straight on it. I think you were casting that series versus Classic when we were on Instinct, which I don't remember the exact lead we had, but it seemed insurmountable at the time, and it ended well, but how we got there was not how we planned.
It gets
to get
a little
there.
scary when you get such a huge lead, especially early on. It's like, oh, we're up by 15 kills. Like, it's such a relieving feeling early in a Team Slayer game.
Yeah.
And then once you see that diminish, it's like, wait, we're up by 2 or 3 kills. Like, what are we doing?
What happened?
What's going on
Where's
now?
everyone going?
Like, why are you guys all getting the deaths? I mean, I gave it like 4 deaths, but I'm just wondering what you guys were
The
doing.
worst, I just remember that game at least because it was 49-45. Which is not far off from what we just had.
No.
And all 4 players on our team died at the exact same time. And it was everyone dead, 49-49. And everyone, like the crowd was nuts. Everyone stood up. Like you were casting. You said it was a crazy series. You remember? I can't remember a scenario at a tournament being that loud and hectic and crazy. But thankfully we had Ogre 2 on our team, and he just lifted up on countdown for a quick melee on a guy. So we won 50-49.
Oh, there's been some crazy, crazy series, and that game right there is got to be one of the craziest matches I've seen. And then I'm trying to think what would be the craziest comeback I've ever seen. It has to be the triggers down one. What squad was Goofy on at that time? I'm talking about
yeah.
the no scope heard around the world.
Yeah. Oh, what team was that?
I can't
Ryan
remember.
Noob on his team too.
I believe so.
I don't know. Any guess I have is
can't
going to be
remember.
wrong. I don't
I have
remember
horrible
either.
memory. But either way, that squad
When
they
you've
took
been
down
to like
triggers down.
so many tournaments, they just all blend together.
People ask me
honestly
how many
don't
tournaments
remember.
I've been to, and like I really can't even I can give you maybe a ballpark within like
Same.
20 to 40 events, but I really don't know. I would have
Yeah.
to sit down and do the math, but I mean,
For
I've
sure.
probably been to 100, plus or minus 20 events, something like that.
At least you've been to a few more than me, a few. But yeah, I mean, when you've been to so many and it's just been going on for so long, they just kind of blend together. Like I can tell you moments in games, and I can tell you different scenarios in a tournament or certain like Sundays or something. But how I ever got to a tournament, no, like
Dude, yeah,
no idea how I got to any of the 50 tournaments.
So here's how bad it gets. One point, I was at another event, and they were doing some esports trivia, and it wasn't, like a lot of times, like okay, like esports trivia that could be tough, but it was all about me stuff, and I was like,
Oh, you just
I was getting
don't know
questions
any
wrong. They're
of
like,
it.
what was your roster at like MLG Orlando like 2011? I was like, I have no idea.
Is
And I was
this-
out there casting the event with Strongside, and Strongside was on my team, and I didn't even know.
That's
I guessed it wrong,
hilarious.
so it was pretty
Oh, that
horrible.
was the Defy and Best Man roster.
Yes, yes.
I remember only because Sunday night we got first, and you said we got first just twice. We got 11. You guys got 11.
Well, neither of these teams are going to be getting 11th here as they're vying for first and second, and we're jumping on forward with Monster, who's trying to immediately cap this basement as he grabs shotgun and tries to deny that camo. So we're going to have to see if this comes back to bite him, but it seems like he's taking a little longer to cap basement than he would like, and he's a little mad about it as he's pushing those blocks and gets back smacked from Ryan Noob, who is now going to cap that basement with camo. So
A nerdy play with camo from Ryan Noob. Wonder what the Vegas lines on that would have been. Kind of getting spotted, jumping for camo there. He was trying to get into a better position with that camo shotgun. Great pickup on that kill there.
And a weird read, like a weird position to be looking at that time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like I would look towards basement entrance there. If I didn't see anyone, I would immediately just focus my attention elsewhere. I'd be looking towards elbow, or I'd be looking towards Whitehall, something along those lines. But great pick off of Ryan, who had that camo shotty and was an absolute threat. And what a
Unbelievable
dub
play
from Cloud.
Scotty. Oh my, Cloud.
That was incredible. Just a perfect grenade.
You always hate
Perfect
those
shot.
deaths as a player, though. It's like, oh, I got this guy. No, he's got a splinter hanging out in his back pocket. He's going to fastball it at me, and you just die instantly.
They are the absolute worst stats, without a doubt. I'm trying to think of what would be a better way to show would be more rewarding, because sometimes that happens to you and it doesn't feel as legit. You know what I mean? Like when you pull it off, it feels incredible. Like hitting someone's sticky grenade or a splinter grenade. Like, should there be some sort of UI that lets players know that you have a plasma grenade or a splinter grenade? Or do you think that should be part of the mystery that people love in Halo?
Everyone loves a little bit of mystery, Dave. That was an unbelievable railgun shot that we saw there. Straitsa, he picks up the shotgun here. Not sure if he has a lot of ammo. It looks like he has a few shots left. This new railgun going to be coming up soon. Will be key.
Yeah, and we're going to see Straight Chick get an easy kill here in just 1 second. Gets the nice juke on Rami. Goes straight back from that pillar. And one thing we saw Straight Stick doing very well last time we saw him on Rig was doing a great job of blocking the spawns. Remember that crucial moment where he got the kill over towards Carbine side, got another kill, got basement. And right now it seems like we're seeing a repeat of that, just so focused on Carbine. And getting an incredible flank here in Whitehall. So many routes towards that room, and Straight Stick knows them all.
Yep, and I was going to say, I love this play from him. He backed up to Carbine, kind of baited the position, knew that they were playing for that stronghold. You know, you don't have to force your hand or force the other team. They need to get the kills and get the stronghold. You know where they are if they're trying to take that stronghold. So he played the positioning game and got a few kills there with that shotgun.
Yep, and we've noticed Cloudy, Straight Stick's not the only one who worries about that Carbine area. Cloudy's trying to lock this outside down, but he has 2 members charging him. Gonna see if he can get out of this, and he retreats over towards Whitehall and Snipe side. I don't disagree with this play at all. There's a lot of times where you don't want to give up your ground and other area you push to, but there's other times where you need to retreat or you're gonna die, and that's exactly what Cloudy did as he retreated towards Snipe spawn.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 dead here, though. Even though they're still accumulating time, this Nest Stronghold's still not taken yet. 3's Up does have better positioning, but 3 players here in the White Hall trying to stop them. They never were able to take it, and they do not get the reset as Straight Stick overextends to try to get that buy his team some more time. Looks like they're going to try to make somewhat of a barrels push here as P-Tiz, I'm not sure where that player was headed.
Gets a little jukes from Cloudy because he saw a person going towards elbow, and that did not happen at all. So Muno's trying all he can to stay alive here, Engine 2, and he has a couple little surprises here for his buddy Straight Stick. He has not only the SMG, he had a shotty, but I guess that was empty, and he's going to capture his reward, which is the BR base.
I was going to say, I couldn't tell if he was out of position. It's hard to tell without that communication, but tried to, push in for the triple cap there when none of his teammates were really in position to help him. He gives up a death. Yes, he's being aggressive. He got that kill. That's all great, but that window of opportunity is still present when that player is down. They were able to get another kill. Now they don't really have control of the halls as much, so this is a good opportunity for the other team to get this railgun and try to break this setup here.
So you're thinking of the ideal communication, he would have probably waited knowing they didn't have backup and then just went for like a Slayer 2 before going for the triple cap?
Yeah, it's a preventable death that he doesn't have to have by pushing in there when you know that they're going to spawn on you, and you would expect them to be able to get that free kill on you if you're really the only guy there. So Straight Stick gets that rail off of its spawn, still getting some kills, pushing over here. Looks like they're going to get full map control not that much longer after getting that railgun and getting some better positioning because of that. So stopping the bleeding, 3's Up able to take over BR base, but unbelievable rail shot out of Straight Stick. He has another player behind him. Not sure if he'll be able to connect. He does. Uses this railgun to its maximum efficiency, taken down as a one-shot, but you can afford to do that if you get 5 kills in a row. Looks like his team pushed around him all the way over here towards basement, though.
Yeah, and that was, I still can't get over how great those rail shots were from Straight Stick. That's exactly what his team needed to bring them right back to where they're at.
They kind of lost control a bit, though, so I'm not sure where everyone else went. It looks like 2 players. Good coordination here. The last 2 alive, though, are both trying to take Nest. This is a good job from Rami. I like what I'm seeing. Baiting all of these guys in. He can't afford. He's going to end up dying here while he gets double teamed. But knowing that he was out of position and going to get totally caught and trying to buy some time here for the rest of his teammates is crucial.
That was a tough situation because Rami, you were damned if you do and damned if you don't right there. You saw 2 people flying across like you can't shoot them, and then the third one makes eye contact.
It's all right there for you.
Yep. It's like in a zombie movie where like the whole horde runs past the person in the movie, and then the last one comes over scavenging that last area and alerts the rest of the horde.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario if you're a survivor, but as we see Cloud, they picked up 2 kills here. He's trying to push his way back, wisely not trying to push in on any sort of a triple cap or anything. You need to just control the ones you have, especially when you have a few kills. Make them make plays. Halo is always about whatever team makes the least mistakes, so trying to control what you have here is a better play for sure, as Cloud connects with another kill with a shotgun.
And his team's in great position right now. I want to see if they're going to collapse in, try to get this BR base for a trip cap, or if they're just going to be content with the nest and basement. And it looks like Cloud is just going to go for this free kill over at basement as one player, actually 2 players down there now. Wonder what Cloud's going to do. Is he just going to try to go for the trade?
Great job. Unfortunately, him and his teammate both looked at that same player who was backing up and baiting himself, but that was a good job to coordinate when to drop in. I was going to say you don't want to just contest unnecessarily, so unfortunately it didn't work out, but that was played pretty well by both Cloud and Ryanoob.
Yeah, I would say a great timing from the players, but a series of unfortunate events as that player just sprint over towards elbow, and Cloud, I don't think, had the exact positioning on the other person who was crouching in the basement. So there was just a few things that went wrong there, and that one's going to be really tough to break down on film because I'm sure that's something Ryan Noob and friends are going to look at after this and think, all right, what could we have done better and how could we communicate this? And it might be one of those things where it's like, guess what? This situation is not worth going over. It just seemed like too many things unfortunately happened at the same time.
Yeah, that was a great job there from Renegade. I'm not sure what happened to that camo that was up recently. Monster with the shotgun in his back pocket whips that out to keep control of the halls. Looks like they are able to take over BR base, but losing nest control here as Cloud is trying to push off of his spawn as well.
Yeah, it looks like camo must be gone. We cycled through everyone, and then when I came back, Monster was gone too. So he must have lost that shotgun. So I just lost everyone there in that case. But looks like kill after kill. Looking on the kill feed, Monster getting a ground pound on Renegade. Cloudy eating that grenade in Whitehall. Him and his squad need to take over nest or basement here in a little bit, but at the same time, time is being generous to them. They have time to make a couple pushes as long as they don't allow a triple cap.
This is a big moment, though. That's 3 dead as Railgun is spawning up. Munoz is the last player alive, taken down. That last player alive gets the kill, and the Railgun. That's so important to stop the triple cap, to stop the spawn control from the other team. Monster wisely backing off, not wanting to give up another death here as Elite Fours are all pushing off their spawn.
Yep, Elite Four has time to make a couple pushes, but not that much time. I mean, it's only a 15 or 11-second deficit at this time. So we're gonna have to see what they do, and that's not what you want to see from Straight Sick.
Not ideal.
So
we can find someone here. I'm not sure what time that camo's going to be up at, but we do have Cloud with the railgun trying to take over this basement. You see players on his radar behind them. His teammates will be barrels trying to rotate over. That's 2 dead now. It's a 4-on-2 for them. Cloud unable to connect on that player, giving up the railgun. Munoz with that camo. This is huge.
I like that play by Munoz too, since he had camo just sitting on top of that box to make sure he was really completely invisible. So by that I meant he was pretty immune to grenades. That was probably one of the only things that was going to take him down in that situation, was being hit by a grenade when he was on top of that box with camo. So he decided to say, I'll stay on top of the box and I can jump away from a grenade.
Just a haircut there for Renegade, missing that railgun as it flies by him. But 90 to 89, this game couldn't be any closer. Straight Sick trying to stay alive. At this point, every single life is crucial.
Yeah, beforehand we kept saying how Elite Four, they had plenty of time to make pushes and do what they want, but that is not the case anymore.
I like this play, buying a lot of time for his team here. He gets his shields back and is able to collapse. His teammates should be capturing strongholds around him as we see them take over that nest. They should lose BR. I don't know, would you want to push this? It looks like they do have the communication and teamwork from a spawning teammate over by him at BR to contest that, but they just have to control what they have. You know, they allowed them to spawn up at barrels. That was a good job by Straight Sick to know what was being blocked and what they should leave open to not go for basement there.
Yeah, that was a great heads-up play, because I don't know if I would have had that discipline to not go for basement. I would have thought, all right, we need a hill right now, and it looks like they're going to be able to close this out. It's not going to be pizzas up that caps one, and Elite Four take the first series. That's going to be a 4-2 victory in the grand finals. So since Elite Four lost earlier in the bracket, in fact, they lost in the quarters to this exact squad, the 3's up.
Yeah.
We're going to a grand final secondary match because we have a double best of 7. I mean,
double elimination. That's
double elimination.
I can't say enough about it. Looking at the stats, though, Straight Sick 27 kills that game. He was playing real smart Halo, especially there at the end. You know, that was a very pivotal moment in the game. And to know, you know, it's tough for us to know what the best thing to do is without that communication. But it's a wide open basement, and the other team is controlling it. But to have the discipline to know you can't afford to single cap with this much time left, and you need to help your teammates and go for the reset while also leaving certain spawn areas open. He left, you know, barrels open. They all spawned there, and they made the correct rotation. So they
having
what
watched
they needed to.
Straight Sick play for multiple years now, I think I can safely say that is the best objective decision I've seen him make.
That was a really smart play.
It was, yeah. I think I would have made the wrong play if I was in his shoes there. I would have went straight for basement, tried to cap that single-handedly, rather than just trying to lock down base, rather than lock BR. So kudos to Straight Sick, who made a better play than I would have, even given the vision I had. So.
Yeah, they're playing really, really smart and efficient Halo right now. Even though it was 190, I mean, both teams are playing well.
Yes.
You know, you can't say that about every other game in the series, but it seems like they're definitely heating up right now. So this next best of 7. Who do you like
I have
in
the game
this?
types. I mean, Elite Four, they've won the last 2 or 3 series in a row they've played. They obviously shown that they can beat 3s up and make amends for their past mistakes that they made when they first played them. So I gotta go with Elite Four. I'm hoping for a game 7 here on this one though. Do you want to hear the game types for this?
Yeah.
All right, it is going to be Strongholds on Empire. We have Slayer on Coliseum, CTF Stasis, Strongholds on the Rig, Slayer Plaza, CTF Truth, and what else to round it out? Slayer on Regret.
Oh, man, we're going to hit up Game 7 Regret.
Yep.
I know a thing or two about Game 7 Regrets. One thing, and it was in Aspen, but that's the only time I've ever seen that.
You have any like golden memories from that or anything like that? Anything that sticks out?
None that come to mind. Well, maybe one.
So for those that don't get our, we have a lot
Terrible
of bad.
jokes.
Yeah, we have terrible jokes, but
I'm just not
for
funny.
those that don't remember, in Aspen at X Games, Towie and the EG squad, they took down CLG and won an X Game gold medal. That is something
That
I'm
was
also envious
unbelievable.
of.
Yeah, that was
competed for
unbelievable.
8 or 10 years, and I won some pretty awesome events, won some pretty awesome prizes. But I think an X Games gold medal is something that, like,
You just won't have ever really many
never have-
opportunities to compete in an
No.
environment like that in your life. So
absolutely not.
yeah, unbelievable for us, especially with all the drama that had happened with our team and everything that had been going on. There was a lot of emotion in that weekend. So yeah, very fond memory thinking of Aspen that weekend.
That is incredible. So yeah, that was probably one of the best Halo 5 matches I've seen or gotten the pleasure to cast as well. It was so incredible and so intense. Like you said, very emotional knowing the storylines for both squads going into that. You guys also had lost earlier in that
in the
series
pool
too.
play,
in the pool
there's,
play,
we
got
were
crushed there.
considered, heavy underdogs. There was, some, technical difficulties.
You got
crushed.
crushed.
Maybe not the best word, Dave.
The last game got crushed for sure.
All right, we got crushed.
But anyways, we're gonna see what's gonna unfold this second best of 7. Whoever wins this one, it's over. We're not going to go to any more continuation like that. So let's just get this started right now. This is Strongholds on Empire. We're kicking things off with Rami on 3s up. Going to see if he and his squad can bounce back from that last loss and close out this, or is Elite Four going to make the losers bracket run of their lives and take this series?
Did you see that start from Renegade? He jumped on the outside of the map to try to thrust back on. Unbelievable job there by that player, at least to stay alive as long as he did. But he kind of gave up a death. It looked like he was trying to get back onto the map. I don't even know that route personally.
Yeah, can you actually do that? Can you like jump around that pillar and make it there? You must be able to.
Never tried it, but if you can't, then that was sure a wild play.
You know what? We could also have some fun with people in matchmaking. Say, yes, that one's a very easy jump to make. Everyone should go try it, and then we're gonna see all these people jump in arena
Well, I would
and
love
jump
some
off the map.
free OSs when I'm playing personally. Good job here from Straight Sick to make sure they're controlling turbines. That is the most important area. Turbines end outside to control on this map. Obviously, Pit being the most important of the strongholds. So they are accumulating up some time here.
Great movement by Straight Sick. So he backs himself into a corner. Muniz is coming out trying to get that finish. And so what Straight Sick does is it's really hard to hit that that shot and aim perfectly. Like if Straight Sick just stayed there in that corner, obviously very easy to hit a non-moving target. But Straight Sick realized Muse was coming over to get that finish, thrust it out, and got the AR finish. And Cloudy, go ahead.
A little bit of a misplay there. He could have done a better job. You want that contest. They ended up getting the contest, so it works out. But with that saw, you could have maybe positioned yourself a little bit better to not have to fight that, specific battle.
Yep, and Ryan Noob just, as usual, placed himself in some pretty nerdy locations that he can just poke out, give a couple shots, and it looks like this entire 3s up squad vying to go outside, and I thought I saw 2 deaths there, and that is the case. Trying to see who's all alive right now. So 2 deaths from Ryan Noob's squad. That's why I was a little confused, because I still saw 4 blue outlines. We're going to jump on with some members of 3s up, because we've given them too much love, I think, to Elite 4s at this point.
And
We've been
as they
talking about
put them into this triple cap, though, it looks like this is a great job by Elite 4 to push out for that Pit immediately off spawn, knowing that the window of time or the availability for the positioning of the other team was still wide open in the middle of the map. So getting the exact time on this OS, Monster very wisely goes for it. Unable to get the full OS, it is a burn, so they at least have that exact time for the next one coming up. I'm trying to.
He's just shooting
him
him off, yeah. If he can't have it, no one can. I respect that, though. Like, if you're not going to be able to have the power weapon, no one else can have it. And seems like a bit of a misplay from Renegade right there, going for a miraculous ground pound. I mean, he had a great ground pound earlier, but I think sometimes it's pretty tough to hit just out of the blue, especially when teammates or players kind of expect a fight to be happening in the base there.
Yeah, Ramy somehow staying alive. That was a miracle stay alive, really. Picking up another kill here. Somehow they still don't have Pit yet. You know, they really need this last kill. Looks like the spawners may try to push their way in here as one is coming up at blue and one is top tower. Kind of all over the place as this trip cap is still getting enforced. I would imagine Ramy going 1,000 miles an hour here, coming in for the contest as his teammate does get the kill on the cleanup there, but they will still lose that base. It's more important to try to slow things down at this point or they'll lose all map control together.
And that's what it seems like to be their Achilles heel. Sometimes freeze up. They get this triple cap situation and they just push and push and push their advantage. I'm okay with pushing your advantage and making the opponent work for every little inch of space, but it doesn't mean you always have to commit yourself to a do or die situation.
Yeah, they had 3 and immediately lost 2 of them.
Yep.
As we see Ryan who pick up his teammates in the kill feed, at least pick up 2 kills there. It's going to be, I think, 2-on-1 with the spawners coming up at blue as they do take down one of them. These 2 spawners now trying to push out and desperate for the stop. We see Ryan nading off of bottom tower. It's a good nade that he has there for these players trying to contest. Gets taken down, but that pit is taken for his team, so his job is done as his teammate picks up the kill on Ramy.
And Ramy's teammate Munoz helping get the finish over on straight sick along with P. Tizipe getting that outside coveted area like you said. I believe Monster had the exact timing on the OS. We're going to have to see an A1 grab that. Monster is out again for this overshield as we talked about before to see if you can get the burn or not, but instead he stays alive and this should for sure be an overshield in the hands of Threes Up. Let's see if they can use that to transition and take over Pit.
That's a good job by him to recognize that he needs to get in Pit immediately. You know, they had the kills. You can't afford to sit around and let the other team contest that there. Possibly trying to do too much at once as they weren't even able to kill the player that killed him in Pit. Ramy taking the OS into the base.
Do you think that was a bit of miscommunication or missed teamwork? Because we saw the overshield player out there with Monster, and instead the overshield player went over towards blue base. I think it should have been both in Pit or neither in Pit.
Yeah, at least some other player taking the base if the overshield is, you know, in your face, taking control of the map and taking Pit, which is the more important stronghold. But again, it's hard for us to try to nitpick around without that communication. Great teamwork here. 3 kills in a row as Ramy desperately staying alive. He is still taking this stronghold as the 4th player straight stick there in the kill feed taken down. So it's important to note what is being watched as it looks like this triple cap somehow not going to be enforced really at all. They had map control for too long and, you know, I'm not sure who died there, but it's a good job off spawn for Elite Four to take control of blue base.
Ramy, a.k.a. Ricky Bobby, just says, I want to go fast, and he just runs right over into blue base immediately.
He doesn't care.
He's going to, as soon as he gets his shields back, check out the sprint. I want to go fast. Here goes Ramy. Boom. He's going to start sprinting around, trying to find the first fight he can, and instead he's going to go back towards blue base
and then he just
this.
proves you wrong.
Yeah, now he plays it slow. Are you kidding me?
Great play here. The awareness to know that that player was expecting a tower spawn, though. Good contest as well coming into Pit. That is not going to get reset. It will stay in control of Threes Up as this player is kind of dancing around tower as these spawners put Ramy up to 1 shot. Looking to try to push him bottom tower as another player's top tower. He'll probably get taken out here, but that's a good trade when you're controlling the map. So trying to stay outside. Threes Up is kind of all over the tower here. Not a lot of map control for them outside so far this game.
I like how Monster, instead of just chasing that ring around the rosy, he realized he was not going to get that finish and decides to go into the base where I think he was out of ammo, at least got the melee, but they stopped the blue base capture. So there's a little silver lining there.
Yeah, this OS is coming up as well. I think Cloud doing a good job of kind of making this dilemma here, the objective dilemma of what you want to go for. They do not take the Pit. It gets reset again at the last second. His team kind of split on what they want to do. It looks like some people fought for the OS. Well, they're taking Pit, and they got neither.
I had no idea what just happened right there. It was just kill after kill after kill over in Pit. All these players just dogpiling in there, looking like Threes Up came ahead as they now have 2 of the strongholds and a 78-55 lead.
I mean, you can't say enough about the job of the players off of spawn there. They immediately knew that they had to contest Pit. They shot Cloud down to 1 shot, and they were able to, the 2 players still alive off the 4-on-2, get OS, and then rotate around in front of Red. So I'm surprised it almost didn't end up in a triple cap.
Yeah, and these Pit battles are pretty tough to follow along to sometimes. It's just crazy back and forth where, like you said, it's sometimes less chaotic, I would say, from the player's perspective, because they at least have a good idea of where the calls are coming from and what's going on. But right here, we're just watching trade after trade in Pit, and Straight Stick doing a great job snagging that Pit at the last second.
Yeah, they were finally able to take Pit, and I was going to say, they routinely have been attempting to go for it without enough kills, and that's why they get so close, yet it gets contested and reset over and over again. And they did take Pit here, but once again, 3's up. They took it back right away. That was not held for longer than about 10 seconds.
No, yeah, you would expect some team, if they get Pit and get a full source setup, they should be able to hold that a lot longer. And 3's up, making a statement in this next best of 7. I mean,
They
based
played
on the
that
previous series,
great.
a 4-2, and there was a few blowouts from Elite Four's perspective, but right there, 3's up, showing that they can bounce back and they want to close this out and take home the $1,000.
I mean, they played that textbook. I mean, that's exactly how you want to control the map on that game type, and especially for Pit, you know, they knew, you have to imagine the communication was just all about when we're contesting, who's going in, who's doing what, if they have the kills, if they don't have the kills, when they're going to try to push, and they held that setup for a really long time. And what's important to note, even though they were going to give up Pit in that one scenario where they did lose it for 10 seconds, they knew that they were going to give it up as a team and knew that they just had to get the kills and then refocus on taking the stronghold again. So just really good cohesiveness and teamwork there at the end.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible objective plays from both sides, like notably the stronghold play from Straight Sick on Rig that the end of last series, the play you just mentioned right there where they're all on the same page, and it's one of those things that, especially these AM squads and these open bracket squads, is sometimes they're not on the same page. And I'm always a huge proponent of what matters most is 4 players executing the same strategy. Doesn't matter if it's the most perfect strategy, arguably the best strategy. I'd rather have 4 players executing the same strategy than just each other person doing kind of their own thing and what they think is the best.
Yeah, it almost always will be a worse decision if you're split.
Yes.
Regardless. Like, even if it's the right decision or wrong decision, you can argue for however long you want over which is a higher percentage play or whatever, but making decisions in game is incredibly fast, and as long as you're on the same page with what you're doing, it almost always will be the better outcome. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, they showed that in that game for sure.
Sweet. Well, looks like they're going to be loading up this game 2 in just a moment. This second game is going to be Slayer on Coliseum, and pretty sure we saw that one last series as well. That's what they tied it up with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was I believe we had, was it 3's up winning Coliseum Slayer last series?
I think so. I think
so
it
as
went the other way around, yeah. So they lost game 1 but then won game 2, and now they've won game 1 and are heading into a replay of the game they've already won. So coming into a 2-0 lead would be huge for them.
That would be absolutely amazing, and it looks like we are loading up Slayer on Coliseum. We're going to see if who was it last time that tried to grenade the rockets? Was it Munoz?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you. I
couldn't-
don't know
yeah.
for sure.
We
Monster,
have
maybe?
Monster or Munoz, I believe. So we're going to look over at Monster screen at the beginning of this game, see if he can correctly grenade the rockets this time, because I can't even do that, but I'd love to see it be done. And here's Monster instead deciding to go towards the top rockets and just contest it like a man. He gets in the fight, trades with the melee, gets taken down, but takes down Renegade with him. Let's jump on over with Cloudy, who is about to die over at bottom snipe.
Has some teammates around him, though, able to stay alive. I'm not sure. Looks like those rockets did just get picked up. I'm not sure where that sniper went. Someone did pick it up off spawn. Straightsick hitting a double kill here. Looking for the triple. Ryanoob steals that away from him. The dreams are crushed. But no players on spawn pushing out. I like this angle, but maybe not the best time to take the angle when they're on spawn and you can get into a better position.
Yeah, where would you like to see?
It's like he's listening to me as he rotates here over towards blue corner, looking for a bit of a better angle towards these spawners.
Yeah, Straight Sick seems to obviously prefer to go towards this rocket side. We've seen him over here numerous times just putting down shots, and it's been like 50-50. There's been some times where he's pulled the most miraculous play, like he got that ground pound over at blue rocket corner. There's other times where it seems like he's foolishly died with it over towards top rocket side. So I'm still not certain how I feel about sniper towards top rockets. I'm pretty certain I don't like sniper towards top rockets, but I'm okay with people holding it towards rocket corner as long as they get ready to rotate at certain times. And what a rip from Straight Sick taking off Rammy's face.
I was going to say, if he hits shots like these, I'll allow him to position himself however he wants. So he's proven us wrong with the shots there. But this is an excellent rotation, knowing that the availability is wide open for him to connect with another ridiculous shot, bottom center, trying to help out his teammates at snipe. I don't think anyone pushed into blue, so we see him back up here, getting caught, trying to come back to the base, maybe playing a bit too fast, misses the scatter shot, unfortunately. that looked like it might have connected, put that player to one shot, but doesn't get cleaned up. So
That's tough to see. I mean, we see him hit those couple ridiculous snipes, no scopes, and then what should be a easier shot to execute, he struggled with and missed that scatter shot. But yeah, I love the rotation he made when he went towards bomb center. I don't think it's a horrible spot. This one's a little iffy, but it looks like Monster has a teammate in that area, so I don't mind him rotating towards snipe, but I'd like to see him get a bit higher ground. Get towards top snipe. Get towards one of the caves so you can actually have some level ground to shoot at people, and this should be a guaranteed kill. And there he takes down Straight Sick with the scatter shot.
I was going to say, as a longtime Halo player, Dave, I'm sure you can also attest to how you'll always hit the hard shots and miss the easy ones.
Absolutely,
That's what my career is based on.
And Monster doing a great job just holding on to both these power weapons, rotating over towards blue, and eventually taken down. Who was that? That was Renegade, who wants that sniper back. He wants to get another overkill or something, and I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this first engagement. Taken down by Munos' AR, but Cloudy Cloud has some backup. They're not as concerned about that old snipe when a new one's coming up in 3 seconds. Both teams vying for this. Who's going to walk away with it? And I believe Ryan, Noob, and the Elite Four squad should be grabbing the sniper.
Ooh.
But not if Rami has something to say about it. Straight Sick and Rami snipe battle. Let's see it right now. Bring it on.
I love me a good snipe battle. Straight Sick not giving away his positioning, is kind of anticipating a player to be flanking here. This is a very smart play from him. Calling out to his teammate, hoping he can get some help here. Looks like they found them with the player outlines. We're able to spot them pretty easily. You know, Straight Sick making everything look easy.
He's like,
today.
I have my pistol out and I can shoot this person with one shot, but I'll instead switch to sniper and no scope his foot. There we go.
I was about to say the rotation should be coming in hot here. He's anticipating a pretty easy snipe on this player, not looking at him. That's a great job by him to know to come all the way over here. As long as his teammates also move around the map with him, though. You know, you can't really move over here if your teammates are blocking spawns in other areas in the map, because then you just give up a death to the spawners at blue. So great job as a team to focus on what they are leaving open and what they are in fact blocking.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job allowing Straight Sick to get a lot of these kills. I mean, he's hit some incredible snipes. Cannot take that away from him, but the reason he's able to get a lot of these shots is, look at, he's not having any pressure. He's able to roam around the map, help his teammates as they clean up 3 players from red. I'd like to see him get these spawn kills over at blue flag, and that's what he's looking for.
Do you think he also gets $200 here as he passes go, since he did just make a full lap around the map, passing Park Place on the flag stand? That's an incredible play out of Straight Sick for the full lap completion.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any other players making these laps. I mean, he's not gone to jail yet, but we're going to see great snapshot from Rami, or on Rami, I should say.
Just making it look easy today. Can he miss a no-scope? The easy ones, you know, they don't matter. If it's a little bit of a difficult shot, you know he's going to hit it.
And he's finally taken down by Munos' rocket. That was a pretty ridiculous sniping spree and marathon lap that we saw from Straight Sick. Munos with everything on the map right now. He has both rockets.
This is
sniper.
a happy man.
Yes, he could drop one of those for his teammates, but he said, it's only one rocket. I might as well just keep it, guys. That's cool.
Yeah, but for how much control and how much power weapons there have been in Elite Four's hand, it's only a 7-kill game with a lot to go. This is not over at all.
No, I mean, we're finally seeing Sniper in the hands of a member of 3 Sup, and when they're hitting shots like that on Renegade, there's no wonder that they can come back. Great body shot over on, I believe that was Straight Sick all the way across.
This is a great play. You know, he could have maybe sat there, tried to wait to see if he could pick up another kill or if the guy was going to run by. He wanted to make sure he got to this corner to block those spawns. He knew that the internal timer, while you're playing, you know, you kind of get a sense of when players should be spawning up, and he wanted to make sure that that spawn point was not open, because if he sat in window, it would have been, and there's always a chance they could have gotten that spawn.
Very heads-up play there by Munos. Always wanted to make sure he's going for the crucial kills or the crucial blocks. Just because he could have possibly gotten that snipe across bridge wouldn't have meant anything if he got flanked. So that's a great heads-up play, like you said, blocking the spawn.
Going for the brood here. Going very fast. Maybe a bit of an overextend. That was a fast death when you're at a close game, still down by a few kills, and really need to keep snipe control. Looks like Monster able to hit that perfect. So good shots out of him as this sniper is coming up. But those rockets also taken down. Not sure by who, but I believe a member of Elite Four over here at blue somewhere.
Was didn't didn't he still have a couple snipe bullets in that?
A
Like
few. I'm not sure. That was
just
a
seemed like the
very
brute
strange
shot play, like maybe just trying a bit to be a little too selfless, trying to help his teammates out.
But at the same time here, we have a flanker. Is that Munoz is pushing behind him and gets all the way to blue flag and dies, and maybe a bit of a miscommunication why he was all the way back there while his team was still at snipe.
Yeah, didn't have his teammates backing up fast enough, or who knows what happened. But
Something, yeah.
But this game still isn't over yet. I mean, 5 kills, 4 kill game.
As we see P-Tizzip connecting with 2 snipes in a row. Ryanu playing it as slow as you possibly can with those rockets. P-Tizzip connecting on his shots.
But Ryanu connecting with the rocket, like we said, I mean, when you're being that sneaky and hiding around, a player's not going to hesitate to walk around a certain corner and meet certain death. And right here, Ryanu needs to back down.
It's a good rule of thumb, especially in Team Slayer games, when you have those rockets, to play as selfishly as you can just to get those kills, because like you've always said, when you have 4 rockets, that should be 4 kills. So it's important to take advantage of that. As we see P-Tizzip here over at Snipeside trying to look for these spawners. One player was able to get out as you see him rotate back over towards red. He's flying over here. There must be some sort of call-outs, or he's trying to relocate, trying to get a better angle to catch some players off guard. They're able to pick up 2 quick kills. I'm not sure how Rami got that stick, but Renegade able to take down Rami with those rockets. So 45 to 42, only about 4.5 minutes left. I don't think this one will go to time. Looks like P-Tizzip is getting pushed from top rockets, able to thrust out of that situation, possibly taken down, but that's 2 dead. This is a big opportunity for 3s up. They want to apply some pressure here. This is 45 to 45, all tied up. Well, P-Tizzip's looking for the spawners.
Yeah, and that's great because Rocket's coming up here. We saw how P-Tizzip was rotating towards red rocket side, so he could actually get angle on that area, and that's exactly what he's doing, is going to help Rami get those rockets. So they were down 45 to 42 and brought it up to a lead now. They're up by 1 kill. They have rockets in their hands. I'm going to try to jump over to who has the rockets. This should be Rami.
This is just, I still can't help but think that it was such a slow misplay on their team, giving up snipe control here. There was only 1 dead, and P-Tizzip did not rotate over towards snipe fast enough, as we see a player on the player outlines there crouching on pyramid. Doesn't connect with that rocket. Unfortunately, Rami doesn't want to push over there and overextend to die, but they just essentially gave up map control there when they didn't have to. We see a player kind of pushing and flanking out, but it doesn't help much when they're going to die in their base, and it's a 48 to 47 game.
I'm confused about this position with Rami with rockets right now. I feel like if you're going to be somewhere with rockets, maybe towards Fountain, somewhere else.
I like this play, actually. He gets all the way over here without them seeing him, and he catches 1 player off guard. Knowing they need 1 kill, he pushes them with the rockets and gets the 50th kill. How did that player get out of window to top catwalk without being seen, firing a rocket and still catching a player off guard?
Rami
kind of a free-for-all at the end.
Rami peeked out for like a split second from bridge or from like fountain side, and he got like lit up by 2 people, and then one point he's like, I'm just going to sprint out from
like both those players
bridge.
are like railing at him, and then they both decided to flank him, and he just kind of sneaks out.
It's just odd. Like, he did not get spotted from rocket side, not from bridge, not from top snipe. Nobody saw him.
It's confusing, and that's a tough loss when you have a lead like that, too. 50-49 game 2, that's going to be a 2-0 lead.
2-0 lead, and that's going to be tougher to come back from, without a doubt. Obviously, you want to take it game by game, but it's a little frustrating when you come in so strong, you take out the first best of 7. It's like, all right, we got the momentum. We won the first series. And you go back on a clean slate, and you're down 2-0. So, I mean, that's, I wouldn't say fully expected, especially, I would say only game 2 was somewhat expected, seeing how we saw 3s Up actually win that one in the previous series. However, we are going to be jumping into game number 3, which will be CTF on Stasis. We haven't seen either of these teams fare against each other yet.
Yeah.
So this one's kind of a coin toss, but you know what I say about objective games and a certain player on one of the teams.
Yeah, that double elimination format is really coming into play today, as we see both these teams so evenly matched. Really, the most competitive results yielded from the format.
So yes, we are appreciating all these great matches, and
I'll stop.
But yeah, we are gonna get a late dinner because what time is it right now? Oh my God, it's 8:53 Vegas time.
And I don't live in Vegas, so it's very late indeed.
But there's no better reason to stay up than for great Halo matches, so I could watch these all night long. But we're joining up spectator now. I want to say thanks to these players, by the way, for getting these going so fast. I mean, we had a few small delays at certain points when we were waiting for brackets.
Really. It's been moving along super quick, and you've always had heard like the bad reputation of some tournaments taking so long, but these have last week and this week run incredibly smoothly.
And it's
Super
got to be
fast.
tough to from PGL side, organizing 100+ open teams online.
No kidding.
Getting those working out. So huge props to them for making these tournaments run so smooth. And thanks again for bringing us out here. I want to come out to Vegas every weekend. So
I'm a
please
fan.
keep flying me out. I really want to.
I'm a fan.
With that being said, we are jumping on to game number 3. Threes Up is actually up 2-0 in the series after having lost the last series. Monster getting a double kill on Bomb Center and almost certainly grabbing that overshield. That means Renegade is the only member alive, but luckily he has rockets. Let's see what he does in this situation. Looks like he is going to just try to flank back over, and never mind. He's going back towards top center. Can't disagree completely, and gets nice 1 kill. Almost gets a double, but gets ground pounded by Monster. What
an unbelievable ground pound. A start to the game for him. He's even staying alive here, possibly getting a flag throw off to his teammates. He is taken down. This flag not getting returned. Looks like the pull is coming in. This ends up, looks like it's going to be a cap.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in most cases you have to have somebody in position already by either the stairs or by shotgun side in order to get the stop once the flag is by that plat. And Ryan Noob realized nobody was there and gets completely caught off guard by Pete Zipe and his shotgun.
I feel like you could maybe have expected someone to be shotgun side there. Very rarely is it just going to be wide open when everyone on the map is going to be alive. So
I'd say shotgun side is quite a bit more popular than Hydra side, without a doubt. So it's kind of rare to not maybe check your back there. But once again, we are by far
I can say whatever I want and not even look bad. So no worries here. As Monster kind of playing the waiting game, not sure where everyone is kind of expecting someone to be around the corner, just wants to kind of bait the top center area. Unfortunately, switches weapons at the last second, gets put to 1 shot and has to bail on that now.
Decides to ground pound to safety.
Wisely tries to stay alive.
And we see the rare brute plasma fight. Monster breaking the code of conduct, though, and bringing out a DMR to a brute plasma fight. Not sure if I respect that much.
I was going to say, it looked like a battle right out of Star Trek here, and he whips out the DMR at the end. He won the battle, but he lost in all of our hearts. So.
Yes. I mean, lost the respect of the... I'm not going to go any further with that.
Either way. Keep talking.
This is a tough fight right here for Monster because he loses his battle. That's going to be a flagpole, and wisely backs down because he has a teammate and he has some self. But,
forces that player out of position to come to kill him, which is what you want to do there.
That's one of the risk versus reward situations I try to highlight a lot of times when we're watching other players play is, of course, you want to defend your flag. Of course, you don't want them to pull it. However, sometimes one of the worst decisions you can make is to get in a do-or-die fight at your flag because if you lose that, you are going to be a non-factor the entire time the flag is run. And so that's why I think it was so wise for him to back down in that situation.
Yep, absolutely. I'm not sure what happened to that overshield, but once again, your favorite player, Ryan Noob, with the objective flagpole here, throwing it out towards Hydra side as two of his teammates make their way to top center.
And gets the trade on Rammy, too. So not only to get the flag out, he got 1 kill. Got another player. I believe he got 2 kills in that case since he got Rammy and another one. Looks like Monster getting that recovery, negating all of Ryan Noob's work, and going to push over towards the shotgun side.
On the same note, though, you can't say for sure that the rest of his team was really in the best position for him to do that. So sometimes...
That could be true. That could be a... I mean, there could be a mistake on Ryan Noob's side. I highly doubt that.
Highly.
But I'll entertain the thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot that can be said for objective plays, and a lot of times plays like that come from overextends where you are on your own. So at least causing the objective dilemma there to create, enough time for his teammates to get control of the map or move out, and he's getting the attention of, 2, maybe 3 players on the other team, just opens up a lot of, different areas of the map for his teammates to go.
I think that's important to note. You kind of made a great point saying that a lot of times when you are making those overextend plays and making certain objective plays, it's not always going to transition to an exact cap immediately.
Yep.
Sometimes it's going to transition into control. It's going to transition to the opposing team just not getting a cap.
Yep.
But where is this flag at? It ran all the way across. And I just missed that cap.
And you missed the cap. That's okay. We won't hate you for it.
I'll say sorry for that one, but looks like John, who I believe is Renegade, is running this next flag and taking note from Ryan's book. Decides to ground pound it down and taking through his Hydra side. I think I might have hit pause. I'm sorry again.
We've seen a lot of fumbles today in football and with a few flag caps. I just didn't expect to see this many out of you.
I don't apologize. I am a tired man. But that is a great cap from Renegade.
Great
so that
cap,
looks
almost
like
no pressure. That was an almost free cap. I'm not sure, what the situation was, where the rest of his teammates were, but they were obviously doing their job for him to get that in so quickly.
Yeah, and one thing that's odd to me so far in the Stasis match is most times when a team is run flag in Stasis, to me it never feels like it's a guaranteed cap. I was talking about this to Lunchbox the other day, and he's like, guess what? You could kill 3 members of their squad, and they're going to have their 4 somehow hidden over on your shotgun side or over on your flag tab. And that's the scariest part. And here comes the triple kill, I hope. Come on, Renegade. Oh, Cloud steals it. Mom, you can stay upstairs. You don't got to come down. Cloudy stole it.
Cloud steals everything.
Yep, Cloud steals everything. So Renegade taken down eventually. And we're going to have to see if this transitions into any sort of control because it's still about a minute away from Rocket side. So I don't blame Elite Four if they decide to go in for some sort of flagpole. But it's starting to get to that point where you probably don't push in for a flag because you might give up too much control of the map and, in turn, give away rockets.
Yep, absolutely. They're just doing a good job of trying to fight for some map control right now. But back to the point you were making with, it being really difficult to secure your flag caps on this map, that really comes into play with the more disciplined and top teams in Pro League, especially how hard it is to sometimes secure those caps because it's just a fast-paced game type. Spawns can be kind of chaotic, but you just need to slay so much, and there's always the potential for like a counter pull or counter run.
Yep, exactly. For players that are positioned like Renegade at the moment, where he could have slipped by long ago. And here's a situation where if he wins this fight against P-Tizype in a one-on-one, which it wasn't exactly one-on-one since he got some help from his teammate Munoz, but in turn, what I was gonna say is if he won that fight against P-Tizype, he could have potentially gotten the flag maybe halfway across the map before P-Tizype even spawns.
Yep.
So it's one of those times where he's kind of a non-factor, and it wasn't a very high risk versus reward situation to fight that defender.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's also drawing all that attention, so it is definitely a good play. Speaking of good plays, that was not one, as P-Tizype takes himself out with those rockets. Prototype definitely wishes he could have that play back. Ryan finds those in midair, catching them like a magician, but taken down, so these are some cursed rockets. Another story that we haven't talked about yet, but if we find some time, we will.
Either way, Renegade kind of looking like he's the main objective player right now for this Elite Four squad, or always being in the best position because he brought this flag all the way back and luckily does not get hit by that rocket. Must have been a slight miss shot from whomever that was on the 3-sub squad.
When you don't know where the rocket guy is and you hear it exploding right next to you and assuming you're going to die and then taking no damage, it's always pretty nice.
Yes, that's you feel invincible for a moment.
At least a moment. As Renegade is pushing in over here on the shoddy side, getting double team from the flag guy. Great job to save his thrust for that close range encounter, taking down Rami, kind of anticipating a player over at Hydra. And wisely decides to come back. They should be collapsing already. They're kind of slow. You see them get that pick there. They had the numbers, and they didn't even move towards the flag at all.
Yeah, Munoz actually had a one-on-one with the flag carrier, which was Ryan Noob, back at the Elite Four base, and was taken down by Ryan Noob. So that was also a great potential play from Munoz if he won that battle to get a flag return.
Yep. Cloud being put to one shot here, having to play the waiting game as this flag still alive behind him. He is responsible for that touch, I believe. This flag is down to about a quarter of the way. That's a little risky for my liking, but I saw it kind of inching along there. I don't know.
Because at some point, I mean,
I'm not a fan of the flag out in the open strat.
No, I like to have flag nearby.
I like having the flag guy near my teammates. I don't like leaving him and making my teammates play a 3-on-4 just to get a return.
Yeah, Cloud's guarding that pretty safely. I wouldn't be opposed to Cloudy leaving out like this. Now, this is a strategy you'll see very organized teams do, where what will happen is if you're the flag carrier and where your teammates dies and you know you're in a pretty safe location, you just drop the flag and push out and get some more ground, get some more map control, instead of just waiting for your teammate to respawn and go get it.
Yeah, I like this positioning out of him, though, knowing he is responsible to rush over here right now. They were able to get 2 kills. This player coming in, not getting the touch, though. It's his job to get that touch, allowing the return to come up. I'm not sure if he'd gotten the kill if he got the grab, but if he gets the grab, the timer's reset. Maybe a spawning teammate can get the kill, so you have to get the grab there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little too tunnel vision on getting the kill, but like you said, it was tough. I think the number one play you had to do was get the grab, maybe get the melee or get a shot, whatever, but grab had to be part of that transition for sure. So 3's up, are now showing that they can be mortal in the second best of 7.
Yeah, not as efficient objective work out of them that game. You know, we saw a long flag standoff there, but we didn't see a lot of like failed runs when a run, which is what you usually would see on this map specifically. So at least most often between pro teams is, you know, failed runs or at least that flagpole getting out or longer standoffs or something like that. But they played that extremely well.
Yeah, very well done, and we might get what we were hoping for, a Game 7 in the second best of 7.
I'm hoping.
But yeah, so it is now 2-1 in favor of 3's Up. This next game is going to be Strongholds on the Rig, and these squads played this last series. But my memory is horrible, and I can't think of
about 100 to 90.
That was the one where Straight Sick won.
Yeah,
that last
the last
play.
decision was a great.
I can't remember the
decision.
exact score, but I think it was like 100 to 94. That sounds about right.
94 or 91 or something like that.
Somewhere in there. It was
close enough.
Low 90s.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game. Came down to the wire, and Elite Four was able to edge it out. So, I mean, this is a really big game. I don't want to stress the importance of like every game being like a super big game, but you are in the finals, and the difference between being 2-2 or 3-1 is just a world of difference. Having to win 3 straight or having it essentially just become a best of 3 from scratch is a huge, huge difference.
Yep. So we're gonna have to see what happens here. I think these two squads are so evenly matched in this next one that you can't really say because Elite Four won Strongholds Rigs last time.
Oh no,
that they're gonna
definitely
win this
not.
time. It was just so close. So I would say this one's a coin toss, and I don't got a coin on me, but I'd flip it if I had it. So who are you gonna go with? I'm gonna go with the exact opposite, just for caster drama.
All right. I'm going to go with the same then, Elite Four.
Oh, I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say 3's Up on this one. We're going to see who's right.
I mean, I like my odds. I'm 1-0 so far on Rig Stronghold, so I do want to see a best of 7 though. So
it's funny because
that helps my prediction along.
It's funny because there's like almost this unspoken rule. It's not like we get trained as casters to be like, all right, you need to predict what the other person is, but it's almost like you have to like have banter for some reason.
I mean, if
like,
you take one
you
team,
say-
I
yep.
promise you I'm taking the other team, and I don't care what the odds are. So anything to prove you wrong.
Well, with that being said, we have along the line right now. Towie predicted one squad. I predicted the other. We're going to see how this shapes up in game number 4 of Rig Strongholds. Kicking things off with Monster from 3's Up.
Getting put pretty weak here from the window. That was soaring and flying Rammy there for that camo right at 54 off the start of the game. So Monster getting taken down before he can actually take that stronghold. That's a big win there. Looks like it was Ryanoob. I got proven wrong. I wasn't sure who that was, but Ryanoob picking up that camo, sneaking his way over here. Doesn't want to give away his position by getting into the stronghold. That's a heads-up play by him. Wants to make sure to not give up his position still just by laying down some fire on the other team and knows that he just needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, gets taken down, so maybe not the best positioning there, but I liked his mindset and especially what to do when he was over there and found himself, you know, outnumbered.
I think he was hoping for a bit too much. At some point, if you're not going to get that back smack, I don't see anything wrong with just immediately starting to shoot that player in the back.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
seems
he
like,
did wait a little too long.
Yep, I mean, that's easy for us to
in hindsight,
try
we
to
could say
criticize.
anything.
Yep, exactly. But in short, I still don't think that should be too tough to realize from Ryan Noob's POV, where if you're not getting that back smack, just start shooting that person, take the kill with you. Even if you do know the second player is there, in some cases, it's probably worth the risk where you just kill and then try to get that next person. I think he was just going for a bit too much right there.
Yeah, and here we have Rammy and his teammate trying to take over Nest. They do have more control of this side of the map, even though it seems like, I think that's Ryanoob there going over towards basement. Not sure if they're going to be able to contest that. They might be giving up basement just to take this BR base here, so both teams looking to focus on this railgun as it comes up. They just took this nest, but they didn't stay in any position to defend it. I'm not sure what the positioning is here from Rammy. Did he really need to come all the way over to BR base to secure that when they're giving up nest now?
It's questionable because I've liked some of the plays that players make now going for the trip cap, but I think it comes at a cost of still keeping some sort of presence towards basement or nest. Instead, what you said was 3's Up. They pushed everyone towards BR base that was still alive, and guess what? They lost basement and nest.
Yep.
Not a worthwhile trade.
No, definitely not, and I'm not sure where that railgun just ended up. It spawned up 8 seconds ago. Rammy still on the other side of the map, also solo capping at nest, so that's not an ideal situation you want to be in. Munoz with the shotgun here and the camo, so playing a little sneaky. Taking the railgun out, that is a huge play. Unable to connect with that, but putting a player one shot and staying alive, that's the best you can really hope for there. Looks like he's going to be putting himself in a position to come back and help his teammates, all of Elite Four, trying to make their way over here to stop this basement take. I'm not sure if I like this positioning right now.
I was just gonna say the interesting part from Threes Up right there is that they obviously had control of basement, but instead they were all in the basement stronghold for no reason. Like, one of the benefits of having control of that already is means you don't have to stay down low on that ground. You can actually push up on one of the side catwalks, but it felt like the opposite. It felt like they had control of the stronghold, but had the worst position.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity as well, as I think 2, maybe 3 players just died. The last remaining player alive for Elite Four takes over the Nest stronghold. Looks like he was able to secure a trade there. So the spawning players are going to take over BR base, and it looks like they're going to hold on to Nest even though they were all dead at this time. So this is coming back to, you know, a little bit of undisciplined Halo and kind of going 1,000 miles an hour here. The rotations are all over the place, and there's windows of opportunity for players to do certain things, and they're kind of just forcing things by playing so fast.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see from Monster's POV, just saw those red X's showing up over at the tower, showing up over towards basement. It just felt like they were quite unorganized, just everyone kind of doing their own thing, and like you said, moving 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Ryan Noob here taking the Nest stronghold back over. I believe he has one of his teammates over there waiting towards this new railgun. This is going to be very, very important. 2 players down for Threes Up, as one is still in the white corner. Refocusing towards rail as well. Ryan Noob getting some shots on him, expecting these spawning players to come up at BR base. Looks like they did get a carbine spawn, so they kill his teammate over there, and they're going to lose control. Ryan wisely getting this camo and just playing things slowly, knowing that he has the advantage right now.
He had to have seen that player that was going towards BR base, right? Did he just call it out and let one of his teammates deal with it?
So, making some smart jumps now, though. I think he just kind of played it slow, taking camo as, you know, the priority over anything else. And it seems to be working out because they picked up a quick 2 kills on that, kind of allowing the spawners to come up over at basement so they can recollapse on them now.
I'm confused. Like, is their strategy right now to hold the BR base and Nest, or was Ryan Noob hoping to like get some sort of spawn kills towards inside corner? I guess.
Oh, it definitely was. They were definitely holding those 2 on purpose, as you saw all 4 players spawn up on the barrel side. Ryan trying to stay alive. Not sure if that railgun got off the map or not. There could have been a little bit better execution on the collapse, but it certainly looked like they meant to spawn them there, as none of them went for the basement stronghold and pushed in to block those spawns whatsoever.
Yeah, and I feel like that's not the best positioning. Like, I can understand where teams might hold that setup for a limited period of time, getting BR base and Nest, but we did see Ryan Noob pretty much get 3 back-to-back kills with that Storm Rifle through Whitehall and through Engine 2. I felt like that would have been a position or opportunity for Ryan Noob to push over towards basement and at least have a presence out there. And
yeah,
just
he
do
needed
damage.
he needed to be more in your face and aggressive. He allowed them to push off their spawns there. The window of opportunity for them to apply pressure there, collapse those spawns, and then take the stronghold for the triple cap, that was all there, and they just weren't aggressive enough and kind of let them get off their spawns.
And a great ground pound from Straight Stick, taking out Monster and his Storm Rifle. I believe Straight Stick was taken down shortly after that, jumping on with Cloud, who is now near the Whitehall. Cloud's going to push over towards Snipe Hall, run into a shotgun and the SMG, or I should say the assault rifle of Chance, a.k.a. Monster.
And we're getting tired, huh?
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired, but we're also seeing some
where
great
the endurance comes in. All our long, late-night gaming hours all lead up to this moment.
It has been a while. I mean, we've been pretty much casting straight for, what, 6+ hours?
Something like
Something
that.
like that. So
that's a quick 3 dead here. Renegade making great work of that railgun, as we see Ryan Noob moving over towards the Nest stronghold. Looks like they're going to try to take both at once. They do have the opportunity to do so. Not sure if much pressure is being applied to BR base. This seems like a very slow rotation, as 2 more players are going to fall here. This is a great flank from Scotty to secure this triple cap. You're all spawning up there at BR base. How do you not make sure that you're going to at least take one of those there? They kind of just all pushed out and assumed that they were going to be able to take that for free.
now this is the kind of play I want to see from Ryan Noob earlier. They get a couple kills. They have control of the significant strongholds, and then he pushes out and tries to kill more significant positions rather than the inside corner.
Yep.
Even though they got killed there, look at Ryan Noob and the Elite Four squad still have a triple cap, and they still have contention on some of these spots.
Yep, and right now it's important for them to not try to desperate for this. They just need kills, and they have them all stuck in this side of the map. So it looks like they're kind of a little out of position. There's only one player kind of watching Nest. You see Munoz is going to get taken down in white corner. It's going to be 3-on-3 now, as 3-on-2 as Ramy's going to take out a player as well. 2-on-2 with one player in Whitehall. They could have done a much better job, Elite Four, of just defending this stronghold together. They're kind of split on what they were watching or defending there, and you know, he does get taken down and it does get reset, but they lost complete map control out of that.
Yeah, and there was just battle after battle there. I thought Pete Tislip did a good job overall, like given the position he was in, but in the end, they lost quite a bit of map control trying to fight for that.
Yep, and the score now going all the way up to 86-69 as Elite Four still has control. This basement is getting contested. Not sure if they'll be able to get the kill on it. It's a one-on-one, tough angles, and is taken down. Still accumulating time. They only have time for maybe one or two pushes, and they're stuck on that split spawn cycle. This player dying, that sets them back even farther again.
And this is tough to get to when you kind of have to dive into basement. Every single death is going to count against them right now. Someone has to pull off something miraculous at this point, but I think it's pretty much over. I think we're going to see a tie series, 2-2.
This might be going to a Game 7, Dave.
Just like we wanted, Towie.
That was a good job there from Scotty as well. Cloud throwing a prediction grenade. Didn't have eyes on anyone and kind of just expected that to be where they would be pushing from off spawn, and catches a player right in the face with a grenade for an easy one-shot cleanup kill. So excellent rotations, excellent job there. They went 100-69, but it sure seemed like it was a lot more. You know, they had that one setup in the middle of the game that they didn't really get that many points off of, but they could have done a much better job. But the next time around, they got a triple cap and it extended for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's very rare to see adjustments, especially mid game, from teams that make a mistake. A lot of times you see a mistake happen and it happens thematically through the rest of that game or through the rest of that match. It's really tough to recover from major mistakes that your team makes because you've probably practiced a similar way the entire time, and so a lot of that stuff is second nature. Your decision's already pre-made.
You don't always get all those opportunities. Even, you know, there's only a limited amount of times in a game against, you know, the top level competition that you're going to be able to go into a triple cap or know what positions need to be filled in, and clearly they were able to fix that the second time around. Absolutely.
So we're going to wait and see when they start up this next game. But game number 5, we are now kind of in a best-of-3 situation since we're tied 2-2. Whoever wins the next 2 games is going to win. But we are going to start this off with a Plaza Slayer, and we will for sure see a CTF Truth.
Ooh.
I'm hoping for a Game 7, though. I want to see Regret Slayer Game 7.
I would like that. Ooh, do you want to tell us about the Cursed Rockets if we have time?
Oh, my God. Cursed Rockets. Well, yeah, while we're waiting for them to start this game up,
yeah.
This one time we were landing, who was it against? It was against Carbon. I remember, like, Shockwave touching him.
I just remember the film. I wasn't at the land.
Okay, you weren't there.
It was a third person on the pit, and the film, that was, I mean, you can talk about it.
Yeah, let me break this down for you for a second. So I believe in cursed weapons. I'm not a very superstitious person, but when there's something that is true, you have to believe into it. So what happened this one time, and what happens many times, is sometimes power weapons, there's a random, I don't know the exact coding they have in the back of Halo, but every once in a while they'll code something in there that makes one of them cursed, meaning you're going to die with it guaranteed every time. You're just going to miss every shot with it.
It's cursed.
And legitimately, I have this film from Halo 3 where we're landing against Carbon. So this is on land. You can't blame it on line. No, you can't find flaws in this logic.
It's in the game. It's hard-coded cursed.
Yes, hard-coded cursed. And these rockets, literally everyone who touched it within 2 seconds, they died. Like, goes down, he picks him up, he dies. Shockwave grabs him, tries to run away, gets caught on like a little ledge and couldn't fully get down the ramp. Yeah, Bank-Nade kills him.
Done.
Roy picks it up, just gets blaned instantly. Lunchbox picks it up, like shoots and hits a rocket against the wall, kills himself. I saw this going on. I was like, those rockets are cursed. I'm not touching this. I had a chance to pick up the rockets. I don't pick them up. I just walk over them. I let my team know, guys, don't pick up those rockets. They're cursed. And we let them respawn on their own. So
I mean, the film is the funniest film you've ever made in Halo 3. You sat there in third person and watched the rockets like for at least 45 or 60 seconds as everyone who picked them up died, and then you just see Walshy, a little gamer tag, you just kind of stand by him, then you walk past him and your team like
you step over it like it's like
you can't do anything about it. I mean, they are cursed.
Yeah, they were purely cursed, and I was not going to be bringing that evil upon myself.
I literally every player. It was like 2 sets of spawns of players on both teams dying.
I think it was 6 or 7 players who died over the course of like 30 to 45 seconds. Everyone touched it, died within 2 seconds of grabbing those rockets.
So if you come across something like that on your own,
it's hard coded in the game. I mean, nothing
watch
you can do
out
about
for
it.
the curses.
Yeah, the cursed rockets and cursed power weapons are real. But we are going to jump on and hope that there are no cursed power weapons this match, because I want to see, are we just jumping into Regret Slayer? I must have the game types wrong, but we are jumping into Regret Slayer for this game number 5. That looks like it was 3 down, and we're going to see what Renegade and the Elite Four squad can do to possibly get some spawn kills.
Yeah, hot start for them. Looks like Renegade blocking spawns at one base. His team can try to collapse on the other, but they were able to get out of their spawns pretty well. You know, one player in the back of the base there, kind of a bad challenge from Pete Tizipe. That's maybe not the best death to a player all the way out top center, but good job here from Rami, trying to do as much damage as he can. These last two players able to take down Renegade. Top center trying to collapse on the base. It's kind of confusing where the rest of his teammates were there.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are so good, and these players are so good, they should have a great idea of how to continually spawn kill. And it felt a little weird that they did not collapse on that base a little quicker. I feel like it's a pretty safe and well agreed upon strategy that you get a few kills and you get control of like top center / pink / car, and you collapse on blue base. You go back towards top center, pink car, rinse and repeat on red base, blue base over and over again for as many times as you can.
This is a big moment right now with 3 of his teammates down. Cloud is in front of the window, kind of gets shots on a guy top center and dies pretty easily. That's always a hard death to give up. You want to try to be a hard kill in that situation. You're the last guy alive. You need to buy time for your teammates that are most likely spawning across the map. So if you can stay alive, make them come to you, make them come possibly under the base, you know, that's always going to be a better case scenario for your spawning teammates and for the outcome of the game if you can just buy your teammates time. So not the best job when you're the last guy alive to get out in window there.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to challenge Rami and get that last finish, but
Sometimes
this game just moves so fast, and that seems to favor some players like Rami who just love to fly around. I want to see how they're doing right now. 6 kills out of Pete Tizipe, 4 out of Munoz and Rami, and 3 out of Monster to round out their 18 kills at the moment.
As we see, going for this overshield. Not sure if that was burned or not by that player. It looks like it had to have been burned since it's not up by now. So that overshield coming up again around the 750 mark or so. Ryan with this new caster moving his way up to top center. They do have the numbers advantage. He's expecting some players to push out pink side. This is a great job from him to expect that. Good shots again. Wisely backing up in this base. Right now is a great moment for him. His teammates really need to be applying this pressure around him because he's forcing all spawns at the other base.
And look at that. He shoots the plasma cast across map and says, I'm going to push towards top center and help get this spawn collapse. So we're going to have to see how well Elite Four execute this because they are in great position right now. They have top center, pink and car, and they can collapse in on this base. The one thing they have to be concerned about is they've gotten 1 kill. There could be some flank spawns, and that's exactly what Ryan Noob is looking for. And there is one player pushing towards top pink. Ryan Noob did not see the player, though.
Did he block these spawns, though? This one player spawned here, but no, it looks like Ryan Noob, we can tell with the player outlines, got out of the base in time. Did that player also run back to blue base? Kind of confusing how this worked out.
So. I'm pretty sure that was a flank spawn. I'm pretty sure that was spawner there. That spawned there and pushed out towards pink.
Somehow able to pick up 2 kills well in the base, though. That is a little confusing, especially from Ryan Noob's perspective. He didn't really get in any kind of a battle there and is forced to retreat back to blue. Gonna get collapsed on by 1 or 2 players now. Gets the kill right there on Munoz. Also takes out Pete Tizipe. That's unbelievable that he's able to pick up 2 kills in a 2-on-1.
And Rami was paying attention to him too. So Ryan Noob had 3 players focused, trying to find him. He took out 2 of them and also had a 3rd one looking at him. Either way, he bought a lot of time and attention for his teammates to break out of that spawn trap.
Yep, and this is important to note, this new caster coming up here, and everyone should be focused on this overshield. Sometimes it is a better scenario to try to give up the OS in lieu of up top control and that plasma pistol that spawns there. So quickly scattered as he drops down. Maybe not the best play there to engage that guy.
Let's see what Rami can do this. This new overshield coming up any second now. Last time Cloudy burned it. This time Monster gets it. 27-26 game. Looking pretty good for 3-sup because they now have overshield and scattershot and better positioning.
Yeah, this game could have been out of control by so much more, but I really can't stress enough Elite Four not taking full advantage of being up top there. They gave up 2 deaths when they had all 4 up top and all 4 trapped in the base. So Rami kind of baiting players up to pink. I think I like this play. It's hard to say without the communication always, but you know, he's expecting them to push up this direction, and if they push up not knowing he's there, he gets kind of a free kill with that scatter shot. So smart plays out of him.
It's just a little confusing because it seems like both these teams, when they have what I feel is a significant amount of control, they don't seem to transition that many kills out of it. I like this play by Rami, though. Seems like he's staying alive very well and being a huge distraction where he can collapse and maybe getting a little overzealous and pushing in a bit too fast.
A little greedy.
Just a little greedy, trying to make things happen a little too fast.
Yep.
A little thing we've seen from Rami. But Cloudy Cloud going to happily take that scare shot, take a little BR ammo, and eventually struggle that fight with Munoz.
Gets fastballed right in the face. Ryan Noob working his way over here, trying to help his teammates clear out this scattershot guy. Gets taken down. That had to have been a scoped-in scattershot. The long ranger doing that much damage. Renegade cleaning up both kills, though, so essentially a trade as he picks up the scatter with the weak guy below him as well. You know, probably thinking his teammates will help him clear out this last guy. Knowing there's still one behind him, it's important to make sure that he gets some help here. Probably going to rotate out or do something. His position's been known this whole time.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned as to why he would just kind of back up or expose himself towards bottom center there.
Yeah.
I feel like he could have just been a force over at that opening. It's one of the strategies where if there's a scatter shot person around the corner, it's one of those things that you know they might be there, but there's not much you can do about it. You have to land some sort of miraculous grenade. Yep. And so he could have made the opposing team work for it. Instead, he just backed down and forfeited that area.
Good job there. This OS coming up around the 50 mark, I believe. 40-36 is the score as Munoz is going to be taking out bottom center. Not sure if this OS was picked up or who got it. Straight Sick opting to not desperate for it, but instead go for up top control. Finds himself into a battle with OS, lands a melee, so that's going to be almost gone now as Monster is holding on to it. Going to get double teamed pretty hard up top. Not sure about this play. Trying to just get away, but ends up dying. There's not a lot you can do when you're getting double teamed there, but close game, 43-40. Every death is going to matter.
Yeah, ground pound is definitely a high-risk, high-reward move because in certain cases you can get that ground pound, turn it around completely. But other times, that's a situation where Monster could have maybe gotten 2 players half shield, but his teammates could have cleaned up. I mean, we could talk hypotheticals all day, but the whole point is he did 0 damage there and just took a bunch of shots.
Yep. Yeah, you definitely, that's one mistake you see a lot of these teams versus pro teams kind of make is, you know, when you get an OS, you're not invincible. You still have to play smart Halo. You don't have to desperate for things. Yes, you have more shields, but you need to play smart and not too aggressively and not, you know, charge in when there's multiple players there. You got to play around it as a team. So maybe as a team, they could have done that a little bit better.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. That was really tough to see because that was just going to turn this around. I mean, we're talking about a 1-kill game right now. This is neck and neck. I mean, we've seen so many Slayer regrets just be absolutely one-sided, and that is not the case here. This is anyone's game. Whoever gets these next couple kills could close in for the last spawn collapse.
And I really like this positioning. He's got a BR, and he is all the way up top art side. Catches this player kind of off guard. Wisely drops down, or he would have given up a suicide there. That wouldn't have been good. But taken down by a player top center. I'm not sure where his teammates were. 49-47. Looks like they're going to collapse in here for only 1 more kill. Red base. What a big win. I felt like Elite Four really had the opportunity to win that.
They had it in their hands and just let it go.
So many opportunities for both teams.
Take a quick look at the stat screen, see who we had here. Nothing significant from anyone. I mean, Rami went +4, but for the most part, everyone doing their part.
A lot of
14
assists.
kills from Munoz and 12 for P-Tizite, Monster, and Rami, all 3.
Yeah, Munoz 14 kills and 11 assists. So
That's pretty. That's
accounting
big
for
numbers
25 out of 50 there is pretty big. But yeah, I mean, I felt like both teams had a lot more opportunities to string more kills along than they did, and just kind of like weren't watching the appropriate things, or maybe giving up deaths too easily, especially when they had top center control. Like, you know, that's another difference you see pro teams in the pro league make, go on these extended runs. Like, Regret is all about making your runs, and a lot of time when you get control, a team will go on like a 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 kill run because they're just able to focus on spawns and collapse and recollapse, and that wasn't really the story of that game.
No, yeah, I feel like there was. It's weird because I felt like there's more missed opportunities from the offensive side, which is never really the case.
Yeah.
You see a lot more mistakes being made defensively, where your team gets on a spawn trap, and you see someone challenge a bit too far or try to force a flank when their teammates are already going to get a split spawn. But right there is just so many offensive mistakes when they had total control. But that has to be because it was such a chaotic situation, so much on the line.
Yeah, I mean it's a game 5. It's tough.
And I'm kind of in the dark here as what will be game number 6. I'm assuming it's still CTF Truth.
You've been about 50-50 on what you've been telling
us
so far.
I've usually been right, at least about being objective or a Slayer. But it's looking like it's going to be CTF on Truth, and we'll get that load up as soon as we can.
Unless we convince the players to play Strongholds on Stasis.
Well, I was hoping we could convince them to play another best of like 5 or make it the student to a best of 11.
Sure. Well, your flight isn't until pretty early. I mean, we have a while. If
you
want to play, like,
we
see
can
if we
I
can run back
through
like
all the way
best
to
of
my
11.
flight. My flight
Perfect.
leaves at 7 a.m. and I go back.
24 hour. Let's get the cast going. I don't leave for a little while after that. It's all solo cast for 4 or 5 hours.
So yeah, we will get this load up as soon as they are ready. But yeah, Towie and I are very happy to spend our weekends here. Come out to Vegas, cast some Halo, and enjoy a good time.
I mean, I just love watching Halo, to be honest. And these matches are good. I think I called it with the Game 7 end of the series grand finals. I've cursed us all, much like the cursed Rockets. It will go to a Game 7. I don't know if it's going to be closed out right now.
We'll see. We will see. Hopefully these guys get it started up soon, though, because we wanna see some more Halo immediately.
I'd love some stakes, especially in Halo, but I'd love some stakes.
It's all right, because I'm sure PGL is going to take us out to a nice, delicious, expensive dinner tonight for this long casting, right?
Of course.
I just heard from the producer, no dinner. So
Dave, no dinner.
This cast is over. I'll head out.
Oh, man. All right. Well, as we wait for these players to start up the match, who did we pick again?
I honestly don't even remember. I mean,
as long as I'm right and you're wrong, it doesn't matter who we picked. So
let me think.
Do we have to repick right now? I think I went with Elite Four. I believe I stuck with my original squad.
I thought I went with I went with 3s up, so I won then.
Did you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
So
that's
I called
how that
that game
works.
because it was obviously very well thought out, and I obviously had my heart and soul into 3s up that time.
And mind, everything really well thought out, prepared, based in a foundation of stats and truly studying both.
We have
teams.
our spreadsheets up here about the odds of these teams winning those game types and maps, and
Well, we
I played the odds.
are in Vegas. You
Yep.
always got to bet the odds.
Do you know how you end up doing on your football matches?
I haven't looked at the scores,
Haven't
which
looked
is
at the scores yet.
truly remarkable for anyone that knows me at all. So, yeah, haven't looked at football. I know the Vikings won, which is a big deal for me. I bet against them as a natural sports fan. I'm a diehard Vikings fan, so of course I'm going to expect the worst and be happy with anything better than that. And we somehow won, so I'll take a win at the expense of me losing money. But if we did lose, then at least I made some dollars out of it.
Exactly. It's a win either way, I guess.
So. Yeah, I like to hedge myself with my happiness versus money. So
still don't see these guys in a game
someone
or lobby
switched
yet.
the yellow team and holding it up this time, in the
they're
finals.
holding us up right now, and now we see them starting it up. So let's get this game going. CTF on Truth. Hit start, hit spectate, and let's get this match underway. What's your prediction for this game now? I'm going with 3s up, but they're going to close out this series 4-2.
You think they're closing it out right now?
I'm hoping.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go for a Game 7. We're going to a Game 7. This is going to Elite Four. I don't know if we're closing it out right now.
We will find out.
I just like watching more Halo.
That's true. I guess I'm okay with that. I'm going to go with Elite 4-2. We'll agree on this one.
Well, now I have to go 3s up, Dave. Will you make up your mind already?
All right. Yeah, I'm going Elite 4, so I can be the good guy that says if we go to Game 7, I want it to happen, whereas Tawie's the one who...
Right. You want to paint me as the villain. I totally understand.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well,
I am a villain.
Looks like this game is getting started right now. We are on Truth, Capture the Flag. This is a map that not only have I spent probably 10,000 hours playing on, I also named my dog after. My old dog's name was Mitty. So we're going to start off with P. Tizipe from 3s up and see if they can close out the series or if we can go to a intense Game 7.
Maybe 30,000 hours. 10 sounds real low.
That's true. That's probably like per...
You know how many
per
marathon free-for-alls? Yeah, I've played a few Tour de Walshes that might have lasted 10,000 hours.
And Pete Tizipe barely missed
Wow,
that jump.
what a
but
stay alive.
Yeah, getting away. That was very, very good. Very fortunate. But I want to see him go for this fuel rod, but instead he seems to be caught off guard.
Still, yeah, his positioning is still kind of known by the other team. Unable to get away this whole time. Looks like he is going to get cleaned up. They spotted him as he tried to drop from face down into pink 2. So that's a big kill to make sure that camo guy isn't a factor.
This is a huge play by Munoz. This is that risk versus reward situation. If he ran it immediately, he could have possibly gotten this flag out like halfway across the map. But now he's also forcing 2 members of Elite Four to come back and play defense.
Yeah.
So even though him and his teammate Rami died, I still don't disagree with that play. I think he should have actually pulled that flag faster. You pull immediately, or you just go for the slays afterwards. And it seems like he was a bit in between.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a good heads-up play there. 3s up. Both 2 players spawning up car side know that you can't push out when you don't have control of your base, so they come back to make sure they are cleaning out those kills.
Great shots, though.
Great team shot. Straight Sick is able to clean up the kill there, but taken down immediately by multiple players.
Renegade dying with that fuel rod. I could not see which player grabbed it, but I'm going to try to find him. And it's Munoz who gets a nice one-shot kill on Ryan Noob, eventually taken down by Straight Sick. And I believe that is Cloudy who are going to try pushing for this flag grab. I like this backup cover there for Cloudy, but there's a mystery Pete Tizype in top center. Cloudy taken down and Straight Sick taken down. That's going to be control of the map going in favor of Threes Up.
Yeah, that's great positioning to be able to sneak out to top center there. You have to imagine that they would have thought that was getting covered somehow. I like Ramy's thought process here, too. He's trying to play it slow, wait for a player. We can see those player outlines, so we know someone's behind him. He kind of gets cleaned up, so essentially a trade losing that sword there. You know, not the best. Maybe you want to put yourself in a better position to stay alive with that weapon. It's so valuable on this specific game type just for running the flag.
That is very true. You can run it so fast across the map, and I believe that was just camo grabbed, right?
Yes, that was a good
so
grab. Somehow almost staying alive. Cloud able to take him down, so also a trade, but a good burn in the situation.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes out for that next camo. It spawns 2 minutes after being grabbed, so this next one should come up around like the 750 mark, somewhere around there. But that's always something that I know is absolutely important, not only for the players, but one of the main reasons we also even have coaches, besides helping the strategy and helping players know the overall situation, is when is that camo coming up?
Exact times, yeah. Exact times are important because at the very top level of play, even being 1 or 2 seconds off can change the outcome of games and series.
Surprised Munoz didn't get that finish there. I thought he had the lock on. It looks like it may have just not hit. So I'm not sure if he didn't get the lock on or if that player just ducked into ping 2 just quickly enough. And that is not a great spot you want to rush into when a player has Hydra, a narrow doorway where you can shoot rockets. Nuh-uh. Bad idea.
No, definitely not. As we see Ramy opting for this carbine. We've seen him do some work long range here before. I love that angle. Jumping up onto that ledge gives you so many more sight lines over towards pink. You're locking down that whole area. Unfortunately, doesn't watch his back, and that's just the biggest mistake I see so many players make when they get to that spot right there. You know, you're so easily pushed. You think that spot's maybe covered by a teammate. You don't make sure with the communication. You have to not give up a death to a guy easily just walking behind you.
Yep, that is correct. And looks like Cloudy is helping cut off these angles from players of Threes Up pushing across the map because his flag is halfway across the map. Taken down, though, and that should be a guaranteed recovery for Threes Up.
Yeah, maybe some unnecessary cross-mapping there from Cloud. I feel like he could have played objective-mindedly a little bit better. You know, he kind of was looking for the shots to get on the top car guy. It's really tough to say, but, you know, if he had just gotten to that flag faster, maybe could have gotten the run out a little bit more or put himself in a better position to get some kills and get a touch or something. Maybe end up with a relay cap, but of course I'm nitpicking since we're just watching, so.
Yeah, we're allowed to do that at this point. We've seen a lot of open Halo tonight and a lot of great matches, so when we have players of this caliber, we have so many great highlights to talk about, but there's also so many small mistakes they do make.
Yeah, and I think camo did just come up. I'm not sure if that player got cleaned up. I think they tried to escape to bottom blue. So as we see 2 players fall for Threes Up, maybe the camo guy was killed as Elite 4 trying to get this flag out. I'm not sure what happened, but it's about even in the slaying department right now. 2 down for Elite 4 as Pete is trying to stay alive and prevent the flag pull.
And he's going to go get that recovery just to be safe. And now he's going to go back and play defense and make sure a player like Ryan Noob isn't going to get a random pull on his flag. So I like this. Oh my God. That was like Jaws coming out of the water right there.
That was a scary movie jump scare, 10 out of 10 if I've ever seen one. Just popping up to say hi, wave hello, see how you're doing in the window, and then fall back down again. Unable to stop that flag as Threes Up puts in the first cap of the game. 2 more, and they will take the series.
Yes, and Straight Sick going for one of my favorite positions on the map. Looks like he was going to go towards top center, but in trouble now as Ramy had the zoom control on Straight Sick. Straight Sick taken down by Munoz, jumping on board with Ramy, who has Storm Rifle over in ping 2, trying to hold this down and not falling for any of Renegade's tricks.
Yeah, this is a good job by Ramy trying to just back up, maybe finish a kill on this weak guy. Gets double teamed, but able to take that player down. Still, Cloud is pushing forward here. I like this play to make sure that he can apply some pressure. You know, they're going to have to come back off their spawn's car side to make sure that Cloud isn't in their base for free. So if Scotty can get some help here from his teammates, looks like he has one on radar behind him. Keeps getting put weak, but staying alive. So this is important. He's just being a nuisance over on the Eli pink side.
He's keeping so many players at bay right now and just absolutely taken down by Monster. That is a huge play.
Big
Monster
one.
was at a huge disadvantage. Not only having assault rifle versus storm rifle, but his back was to pink. You got to almost assume if there's a player at your pink side of your base, they're going to have some sort of help from pink.
Yep. And then that same note, Monster taken down when he has a storm rifle. So this camo should be coming up. I'm not sure if anyone's going for it or not. Ryan opting to play aggressively to their pink side. I've talked about this a lot before, but I love this play when camo's up. If you're in their face and aggressive on pink side and coordinating with your team to get that camo, they're going to be able to pick it up for free if you're over there causing all this havoc in their base.
And that's exactly what Corey, a.k.a. Street 6, does. He grabs that camo for free, and he's spotted out by P. Tizipe.
Great
We're watching
eyes.
the movie Eagle Eye starring Shia LaBeouf and P. Tizipe going towards pink one after taking out that camo player, and he is now going to push in for the flag.
Unbelievable. That movie's been out a while, but I didn't even know he starred in it.
Yeah, you just saw it right there.
Great job by P. Tizipe to continue to be aggressive as well. He's got the sword in his back pocket, kind of baiting a few players in. Got a flanking teammate as well and knows he needs to run this flag now. They have the kills. They need to finish collapsing Carside. He needs to just go with this flag right now. The faster you have the sword, you just go a million miles an hour.
Fast.
Look at this thing.
Almost as fast as Ramy right there.
Not
That
even close,
was
Dave.
insane.
Two of his teammates will fall, though, as he gets this flag in, so they do secure the cap, but they give up a lot of map control in the process. So
Worth it, though. I mean, as
Oh,
long as
yeah.
they're counter-capped on, they're in great shape. Even if they do get counter-capped on, they're willing to go cap for cap right now when they're ahead.
And I
But
like this
Pete
play to go
Tizipe,
slow as well.
He's this flag cap or this flag stop is in his hands and somehow does not get shot in the back from
What is
Scotty. I
that?
don't know what Cloudy was doing right there. Doing so much damage. This cap should be dead thanks to P. Tizipe and his patience. Cloudy had no idea that player was down there and eventually taken down as well.
And then he comes back over for the return. This man really does it all. He stars in movies and does everything in Halo.
I disagree 100% with this play right now, though.
I
Going
agree
straight
with
back
you
for
there.
defense.
Yep.
I think he should have been up at pink, too. He should have been up somewhere.
They should have had the awareness to know where to go there. He kind of was unsure, and it looked like when in doubt, he just defaulted to defense there because they have this 2-0 lead. So you kind of have the availability and openings in the map to take advantage of positioning, and they didn't do a good enough job of that.
And that could come back to bite them. If they get in defensive mode, Cloud and the Elite Four are just going to prey on that mistake. And look at this. Cloudy's running the flag across the map going towards pink one. Going significantly slower than Sword, so we want to point out how fast it is to
it's
run
unreal,
with Sword
yeah.
when you have it. Ryan getting a double kill. This should for sure be a cap. This is going to be a 2-1 game. It is not over yet, folks.
No, not at all. I mean, they have their work cut out for them with this 2-0 lead in the game for 3s up.
But look at 3s up are all playing defense. You can see it from Cloudy's screen right now.
Yep.
All 3 members, 2 of them in their base at the moment, barely even pushing out towards pink side. That is a huge mistake from 3s up. They just need to play their aggressive play style that they've been playing this entire match that they want to win. I guarantee if they sit back and play defensive for 3 minutes, they are going to lose this game.
Yeah, signs will usually point to that, especially in Halo. So right now, looks like Cloud opting for the sword. They do have the advantage in numbers. You see his teammates soaring in as well.
2
Cloud
members still playing defense.
getting taken down, though. That's a big death by a player crouching and waiting for him. Looks like P. Tizipe being forced to try to push off spawn here, Carside towards pink. Luckily, they did get an under the base spawn as well when their opponent was pink side. So that's always nice to have Ramy and Monster both picking up kills. So this is going to be a 3-on-2 with 2 Elite Four players under their base. So this is the opportunity they need to really push out.
Yep, and this is what I like to see. They got an opportunity to push out, and that's exactly what they did. They got towards top pink, top car, and they just started getting slays over the opposite side of the map. This gives them multiple chances to try to get a stop on a flag attempt.
Yeah, but at the same time, they just had 2 dead, and how is the most common spawn in the game, Carbine side, in the bubble, not being watched? They just allowed players to push off of top car and over Carbine and through top center over to get this flag pull.
Yeah, so even if they're in good position, it's only a good position if they actually use it correctly, and that's not what they're doing right now.
As we see this flag coming in now, unbelievable. With only 1 minute and 50 seconds left, Renegade puts in the tying flag. Now, we will go to overtime if no one caps here in the next minute 45, so that's going to give us another 3 minutes. Obviously, the next cap will win the game.
And 3's up, finally getting offensive. First time they've been in their base for like the last 4 minutes.
That
And they
is
have
a
flag
big win. That was going to be 2 dead, and he ends up dying to the player. Pink 2 on him. Munoz forced to push out for a flag touch here. This could be game because of that individual play.
Straight sick, goes straight for the counter cap instead of just going for the recovery. I don't disagree with that play because that cap was in such a vulnerable position. At some points, it's safest just to try to get a flag out and get to a stalemate, which they're
Oh, that's going to be game,
position.
though. They didn't secure their own flag, and they didn't hop the return. They kind of were indifferent on what they wanted to do. They couldn't decide. And
Oh
they
my
ended up
God, I
giving up
choked on
both.
getting the screen too. I choked on getting the screen for the final cap right there. That is 4-2 in favor of 3's up. I think that was what you predicted. Who cares at this point?
I'm 100% accurate, as everyone expected.
And that is going to be it. That was
They were
some
split
incredible
on the
matches.
last decision, man. They had the flag out. Some people were thinking we need to run the flag. You either as a team relay the flag or you commit to the return, but you can't try to do both. And in that scenario, they did, and they all died. They didn't get the kills, and they didn't, accomplish any of the objective at the end.
Those were some incredible
unfortunate.
games, and I'm certain we have some replays from those games as well. So
Has to be a
I'd like to
few.
take a peek at some of the top plays from that series between Elite Four and the other squad. I can't think of the name for one
Threes
second.
Up.
Threes Up. My bad. But here we go. Rami saying, I always like to go fast, and I always like to sprint everywhere across the map, and just challenging that. I forgot that he almost got that trip there. And this is the time I was also talking about where Rami's just like, all right, I'm going to play a little slow and then get this guy in the back.
Yeah, you call him out for playing fast once, and then he just proves you wrong. Gets a great kill playing patiently. It's the only time we've seen him slow down, though.
That's true. He just ran around the entire
It's
time.
like he's in the movie Speed with that minimum speed requirement.
This
so.
was the nuts play where we just saw,
Unbelievable that they managed to win this. He flies out window.
didn't even see that person bomb snipe,
Yep.
and then gets this guy over at Cave for the 50th kill to close out the game. A 50-49 game. Rockets that moved all the way from red base, or all the way from blue base back to red base.
Without being seen, and that's
Yep.
that's crazy. That's the type of stuff you just don't always see in the pro league, and that maybe is another thing that just sets the top teams apart. Is that discipline and positioning to know what you can and can't get away with.
Yeah,
and
I've
what's being
been
watched.
I've been incredibly impressed from most of these players, especially someone like Rami, when I see their skill and some of their decisions. But they obviously have some polishing that needs to be done.
Yeah.
I think Top Pro taking them under their wing, helping them learn a little bit. Like, these are some of the people that I would for sure be scouting. If I was on a top 8 team right now and we were looking for some sort of team change, these would probably be some of the people I'm looking at right away.
Yep, absolutely. That eagle eye just gets more impressive the more often we see it. I still can't believe you spotted that guy.
So many times we've seen some eagle eyes today, and it's incredible. Like, it almost feels like camo is a disadvantage some of these times. I feel like anytime they've been walking across just slightly out of the catwalk, they get spotted, whereas we see Rami be able to jump out with the rockets, run across bridge, out in the open, go towards top snipe bridge.
It
Like,
looked
can anyone
like he
find me?
had camo. He had camo at the end of the Coliseum game.
Well, let's take a look at the point breakdown for the day for these teams taking place in this Legendary Cup. Threes Up going to walk away with 600 points. Elite Four walking away with 400, and you can read down the list for yourselves. I don't need to. The only other thing I need to highlight is Space Jam, which is one of the
Space
coolest
Jam.
names. And someone needs to make them
Style
the Space
points.
Jam logo with a yam in the middle of it. That's
It's
all you need.
amazing.
Yep.
It'd be
I would.
amazing.
Someone please make that. Someone who's good at Photoshop and tweet out to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, don't be too disappointed that Halo's done today. We had a great run. We had some great casting matches, but there's plenty more on the way. Take a look at the schedule right here. We can catch more of these online and Legendary Cups, starting with Legendary Cup number 3 on Sunday, October 2nd, where I believe I'll be casting that one too. I'm not sure if I'll be out in Vegas or not, but I'll be casting that regardless.
There
You
you
can
go.
look at down the line. One that is missing from the graphic at the moment is Esports Arena is actually hosting a 25K live event. It's 20 or 25K, October 6th through 10th. So
Yep.
keep your eyes peeled for that one. It was nice of PGL to keep that date open so we could, I believe they're awarding points to that one, and I believe they'll obviously be streaming it so you can check it out online. Lots
Yeah.
of great matches, and obviously culminating in the final event out here in Vegas. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. You can't say enough about the opportunity of just having the open events again, too, because we've reminisced about all the tournaments we've been to and all the opportunities we've had going to tournaments and memories of, wanting to compete more and more once you start going to tournaments. And thankfully now we have, a great opportunity for players that are interested in attending and competing in person to go to these live open tournaments.
And especially a free-for-all now that teams can, or
Yeah.
players can go in and get their name out as an individual. I believe
Huge,
Rami
huge
was
factor.
making his name big recently going through that. But that's it from me and Towie. I had a pleasure
That's
casting,
it.
man. It was
Yeah,
a great
this was
time.
great.
So we're going to toss it off from us today. Thank you. We are out here in Vegas. This was the PGL Open Circuit Legendary Cup number 2. That's a mouthful.
It
Thank
really
you all
is.
for watching. Thank you, PGL, for hosting this. And we're going to watch a top 5 clip to take it out for the day.
Thank
Good night.
you, guys. Good night.